safe. Is she all right? This is the way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Team Sekrit live stream from the 1K here in Frederick, Maryland, hosted by Tournament City Games. I'm Josh Snyder, and I am joined by Ryan Conrow once again with me here in the booth, and we are excited for some really good action today. Set 5 action is here, Ryan.
Yeah, it's very exciting to be the first one to stream like Set 5 Premier Play, and they actually got enough players to bump it up to a 1.5K.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, getting the prize pool a little bit sweeter. Love to hear it. And I know that so many people are interested right now in finding out how is this meta really going to look, right? There's a real talk is Force, right? The Force and the Force decks with On2 kind of being the leader of the pack there in that regard. But Force Throw, of course, the card that everyone's discussing, and I'm sure we're going to see both of those things, the Force Mechanic and Force Throw, being used quite a bit today.
Yeah, I expect a lot of Han 2 specifically today. But then it's like I think people are trying to figure out what counters Han and what how do you solve the force throw problem.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be definitely the most represented deck, I would argue, or at least most represented leader. I think Han 2 is pretty well positioned, right? I mean, you can go with the blue or the green version. They both have some serious strengths, and I mean, they're two very, very good decks. Is there one that you prefer, Ryan? Do you prefer the Command or Vigilance package with Han 2?
Um, I played a little bit of both in testing. I think you remember I was playing a little bit of Han 2 Blue in set 4, so I am a little biased towards the Han 2 Blue, I will say, just because I like playing Fell of the Dragon for 4 instead of 6. So I think
Right.
that's where I would lean initially.
Okay. Yeah, no, it makes sense, right? I mean, having the Elder Dragon for 2 less resources is certainly important, and it just shows you how important that card is in general to Han 2, right? Or for Han 2, because you have the off aspect Fell the Dragon being run in Han 2 command, and really it's a staple removal piece for that deck.
Yeah, especially like in mirror matches, like it's become like a who can slam the first crate dragon, and like being able to answer crate dragon very fast is important, and doing it for 4 is like the best you can do it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I know soaking up 4 damage, not the end of the world, right? You might lose 1 unit along the way, but definitely better than having to use other options. So it looks like we're going to have a force mechanic on display right out of the gate here. Looks like we've got Kylo yellow and Towson green here. So a couple new leaders at the feature table in round one. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, definitely different seeing Talzin green. I think most people just naturally pair her with aggression, because of the force throw and all the new tools that she kind of got with this new set, kind of being more of a villainy Quinlan Tarkentown kind of leader. But green is definitely going to be a little bit more top heavy, I think. And then Kylo Yellow is kind of like the combo deck, like assembling as many upgrades as you can to deal as much damage in one swing with Kylo when he flips.
Yeah, right. Kylo's flip may be the new scariest ploy in the game, right? I mean, it's just absolutely, it can be disgusting, right? If you can get the upgrade set up, and it's definitely one of those leader deploys that a lot of times is going to demand a very quick answer, or you just lose, right?
Right, yeah, because like you put what is it, snapshot reflexes, so you get to action cheat the flip, and then you just try to assemble as much power as possible. But if you're also talking about the command version of Kylo, like the craving power is just so scary, and the legal authority, you kind of just wipe people's boards with one flip.
Yeah, so good. So here we go. Round one, we're going to have Robert versus Ryan. Ryan DeCreasy from Team Secret, and Ryan DeCreasy piloting the Towson Green. And then we've got Robert on Kylo Yellow. Robert will start with the initiative in game one.
He's already got the two hyperspace, the base and the Kylo. Good to show off the swag.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Jedi Temple base being run by DeCreasy. That's one of the command common force bases. And then Robert running that Holy City, the common cunning force base.
Yeah, I'm a little curious to see what force units we're going to see from Robert, um, just because he is running that 28 health base.
And here we go. Game one is underway, and the new secretive Sage coming out for Robert. A new 2/2 force unit with a shielded keyword. And we see Karis on the other side for Decreasy. So the new 2/4 force has a great win defeated ability as well.
Yeah, Sage is such a good card. Dropping the set like Crafty Smuggler with the force trait. And even if you didn't get powered there, like having the shield and then your opponent playing a 2/4 just allows you to keep that force token if you attack, because if they attack into it, you just lose a shield.
What a solid turn there for Decreasy. Power of the Dark Side taking out the Secretive Sage that had just been loaded up with the upgrade. So Power taking out the Sage, and then Karis able to get in and get the force for Decreasy early here in this game one. Initiative still on Robert's side. We'll see how he starts things out with a clean board right now.
Yeah, and knowing a little bit about this Mother Talzin Green deck, like having 4 resources with the Force is very good in this deck because you have so many good 4-drops now with the new set coming out. So we'll see if they use, if he drops one of the great 4-drops that they just got, like Churret, Darth Tyrannus. Yeah, there's Darth Tyrannus.
Yeah, so Shin Flurry being played by Robert, playing Shin Hati from his hand, ambushing and defeating Karis there. Now, Shin Hati did have the shield, but with the when defeated ability, Decreasy was able to use the force and give Shin Hati -2/-2. So that is why you see Shin Hati defeated. And it looks like, yeah, Darth Tyrannus, and then another response, another new card, Shatterpoint, 4-cost removal for Vigilance here is going to defeat the Darth Tyrannus with 3 or less remaining HP. Now we're going to see Mother Talzin being deployed. And here comes the first action ability for Robert in this game, discarding Snapshot Reflexes from his hand. He's able to draw a card because he discarded an upgrade. And now the Dagoyan Master coming out using the Force. Reese's going to go and search the top 5 cards of his deck.
And that looks
for
like
another Force.
That looks like a lot of top end in his hand right there. Like, I think I saw an Avenger, Walker. I think he put a Maul at the bottom as well. So hopefully he doesn't get too late in the game because he just sent a lot of top end down to the bottom of his deck.
Decreasy is able to pick up the new Darth Vader off of the Dagoyan Master. The Dagoyan Master also has the when defeated ability as well. You can use the Force once again to go and search for a Force unit. Robert still has the initiative. We've got 5 damage on Robert's base. No damage yet on Decreasy's base. He's done a really good job of keeping Robert's board clear here early.
And it is interesting with Kylo that he put on the upgrade, and even though that creature got power of the dark side, sending that upgrade to your discard isn't like the worst thing because you can just use it for Kylo later.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. What upgrade was that? Because he put it right under the unit. I couldn't really tell. It was a hyperspace. Was it the constructed lightsaber?
I think so.
Couldn't
The
quite.
neutral legendary. I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so the constructed lightsaber and snapshot reflexes, I believe, are the 2 upgrades right now in the discard pile. We see the secretive Sage coming out. Talzin going in. Sage here. 1 damage back. Shield token defeated on the secretive Sage. And once again, Decreasy will get the Force.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm wondering what he's trying to set up by not sending the 3 damage to base. Because he can just make that a 1/1 on attack regardless if he attacks the unit or not. So he really doesn't want that shield to be a problem if he does throw on some upgrades, I think.
The action back over to Robert. Still has 4 resources to work with here on this turn. And did he pass or claim? Not sure, but the Dagoyan Master is going to attack and defeat Sage, just 1 damage back since it was -1 from Towson's ability. And here comes Darth Tyrannus. So Robert must have just passed there. Darth Tyrannus coming in, shielded. And because Robert had the Force, you see the ambush from Darth Tyrannus taking out the Dagoyan Master. Does Decreasy use the Force here? It looks like he will, so he's going to go and search the top 5 cards of his deck once again for another Force unit.
And I saw another Devastator, and it looks like another Hyperspace Walker getting sent to the bottom here. So, again, lots of top end being sent to the bottom.
That is an excellent point. We're just 1 turn away from Kylo being deployed. Now we're going to see Vader coming out, the new Darth Vader. When played, it'll give Vader a shield token, and Darth Tyrannus will also get a shield token. It looks like Robert has just claimed. We'll move on to the next round.
I guess that means that Decreasy doesn't really have timely intervention, because I figured he would have saved that Vader for the Kylo flip, because it is a very troublesome flip, just because he becomes a huge body. So
Yeah.
I guess he has other plans.
That is a good point. The new Darth Vader, when played, you give a friendly unit and an enemy unit a shield token, and then Darth Vader has the on-attack ability. You're able to defeat an enemy unit with a shield token. So if you give him ambush, he gets so much value. Darth Tyrannus going to put, looks like 4 damage onto Mother Talzin. Talzin now just 2 HP remaining.
And I do see a Power of the Dark Side in Decreasy's hand, so I think his plan right now is to deal with this Darth Tyrannus, and then hopefully he just flips onto an empty board, so he can power it really quick.
Well, there you go. Yeah, setting that up. Mother Talzin attacking and trading with Darth Tyrannus. Now, how does Robert follow up? Does he have another unit to put in play? Maybe to insulate Kylo from a Power of the Dark Side? And look at this. We're going to see rivals fall for Robert defeating Darth Vader. Now, that very well could leave him open to that Power of the Dark Side if Kylo flips here. Action
Yeah,
back over to Decreasy.
This kind of tells me that he isn't planning on flipping this turn, because I think with this yellow deck, they're trying to put in as many upgrades and try to deal as much damage with one swing as possible. So I think he is just going to claim here and go.
He's just trying to go all the way in, get some more upgrades, because again, the when deployed on Kylo, you play any number of upgrades from your discard pile, so there's no limit, and I think there's only a couple in the discard pile right now. Now look at this, Robert with the initiative. He'll play his own Power of the Dark Side. That defeats Maul that had come out for Decreasy. Now we're going to see some more value once again. The Dagoyan Master coming out. Creasy using the Force, he searches the top 5 cards for a Force unit, and it looks like this time he has found the 8th brother.
And still leaving up 3 resources for that Power that he has in hand.
Yeah, no, very good point. Now we see Shin Hati coming back out. Shin Hati costs 3. It's a 4/2 with hidden and shielded. But a quick Power of the Dark Side on Decreasy's side, cleaning up Robert's board once again.
Yeah, Shin Hati is probably one of my favorite command or cunning villainy cards in this new set. 4/2 shielded with hidden is just like really good. I just love the value that you can get from that card.
Here we go. Kylo is going to be deployed, and it looks like it's just the snapshot reflexes that is played onto Kylo. So Kylo swinging for 6 damage into Decreasy's base. That is a 6/6 Sentinel unit right now that Robert has in the ground arena, just outclassing the Dagoyan Master, a 5/5 statted ground unit. Creasy has the initiative. Does he have the quick answer? And look at this, it's overwhelming barrage coming out. That's going to be 7 damage to Kylo. Kylo is defeated. And now we are looking at a 7 power Dagoyan Master in the ground arena.
Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna really bite this Kylo player in the butt by not killing the Master with the Kylo flip because he was off the Force, and so now he has the Force again. He can search the top 5 cards for a Force unit and put it in his hand, which he was really taking advantage of the first 3 times he searched for a card.
And look at this play. Decreasy playing the new Maz Kanata. 3 cost, 3/4. When played, you can attack with a Force unit. It gets +2 power. So that was 9 damage that came through to Robert's base with Maz there. I love Maz Kanata because it's not a villainy card per se, but it gives some of these villainy Force decks like that Fleet Lieutenant style play, right? I love Maz Kanata coming in, getting some value. Looks like Robert's going to play the 3rd and final copy of Secret of Sage to start things out in this action phase.
Yeah, and that Maz Kanata is just a better statted Fleet Lieutenant too, so that just helps
Yeah.
even more. Just that extra health does actually mean a lot in most cases.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see a lightsaber being played onto Secret of Sage. Couldn't quite, I believe it was the Corrupted Saber
I think
went
it is
on
the
to Secret
corrupted
of
one
Sage.
because I think that's the only command or a cunning villainy one.
Now we've just got damage pouring on. Maz getting in. 22 damage right now on Robert's base. And here comes Timely Intervention. Smuggled. What is going to ambush? It's Darth Vader being ambushed. And the on-attack ability defeating the Secret of Sage because Secret of Sage had the shield token. Vader is shielded up, and this is a massive board for Decreasy. No glory only results the response for Robert to take control and defeat the Master. And that does allow Robert here to use the Force, getting that when defeated ability because he took control of Dagoyan Master. So he is going to search the top 5 cards and find, it looks like Darth Tyrannus.
But he just used the Force ability, so now that Darth Tyrannus can't even ambush when he comes in. So
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Will not have ambush. Still has shielded, but the ambush is conditional on having the Force. And right now, the Force is not with Robert. First action, looks like Ma's going to get in for 3. 25 damage. One more attack from Decreasy's side. Vader's ready. Does Robert have an answer for Vader? If not, we're going to game 2. It is going to be Power of the Dark Side, but Decreasy can just take out Maz. Game 1 in the books. Decreasy with the early lead here in Frederick, Maryland for this 1.5K hosted by Tournament City Games.
yeah, we kind of saw the power of the Dagonian Master right there take effect. Like you got him 3 cards that he wasn't gonna get in time, so he was able to get the Vaders. But he just like got a lot of value plays in that game. It looked like compared to the Kylo Yellow.
Yeah, what a game there. Yeah, so much value on Decreasy's side. And, I think ultimately Robert probably wanted to get a lot more value out of that Kylo flip, right? I mean, only the snapshot reflexes being played. And, as you talked about, getting into base, leaving the Master in play, set up the barrage, taking out Kylo in one action, following turn, and Robert just didn't get the value he needed out of his leader, I feel.
Yeah, I think of this Kylo Yellow deck kind of as like a combo deck in a way. So like you just kind of set up all these upgrades into your discard pile, and then once you do have enough resources, you kind of just snapshot and you like equip as many of these on a play or on attack effects with these sabers and other upgrades and just try to affect your opponent as much as possible. So the fact that he only used it for a snapshot, like if you're Decreasy's side, you're like, that's the best Kylo flip I've ever been able to deal with.
Right. Yeah, definitely made things pretty easy for Decreasy the next turn, just having to deal with a 6/6. So speaking of Decreasy, this is a PQ winner. He has one planetary qualifier win under his belt. He has a couple other top 8 finishes, so 3 total PQ top 8s, and he also made the day 2 in the regional qualifier. So DeCreasy certainly has had some good success. Of course, has that day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship, looking to get some more testing in. Galactic Championships now, Ryan, just a couple weekends away. I know everybody's getting excited at this point.
Yeah, it's very exciting. First ever. Like so many people are going to be there, and it's just like even though it's going to be a competitive event, it's like also kind of like a celebration because it's open for the first year. So it's like it's going to be awesome seeing so many people there.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. This should be the, it's the first Galactic Championships, but I believe this will be the only one that's open invitation, right? I believe you're going to have to qualify moving forward. So, this very well may be one of the biggest Star Wars Unlimited tournaments, not just to date, but, ever, right? This Galactic Championship has the setting to be huge, right? We know there's going to be over 2,000 players, I believe, in day 1. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be insane. Like day 1, it's going to be a lot of people, and they're just like, yeah, you have to get 6 wins to get to day 2. Like they're not even like going to try to do the proper amount of rounds to get like to a certain threshold. Like they're just like 6 wins and you're day 2. Like,
yeah.
So there's going to be a lot.
Here we go. A little bit of deja vu as we start here in game 2. Secret of Sage and Karis. A mirrored start for both of these players. And look at this. Once again, it's the constructed lightsaber coming onto Secret of Sage. We see Maz Kanata actually was played by DeCreasy with the initiative. 4 damage to base with Karis. And the constructed lightsaber now on Sage. Now that is a +2/+3 with no other benefits here.
So it has
Sentinel, yes. Non-villainy, non-heroism gets Sentinel.
So it's
that is a
Sentinel right now.
That's pretty good, right? Pretty good Sentinel. Now, in the first game, we saw that same line of play from Robert, and you had the quick answer and power of the dark side. This time around, DeCreasy having to get around it a little bit differently. We see the Force being used, the action ability on Talzin.
Oh,
Sage -1/-1.
Is huge.
Oh, look at that. Bothan comes out, overwhelming barrage discarded from DeCreasy's hand. He will get to draw a card to replace that discard here.
Well, it was a good thing that he didn't choose the Darth Tyrannus because he just drew another one. So,
so Karis attacking into Secret of Sage, it looks like. Getting the Force back with Karis attacking. Karis attacking for 2.
2 health left.
Now we're going to see 3 damage coming through. Sage into DeCreasy's base, and here comes the Darth Tyrannus. And with DeCreasy having the Force, Tyrannus has ambush and will just lose the shield token. The Sage is defeated. And now it looks like action back over to Robert, and he will play his own copy of Karis.
Yeah, Darth Tyrannus is just so good. Like, it's one of my favorite 4-drops in the game, just because it's like, you know how good Forlom was as a 4/4 ambusher in Cunning? This one has a shield with 4/3.
Yeah,
like, you'll
so good.
That.
Every single day, no doubt about it. Darth Tyrannus going to go 4 damage to Robert's base. That's 8 damage total. Action back over to Robert. I think at this point, DeCreasy's happy being aggressive, right? Be aggressive. Try and put yourself in a good spot as we get closer to the Kylo flip once again. Bothan is going to attack and defeat Karis that just had 1 HP remaining. Now, Karis does have the when defeated ability. It looks like DeCreasy will pass up on the when defeated ability. You use the Force to give a unit to -2.
He's trying to get away with a sneaky double Darth Tyrannus there, but
Yeah.
comes into player.
Yeah, thinking that one through just a little bit. We're going to see I believe the Mother Talzin action ability instead. So using the Force, giving Bothan -1/-1. Bothan defeated. Both players still have all 5 resources ready.
Forlom smuggled out, very good.
Yeah, there we go. Forlom smuggled into play. That's a 4/6 in the ground arena. Now we're going to see Mother Talzin coming out.
Yeah,
We'll see
I
if
think
Robert.
to your point, like Decreasy is fine with this aggressive approach because if you can apply pressure to this Kylo and where he's like we haven't really seen him use his leader ability that much, just because he's been so focused on this initiative token. Like his flip is going to be very less impactful if he's like on the back foot.
Well, here comes another overwhelming barrage. So Decreasy drew another one. Tyrannus getting +2/+2, 6 damage being dealt here. So 5 damage onto Lom Pike. Karis is defeated. And it looks like the when defeated ability on Karis not being used for Robert. And now Mother Talzin getting in for 3, and with the barrage, just 1 HP remaining on Lom Pike. The on-attack ability from Talzin giving Lom Pike -1/-1. Lom Pike is defeated. We're going to see Robert claim the initiative, and once again, Decreasy in a good spot here. Complete board control going into turn 5.
Yeah, he's got a real stranglehold on this game right now, and just looking at his hand a little bit, he's got a power. He's got another Darth Tyrannus if the first one gets dealt with. I think I saw another Master in there, so he can filter a little bit to find some of the cards that he needs. So he's in a very good spot right now.
Absolutely. Do like the feel of this Mother Talzin green deck. Feels a little bit more aggressive than your, more conventional blue-green villainy decks. Love to see it. We're going to see Dr. Pershing coming out for Robert. Now the question is, does Decreasy want to turn off the possible draw engine on Pershing, or does he remain aggressive here? Looks like he is going to deal 4 damage to Pershing with Tyrannus, so I think that answers the question. Decreasy does not want Robert to have any card advantage here.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting because he's at 11 damage on base right now, and you could have thrown 7 more and kind of start to threaten lethal a little bit. Like, do you really care about the Kylo Ren as a 2/3? Like, it doesn't really kill any of your units. Pershing, if he wants to waste an action on a draw effect while you're hitting him in the face, like, do you really care? Like, I think that's a question you have to answer.
Yeah, no, it is a good point. Now, we did see 2 units defeated with that Talzin attack. Pershing had 1 HP remaining. Talzin attacked and defeated Kylo. We did see Robert use that action ability, the Corrupted Saber discarded. So Robert was able to draw a card, and then Decreasy getting some more value here. The Dagoyan Master coming back out, and now we've got a total of 12 damage being represented in the ground arena right now for Decreasy. So this is getting dangerous for Robert. Now we know Kylo can flip here, and he has Sentinel, but with no other units on the board, you certainly have to be careful with something like Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah, power is definitely a scary card, and like him attacking your units kind of leads you to believe that he's sitting on that power of the dark side, and he's just like probably going to kill off any unit that you play. So it's very tough.
Here it is. Robert says, "I'm going to make you have it." Kylo immediately deployed with his first action on the 7 resource turn. Kylo will get the constructed lightsaber and the corrupted saber. So that's going to be an additional 4 power on Kylo here. Now, does Decreasy have the removal? Now we're going to say, oh, look at this. He's got Confiscate to defeat the Corrupted Saber. So now Kylo a little bit smaller, but look at this. A good response for Robert. Snapshot reflexes onto Kylo. And where does the attack go? It looks like that's 8 power.
So it looks like that was
3-2-10.
Shadowed Intentions. I think that's the one where you can't be defeated by abilities upgrade. And so then that's why he confiscated into the power, because he couldn't just play power and kill it right away.
Okay, no, great point. Yeah, the art, I thought it was the Corrupted Saber, but you made an excellent point. So that's a terrific play for Decreasy then, being able to defeat the Shadowed Intentions. Very interesting. And now once again, Decreasy going into the next turn just has huge advantage.
Yeah, he's at 5 health left on his base, so the master swinging in is just lethal here, so he has to hopefully he has a super laser blast or something.
So we're going to see Shin Flurry coming in, so Darth Vader will have ambush. Where does the shield token go? We got 23 damage. He's got to put it on the Dagoyan Master. So ambushing into Tyrannus. Master defeated. It at least takes out the possibility on board of Decreasy winning in one action. He's going to use the Force, searching the top 5 cards for a Force unit. He finds Chirrut. They've yet to see Chirrut in this match. Action back over to Decreasy.
He still has lethal on board if he just swings both units in. I don't know if there's a way he can stop it with one resource.
Yeah, he would have to stop it with 1. 3 from Towson. 26.
Yep.
27, 28. There it is. There's the fist bump. Decreasy with a commanding victory in round 1 with Towson Green. How about that? An interesting matchup. 2 new leaders, 2 new decks, but Decreasy coming out on top 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw the power of command villainy in those games. Like the overwhelming barrage was huge both games. The master, even though it's not a villainy card, like just the pure value that card got by filtering through his deck and getting the cards that he needed, or just played a big factor. We didn't really see the power of yellow from Kylo, I think, as much as we were supposed to.
Right. Yeah, that's a great point. The Dagoyan Master got so much value for Decreasy in both of those games. And a big victory to start out here in this 1.5K in Maryland. So, guys, we are going to start it all. Now, if you saw the stream here on the Secret SWU YouTube channel a couple weekends ago, the Planetary Qualifier, we did several giveaways. And Team Sekrit, once again, going to be doing some giveaways. So, the first giveaway of the day is going to be a Sector Participant Poe playmat. That's going to be the first giveaway. So we're going to go ahead and do that first giveaway right now. So how we did it a couple weeks ago, and it's how we're going to do it today. I'm going to ask you guys a question, and the first person to type the correct answer and put it in chat will win the playmat, will win the giveaway. So our first question of the day for the first giveaway, here we go. What bear-like species inhabits the forest moon of Endor in Return of the Jedi? So we're looking for first person to put in the correct answer in chat. You are going to win the Poe playmat, the Sector Participant playmat. You'll be reaching out to Sonny, and he will hook you up with the giveaway. Now, as the day moves forward, if we can get to... There's a few milestones we want to hit, and we're going to give some bigger giveaways. But it looks like Ewok. We've got all kinds of Ewok coming in. Who was it that put it first? It looks like Christian Dragomir was the first one. Christian Dragomir, first one to put it in chat. So congratulations, Christian. You are going to be the winner of the Poe Sector Participant Playmat. So what you will have to do to claim your giveaway prize, make sure you are a member of the Team Sekrit Discord server. And the link should be in the description of this stream. So make sure to join their Discord and reach out to Secret Sunny. You're going to message Secret Sunny over on the Team Sekrit Discord server, and he will hook you up with the playmat. So congrats to Christian. Brian, that was a great first match. Or what do you think? I mean, are we going to see the Force going all the way today?
I think we're going to have at least one Force deck in the finals today. There's
Okay.
just so much of it around. And we haven't even begun to touch the Hantu decks in this tournament yet. So,
yeah, absolutely. Well, that was my prediction, and it was a very vague, like open, broad prediction, right? I just said there's going to be a Force deck at the top. I don't know what it is, but there's going to be something utilizing the Force at the top. So Creasy starting things out with Townsend, using it well. It looks like we've got about a little over 20 minutes or so left in this round. We are going to step away for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be back with round 2 action in Maryland. Stay tuned.
safe. Is she all right? safe? Is she all right? Hey, we don't serve their kind here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this Set 5 tournament live stream, the 1.5K hosted by Tournament City Games in Frederick, Maryland. I'm Josh Snyder, and I am joined by Ryan Conrow from Team Sekrit. Ryan, good to be with you here, and good to seeing how this meta looks here in Set 5.
Yeah, really excited for this matchup. We got a couple new lead or an old leader and a new leader. We get to see the Darth Revan, which I'm really excited to see what he's got cooked up here.
Yes, that is interesting. Darth Revan, such an interesting leader because he's one of the two new leaders from this set. You had Anakin Skywalker, and then you had Darth Revan that only have a single aspect. So Darth Revan just has the villainy aspect, so you only get the additional aspect of your base, right? So he's playing with vigilance. So it's interesting, right? Because generally you're used to running two aspects in, each deck without having to pay any aspect penalty. So Darth Revan's very interesting. Of course, he does have, pretty good ability, being able to buff up himself and other friendly units when they attack and defeat a unit. But it's interesting. I don't know. Is the downside too big? Right? It'll be interesting to see here.
Yeah, I think the coolest card that this Darth Revan deck got is Darth Malik. Like, it's just such a cool card that they got, and it's basically like another readied unit on your flip turn. And so, like, I think being able to abuse that card will be a huge factor in this matchup.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Of course, Darth Malik, the new 5-cost Sith unit. He's a 4/7 with Overwhelm, and when played, if you control a Sith leader, you may ready this unit. So yeah, can have some real value with Darth Revan, considering Revan is a Sith, and against a deck that I thought had a little bit more potential going into the jump to light speed meta, the Emperor Palpatine Colossus, right, with that 5 extra HP. Palpatine struggles against aggro decks historically. I mean, Sabine has been a terrible matchup for Emperor Palpatine since back in the Spark of Rebellion meta. And the 5 extra HP, I thought that would really play a role, and we would see that deck more. We didn't see it too much, but let's see how it goes here in set 5 meta. Good old classic Emperor Palpatine.
That's an
Que-
interesting choice for Revan. You
Yeah.
got the Qui-Gon sleeves with the Darth Revan leader.
So here we go. Darth Revan Vigilance with the new Force base. The common Force base Shadowed Undercity versus Emperor Palpatine Colossus. Ian Smith versus John Shimmer. John will start with the initiative, and he is going to play Kylo Ren to start things out. The 2 cost, 2/3 in the ground arena, and Ian is just going to claim the initiative here on the first turn.
Yeah, I think this Palpatine is a very interesting choice, especially with Colossus, because there are some, like, you would expect so many force throw decks in a field like this. So I wonder what his plan is for these force throw matchups when he does run into them.
That is an excellent point. With Colossus, you get the extra 5 HP. You have a 35 HP base, but you do start with 1 less card. Your opening hand is only 5 cards instead of 6 cards. So you're definitely starting behind the curve a little bit there in terms of card advantage. And yeah, as you mentioned, Force Throw being maybe the best card in the meta, or at least predicted to be one of the best cards here in set 5 meta, and that certainly plays a role when you have less cards in hand already. We see Super Laser Technician and General Grievous coming out, and we're going to see that Emperor Palpatine action ability used, dealing 1 damage to the Technician. And Ian is going to get the extra resource here early, going up to 5 resources, getting an extra card. And John is going to put some more pressure on here as he plays the first space unit of game 1.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. That's one of the new Legend of the Force ships. I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
I believe that is the Scimitar. Yeah. 4/3/4. While it's damaged, it gets +3. So if you get a damage on it, swings for 6 in space. Now, we're going to see another Technician coming out for Ian. So this is something that's important for these Palpatine decks, right? They need to ramp. Get the ability to deploy Palpatine early, and we are seeing that right away. Technician back out, Palpatine action ability defeating that Technician. Ian's going to get another resource with that when defeated ability, drawing another card. We're going to see some damage being dealt here, though. Grievous and Scimitar getting in.
I guess the 1 less card doesn't really matter too much if you draw 3 ramp spells.
There you go with a resupply. Look at this. Emperor Palpatine coming out super early. The damaged Scimitar being taken control of by Ian. But look at this. Power of the Dark Side on John's side. And the Scimitar will be defeated. So Ian left with just the Palpatine leader unit in play. But he will attack and defeat Grievous. A good response for John there. And now after Revan is deployed, we are upgrading Revan.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell what that upgrade was, but it was a 1 cost.
I believe it's the new one that you attach to a force unit and gives the unit +1/+3. So Revan swinging in here for a total of 4. No damage to restore.
But he's already applied a lot of pressure. I mean, he's already down to 17 health left on Colossus. but he is going into 9 resources, so this is very scary.
Absolutely. Palpatine with the super ramp here in this game. Here comes Timely Intervention. We've got Timely Intervention with the new Darth Vader. That is going to give a shield token to both Revan and Palpatine on attack ability with the ambush from Darth Vader. Revan defeated. What a play. Now John is going to follow up with his own Darth Vader. And we're going to shield up John's Darth Vader, and then there is a shield token that will go onto one of Ian's units. So Ian will now have a shield token on both of his units. Now the problem with this play is Ian has the initiative. With him having the new Darth Vader in play, he could just attack immediately and defeat John's Darth Vader.
Yeah, so that's definitely a problem because you basically just didn't have a 6 resource turn if you're the Revan side. And now you're staring at 2 beefy shielded units that your opponent has, and he has 10 resources. So it's a very, very scary spot to be in.
Yes, it is, and it looks like that is going to do it. Yeah, John just scooping it up. Doesn't look like he's got a way around this particular board state. And Ian with Palpatine Colossus taking game 1.
That might be a record time Palpatine's ever finished a game.
I think that is an excellent point. That may very well be a record time. Just about 7 minutes. Ian taking game 1 over John with this very interesting Darth Revan blue deck. It's definitely a spot you don't want to be in, right? If your opponent has Darth Vader, the new Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice, it feels bad when you play your own and it gets a shield token, right? I mean, it's just, that's never the follow-up you want.
Yeah.
And that may have been his only play there.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely tell, like, the resupply and double super laser attacks were just like he didn't care what his opponent was playing. He's like, all right, I'm flipping, and then like seeing a Palpatine flip on your 5 resource flip turn is like insane. So I don't know if there's much you can do there, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. That is very tough. It's so important. We talked about it a little bit earlier in game 1. Ramp is crucial for all of these Emperor Palpatine decks, and Ian finding 3 ways to ramp, 2 Super Laser Technician, 1 resupply, and you were just so far ahead, 3 resources ahead of John in that game, as you mentioned, when Revan is deploying. So we'll see if Ian is able to have the same kind of draw here in game 2. Can find some of that early ramp because, John was able to put on some good early pressure, but Palpatine deployed, and then everything just really turned around.
Yeah, I'm curious what he kind of has a plan for these like control style decks, because you'd think with Revan you're probably more creature based or unit based, and you're very limited within your card pool already. So I wonder what that sideboard looks like with only one aspect being vigilance. So I'm wondering what he has planned for this.
Is a great point for sure. And another thing that Ian did really well in game 1, he kept his, there wasn't units in play for John to be able to take advantage of the Revan ability, right? Revan, when a friendly unit attacks and defeats a unit, you can exhaust Revan, give an experience token to that unit. And we see Ian, he was just playing those technicians and then defeating the technician with Palpatine's ability. So, John was never able to really take advantage of Revan's ability to create more pressure with more stats on the board. Now, here in game 2, John with the initiative, he's going to start with Karis. And now we've got the new 2-cost 2/2 coming in for Ian, the Knight Sister Warrior. As the Great Wind Defeated ability, it's going to replace itself, right? It gets to draw a card. And here we go. John with the initiative. He will attack and defeat the the Warrior right away using the Revan action ability, excuse me, the Revan triggered ability to give an experience token to his unit here. And look at this. We're going to see Axe Woves coming in, shielded. It gets +1/+1 for each upgrade on it. So that's a 3/3 shielded right now in the ground arena. Pretty good start for John, but we do see Ian with that early ramp with resupply. So starting to ramp early. We'll see if he can find some more and get to Palpatine quicker.
Yeah, and like you already mentioned, like Revan was already able to use his ability once this game, which I don't think he was able to do at all last game. So it's already like probably feels a little bit better. He got an early trade off. He's got a good board right now. His opponent just played a resupply, didn't play Super Laser Tech, so he doesn't get to deal 1 damage and draw a card off of it. So I feel like he's probably feeling a little bit better about this game so far.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got Karis plus Axe over there, 6 total power now, but here comes, speaking of power, power of the dark side for Ian. Karis will be defeated. So that leaves John with the Axe Woves in the ground arena. And he will go ahead and get in for 3. Now we're going to see, look at this, Admiral Piet coming out for Ian. So that is going to potentially come into play as we move forward. Oh, but quick response. Shatterpoint. Shatterpoint coming in and defeating Admiral Piet.
Yeah, you have to get rid of that Piet because you don't want a Vader coming down and just getting a free kill, kind of like last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now look at this, another ramp. So 2 resupply for Ian here. He's up to 7 resources. Axe gets in for another 3. That's 6 damage on. And now Revan will be deployed. And here comes Malik as well, Darth Malik. And now we are going to see a big swing. That's a total of, I believe, 7 damage coming through. And we've got 13 damage on Ian's base with 3 units in the ground arena. So much better start for John here in game 2. Oh man, but he finds the super laser blast, cleaning up all the threats. Now John has to start over once again with Ian up to 8 resources.
Yeah, I was just about to say too, like none of his units had damage on it, so it's not being threatened by the Palp flip, but Super Laser Blast just wipes the board clean and lets him take control of this game now with his leader flip.
Yeah, absolutely. With Palpatine coming out, we did see Talzin's Assassin just as a 4/4 coming into the ground arena. Palpatine deployed, attacking and defeating the Assassin. John will have the initiative. Now having to start all over again. We're going to see Chirrut coming out. And now another big play for Ian. Maul's going to ambush Chirrut. And John doesn't currently have the Force. So Maul's going to come in and deal, I believe, the total 7. Or did he use the Force? I think he had it to the side there. So he did have the Force. Maybe he did use it, and he will save the overwhelm damage. So Maul just hits for a total of 5. Chirrut's ability, when Chirrut is attacked, you can use the Force to give the attacker -2 power.
Yeah, Chirrut's
so
a
then-
great card in this new set. Like you have to attack with 1 swing of 7 damage right away in order to get him off of the board, or else he's gonna force 2 blocks. But obviously with a Maul, it's hard to stop him. You're just saving the overwhelm damage at that point.
So starting out, first action for John, no glory, only results, taking control and defeating Maul. So dealing with one of the big threats, but you still have the Emperor Palpatine leader unit just slowly getting in and chipping away now. That's going to be a total of 8 damage on John's base. Now we're going to see the Night Sister Warrior coming out for John.
Oof, and timely
Look
reinforcement
at
walker
this.
never feels good.
That is so good. Timely intervention, allowing Ian to play Reinforcement Walker with Ambush. So he is going to, I believe, draw 1 card. and he discards the Super Laser Blast to heal 3 from his base. So he gets 2 triggers there from Reinforcement Walker, the win played, and on attack. You get to look at the top card. You can either draw it or discard it to heal 3. But man, this is tough. After such a great start for John, after that Super Laser Blast, Palpatine being deployed, Ian has once again taken over here in the late stages of Game 2.
Okay, he's brought in his own Super Laser Blast. That's a good play. So
Yeah, there we go. So now John forcing Ian to reset the board, and Ian will do it with Reinforcement Walker. Another big threat. Back-to-back turns with Reinforcement Walker, drawing another card. So at this point, Ian has massive card advantage. He throws another unit out. It's another Night Sister. My goodness, this is really turning into a beatdown of Revan at this point. Ian has total control of the board. He has card advantage. What can John do to try and fight back and find a way to force a Game 3? He'll start with the initiative here on this turn.
and Night Sister Warrior is such a cool card in this Palp deck because if you attack and then sacrifice her with the Palp effect, you draw 2 cards. So it's kind of like you're a mini jump to late speed Thrawn deck just by using that when defeated twice, basically, which is really cool.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. Now we're going to see Scimitar coming out for John. The Reinforcement Walker getting in for 6. So that is 14 damage on John's base now. And now it looks like another Shatter Point defeating the Night Sister Warrior. Power of the Dark Side to once again clean John's board up. John can't get anything to stick. Really, ever since the deploy turn, when he deployed Revan, he has not been able to get anything to stick. We see Super Laser Technician coming out for Ian.
Yeah, you're just in such a tough spot. Like if you're the one that's like supposed to be the tempo, like mid-range kind of deck, and you're having to use your events on their creatures, and they just have a million cards on hand, and they're just playing units, and like you can't really come back unless you play units, but they just have every answer in their hand.
John starts out the turn with Secretive Sage, another 6 damage. And another card drawn for Ian. Super Laser Technician getting in as well. That's 24 damage on John's base. One more swing from that Reinforcement Walker. And Ian will wrap this game up. We're going to see another Shatter Point to defeat the Technician, but that just does not feel like great value. Ian will get another resource with that when defeated trigger. Oh, and look at this. It looks like Ian just didn't play anything, and then we see Power of the Dark Side defeating the Reinforcement Walker.
Yeah, I think he was just like, I have lethal if I claim, and like the only thing that punishes me here is power. But like it's probably not going to be punished because he has like 10 cards in hand. And
right, yeah, he's got so many cards right now. He's going to start out this next turn with Avenger defeating the Sage. Another Power of the Dark Side for John to defeat that single unit in play on Ian's side of the table. Avenger defeated, and look at this. Off aspect tech coming in for Ian. That's going to give him a bigger hand as every one of his resources now has the smuggle keyword.
yeah,
John follows that up with Night Sister, but yeah, that tech's pretty good here.
He just gained 15 cards in his hand based on his resource count. So the options are unlimited here for sure.
I think to say Ian has had the card advantage here in game 2 would be an understatement. He has the initiative, just has to find another 6 damage to take this match. Both of these players looking to remain undefeated. And it looks like Anakin's going to come in and defeat the Night Sister Warrior, but then Super Laser Blast once again cleaning up Ian's board. This is the second Super Laser Blast we've seen from John. So Ian is just going to start replenishing the board. He's got Pershing, but no actual threats to deal damage here. We can get more card advantage at this point. Ian has so many resources and cards in hand, I can't count them.
Yeah, John's running low on removal too, right? Like we've seen 2 Shatter Points, 2 Super Laser Blasts, 2 Powers. So eventually he's got to start playing some units if he does want to catch back up in this game.
That's a great point. John playing Grievous in the ground arena. Pershing going to get more cards for Ian, drawing an extra card with that action ability. John has a ton of resources. He's going to play Avenger. Grievous defeated. John, once again, he does have some removal right away for the big space threat in Avenger. Fell the Dragon, defeating the Avenger. And Ian will then play Darth Vader, shielding up the Dr. Pershing. Now as we move on to the next turn, including Vader, Ian is 1 damage shy from dealing fatal here.
Yeah, I'm sure he has at least 1 Maul in hand to potentially like overwhelm maybe that extra damage.
Oh, we see John playing Chirrut to try and stop Vader and then take down defeating Chirrut. Once again, cleaning up John's board. Now we see Power of the Dark Side, but Ian, no brainer here. He defeats Pershing. There's the handshake. And Ian Smith with Emperor Palpatine Colossus taking it 2-0. Wow, just over 20 minutes. Palpatine Colossus with the 2-0 win here in round 2.
Yeah, that was a great showing by Emperor Palpatine. Like came in, did what he wanted to do, right? Like ramp, and then just use his flip to like turn the game around. And then he obviously has a resource advantage over his opponent, and he just used that to his advantage the whole game.
Absolutely. Being able to ramp multiple times once again was so important. He had, I believe, 2 resupplies to get him to Palpatine early. Then, it was that 8 resource turn for Ian after he had double ramped, where he was able to play Super Laser Blast, clean up John's very threatening ground arena, deploy Palpatine, and then from that point on, Ian was really in complete control of that game. He never looked back, never let up on the pressure, and was able to take it 2-0. Now, we did a giveaway at the end of the first round. We are going to do another giveaway, but we do want to announce something. So we've got 2 more giveaways that are going to happen today, guaranteed. But we've got a couple stretch goal giveaways here. I believe at the start of this stream, the Team Sekrit SWU YouTube channel, their subscriber count was right around 550. So if you guys can help us out and we can get their subscriber count up to 625, so we need to gain around 70 subscribers total throughout the stream here. If we can get them up to 625, Team Sekrit will be giving away a Spark of Rebellion booster box. And then we've got the super stretch goal. If we can get up to 750 subscribers today before the end of the stream here on this channel, Team Sekrit will be giving away a Jump to Lightspeed Carbonite booster box. So 2 very cool giveaways. So definitely subscribe to the channel if you are not already so we can get to those stretch goal giveaways. But for the next giveaway that is going to happen, we'll go ahead and do that right now. It is a Regional Participant Executor playmat. So the Regional Participant playmat, I'm going to ask you guys another question, and the first person to put the correct answer in chat is going to win the Regional Participant playmat. So Here we go. Here's the next question. What planet is Ray from? What planet is Ray from? First person to put the correct answer in chat will win the playmat as we do our second giveaway of the day. Big thank you to Team Sekrit for putting on the live stream and providing these giveaways. And thank you to Tournament City Games for hosting this great event. And there we go. Right away, the Gandork with Jakku. That is the correct answer. Gandork, our winner of the second giveaway. So big congrats to Gandork. Thank you to everyone that's tuning in, but congrats to Gandork on winning the second giveaway. Gandork, if you are not already, just make sure you are a member of the Team Sekrit Discord server. You can find the link to their Discord in the description of this live stream, and you will reach out to Secret Sunny on their Discord server, and he will be able to hook you up with all that information to get you the participant playmat. So again, congratulations to Gandork. And again, thank you to everyone that's tuning in so far. We've had a couple very interesting matches with some very different decks. We've seen 4 different decks, 3 different decks utilizing the new common force bases. But Ryan, it's been a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen the power of the Force in that round 1, but then we saw a classic Spark of Rebellion leader just dominate the Force user this round. So it's definitely a tale of 2 stories right now so far for the Force bases.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Revan is certainly a very interesting leader. It was super cool to see John bring such a spicy leader to this tournament. And we certainly hope all the best for John throughout the rest of the tournament. But Ian moving on to 2-0 as he will continue to push forward and try to make the top 8 with Palpatine Colossus. Now, before we go to another break, I think we've got about 27 minutes left in this round 2. Ryan, were you able to get the leader breakdowns? Do we know like the most 3 represented leaders or decks in the field today?
Yeah, so we have about a rough estimate. There was a couple late additions, so it might be a little bit different after the tournament started. But just a few minutes before the tournament, we got a breakdown of 6 Shadows of the Galaxy Han Solos. That's the number 1 represented deck. And then number 2 is 4 Kylo Legends of the Force. And then the third spot was Mother Talzin at 3. 3
Very
represented.
interesting. And if you think about it, those are 3 decks that, have been talked about a lot, right? I mean, Han 2, I think, was the boogeyman kind of coming in because I think Han 2 and the way that it can utilize the Force with these really good new units, being able to cheat them out a turn early. One of the great plays, for instance, you can force throw, you can Kiadi Mundi and force throw on turn 3 with Han. I mean, there's just so many good things that Han 2 gives you the ability to do. You've got the option of the great new Ogdo Bogdo with Han 2 if you're running the blue version. So Han 2 was really, I think, the go-to Force deck, right? And, Talzin's another one that's been talked about a lot. We saw DeCreasy have success in round 1 with his Talzin green. Now, of course, that one's a little bit different because it wasn't running the force throw, right? You didn't have red in that deck, so you'd have to pay 3 for force throw. So I guess that's the only interesting thing there. But yeah, Kylo's another one that's been really talked about, but I think Kylo ECL is one I've heard a little bit more about, and then we saw the Kylo Yellow, which you talked about a little bit more of like a combo style, which was really interesting.
Yeah. I think there was only 1 Kylo Yellow, and we happened to see it round 1. I think the rest are either ECL or Data Vault. But going back to that Han 2, like the reason why I think it's seen a lot of popularity is because we've known the whole time like his ability is very strong. He just never really had a base to go with him. Like people were running him in Data Vault, but it always felt like it was like something a little bit missing. And these Force bases with all these new Force payoffs have kind of given him that base / deck path to go into.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. And Another thing, I was kind of looking through, the deck list and the field and everything. Unless, as you mentioned, there's a few deck lists I think that are missing on Melee, but I only saw 2 Sabine in the field. We have 44 players today, and there was only 2 Sabine in the field. I thought that was really interesting, and they actually both lost in round 1. And another thing that I did not see, unless again someone did not submit on Melee, is Darth Vader, the jump to light speed Darth Vader, the all space deck, because I really thought we would see some of these these more aggressive space strategies. That's what we've been hearing people talk about. These aggressive space strategies can be good into the force decks, but we're not really seeing that here, at least in the field today.
Yeah, and kind of just like going through the notes that I had when I took down all these leaders, it is like the breakdown looks very like mid-range slash soft control like style of decks. I mean, even I only saw one Kira being represented, and like that one Minneapolis, and you would think like some people are trying to play it maybe in Galactics, but maybe they're not very happy with the Han 2 matchup, and that's why the popularity's gone down a lot. But that was a very popular deck in set 4. One Quinlan, like you would think he's just like a natural transition with all these force spaces because he was like the best force leader before set 5.
Right.
So it's very interesting seeing like the trend of these leaders going up and down.
Absolutely. And I think, it is interesting, right? I mean, I think Kira is still a very, very solid choice, but it does feel like people are starting to swerve towards Kylo a little bit more than Kira. But it'll be interesting to see, how it kind of all shakes up. And I really am excited to see what the day 1 meta looks like at the Galactic Championship here in a couple weeks. But guys, we've got just over 20 minutes left on the clock for round 2. We are going to step away for a short break, and we will come back with some more action in round 3. Thank you to everyone for tuning in. We'll see you again shortly. Stay tuned.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
intend to rule with respect.
everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of this 1.5K tournament at Tournament City Games in Frederick, Maryland. I'm Josh Snyder. Ryan Conrow back with me in the booth, bringing you live commentary of this first streamed Set 5 tournament. Ryan, good to have you back, and looks like we're going to have some more force action. Round
Yeah,
three.
just as we promised, there is Hantus in this tournament. We just needed to wait till round 3 to get some on here. But we have two very well-known players in the local area. Team Sekrit's own Brian and Paul Heaver, both DMV locals.
Yeah, this should be a fantastic match between two highly skilled players. Of course, Paul Heaver has a couple planetary qualifier top 8s. Paul coming in from Virginia, also former multiple X-Wing, I think he's won at least 2 X-Wing World Championships. So Paul has had some great success in other Star Wars games and looking to do the same in Star Wars Unlimited. And Brian, we just saw him at the final table, was the runner-up at the West Virginia PQ just a couple weekends ago. So he's got now at least 3 planetary qualifier top 8s. And with that runner-up finish a couple weekends ago, actually earned his spot in day 2 at the Galactic Championship, clinching the day 1 bye. So 2 fantastic players. And these 2 decks, maybe 2 of the more anticipated decks of this new format, the new meta here. Han 2 green versus Han 2 blue, both using the new common force bases. Should be a fireworks show. Ryan, what do you think about this particular matchup with it being the green versus the blue?
So I think it will come down to who kind of plays the first force throw, and also who gets down the Great Dragon first. Being blue, you have the Fellow the Dragons. So Crate Dragon, if they slam it down, that's hopefully you have one in hand to get rid of it really quickly. But you can both cheat it out a turn early, so initiative's probably going to really matter in this matchup. But if you get off more than one force throw and you have to react by throwing away your force throw to like limit the damage to your unit, then you're in a pretty tough spot. So it will be a battle of force throws, I believe.
We go. Yeah, it'd be the first match that we've seen today. I believe the first match that we've seen that force throws will be in these decks, right? I don't think we had seen any red force decks prior to this feature match. So yeah, we're going to see the card that everyone has been talking so much about. Force throw, should it be banned? Should it not? We're going to see how it performs here. And of course, going into the Galactic Championship. Now, just to kind of look at these 2 players, of course, both of them 2-0 to start this tournament. And Brian, on his way to this particular feature match, took down Admiral Trench Colossus and Chancellor Palpatine Shadowed Undercity. So 2 very interesting different decks that he had to get through to get to an undefeated start. And then Paul Heaver, through his first couple rounds today, has defeated a Sabine ECL and the Anakin Skywalker, the Twilight of the Republic Anakin Skywalker Shadowed Undercity. So another force deck there. So Paul has went against some decks that are a little bit more known, but we are ready to go for game 1. And Paul is going to start with Ezra coming out on turn 1, the new 3/5 Ezra Bridger, getting a couple damage. That's a 3/3. And Adi Galea coming out for Brian.
Yeah, and it looks like I can already see 2 force throws in Brian's hand, so probably off to a good start here.
That is pretty good. Of course, Adi is a force unit. We're going to see Ezra getting in for it looks like 3 to base with the first action. And then
Yeah,
Adi Galea.
Trading actions here, seeing who's going to play the first card.
Who bites first? Action back over to Paul. Of course, with Adi sitting there, does have that ability when an opponent plays an event to deal 1 damage to that player's base. So while Adi Galea is in play, Paul would take 1 damage to base each time he plays an event.
I also believe these two played each other in that West Virginia PQ and some Swiss rounds. I believe it was in the later part of the day. So this is a little bit of revenge for Brian potentially, because I believe Paul won that matchup with Han 2 Data Vault.
Well, here we go. Paul turning on the Force early when Ezra attacked, playing Ki-Adi-Mundi, using the Force, drawing 2 cards, getting him out of turn early with Han's ability. And you talked about it. Brian's going to play a Force throw, and Paul discards his own Force throw. So only 1 damage dealt here to Ezra. Paul will keep both units on the board, but here's a pretty good play for Brian as he plays red 5. That's certainly viable here with Paul having multiple damaged units in the ground arena.
Yeah, and it's also set up really well because if Paul does take that first action, Ki-Adi into Addy, then Red 5 can attack and kill off that Ezra right away.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paul's going to have the initiative, and look at this. This is an interesting play. Entrenched being played onto Red 5. Red 5 gets +3/+3, but Red 5 can't attack bases here. So with no units in the space arena for Paul, that on attack ability will not be able to come into effect for Brian.
Yeah, and good trade there. Get rid of the Ezra, make him 2 for 1 himself if he wants to kill off that Addy Gallia.
Yeah, there you go. Ezra defeated. And now Ki-Adi-Mundi getting in for 4. So in terms of the race, Paul certainly ahead. 7 damage on Brian's base, but now Brian will play his own Ki-Adi-Mundi using the Force, drawing a couple extra cards.
Now, there was a play there that Brian could have done that you talked about a round ago, where he could have played Ki-Adi for 3 resources and then Force Throw. And I think that Force Throw probably would have been really effective because he saw he got rid of like his cheap card out of his hand early on by discarding his Force Throw. So you would assume anything is above 2 damage, so he could clear his board.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. It's one of those plays that I have seen in some testing. It's just so nasty playing Ki-Adi plus Force Throw on turn 3. Now, as we go into this next turn, Brian will have the initiative as Paul put Yoda into the ground arena. And now Addy is just going to trade with Ki-Adi-Mundi on Paul's side of the board. Paul's going to use that Han action ability again, and here comes the new Mace Windu. Paul using the Force here with Mace's Wind Plate ability, dealing 4 damage to Brian's Ki-Adi-Mundi and cleaning up that ground arena on Brian's side. And here's another good play. Rebellious Hammerhead dealing the damage needed to Paul's Mace, and Mace is defeated.
Yeah, really good play from Brian. Love Hammerhead. He kind of used his entrenched early on a red 5 so he wouldn't get a lot of value from it. But now that red 5 or Hammerhead's going to be swinging for 5 every turn unless Paul has an answer for it.
A really strong play from Brian there, of course, having the extra cards in hand off of the Ki-Adi-Mundi on the previous turn. Now Brian was able to deploy his Han first. He takes out Yoda. Paul gets to draw a card off of Yoda's When Defeated ability. Now the action back over to Paul. He could attack with Han here or claim the initiative. I think he's exhausted all of his resources.
He has, and it seems like he was kind of just valuing, does he want the initiative going into next round, or does he just want to get that 3 damage and see what Brian does first action next turn?
So Paul does decide to deal 3 damage to Brian's base. That's 15 damage, 12 damage on Brian's base. No damage on Paul's base at this point after Yoda was able to restore. Both players have played Ki-Adi-Mundi. Both players have found Force Throw when Paul discarded a Force Throw off of Brian's played Force Throw. Board control definitely in favor of Brian right now. He's got the Rebellious Hammerhead swinging for 5 in the space arena, and he will take advantage of it with the first action. 5 damage to Paul's base. That Han Solo on Brian's side only has 2 damage, so 4 HP remaining, just dodging the free power from Paul's Han leader unit.
Yeah, and Brian's got to be careful here because unless he can kill the Han Solo leader right away, he's got to be careful of the 6 cost Luke because he can cheapen it with the Han ability. So if he does kill off uh, one of the units that he plays, he has to be careful going into these Luke turns.
So now both players just trading actions, 3 damage to each base. By both of the Han leader units, bringing Brian up to 15 damage on base. Paul at 8 damage. Race certainly tightening up a bit with Rebellious Hammerhead over in the space arena.
And it looks like I see like an Obi-Wan, a Grogu, a Blue Leader, and Brian's hand here. So I think he's kind of waiting to see what Paul does here.
Now Paul's going to play the first card of the turn, playing the new Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, giving a unit -3/-3. Did you see which unit he gave -3/-3 to?
It looks like he just put it on the Han leader. And so now it's just a 0/1, I believe.
A very good point. Getting -3/-3 for the phase. That when played ability, Paul has a heroism card in the discard pile, so you can give a unit -3/-3. If you also have a villainy card in the discard pile, Anakin Skywalker kind of mimics the Luke Skywalker ability, when played ability, of giving -6/-6. So Brian now going to play Blue Leader. He will pay the extra 2 resources, so 5 total. Blue Leader into the ground arena, ambushing into Paul's leader unit. So both units just trading some damage here. Paul just claims the initiative. Do we see another play? Yes, we do. We're going to see Gunji coming out for 1 resource. The Han action ability used once again. Gunji played for 1 less.
Yeah, that's something to take note from Paul's side. Like right now, Brian does have the Force token, but he has no Force users other than Gunji on his side of the board. So if he gets rid of that, it's going to be really hard for Brian to get the Force back.
That is a really good point. We do see, I believe the initiative is on Paul's side here. They've got tokens. They have tokens on both sides in the initiative spot, but I do believe they're using the Star Wars Unlimited stamped. So Paul with the initiative start here on this next turn. Does he go after Gunji with the first action? It looks like Han is going to attack into base here. So Paul just staying aggressive. He is currently ahead in the race. That's 18 damage on Brian's base. And now look at this. Brian playing Obi-Wan Kenobi, the new 3/5 for 3. And he will have Sentinel for this phase. Oh, look at this. We see the same action. So Paul plays Force Throw. And this time it's Brian discarding it. So only 1 damage. We saw this earlier flipped. So now both players have drawn 2 Force Throws, and they discard Force Throw off of the other player playing it. All the Force Throws so far here in Game 1.
Each player only has 1 Force Throw left, so.
That's right. All right, so dealing a damage to... Where did he put the damage? Did you see where the 1 damage went?
You put it on the Brian's Han leader.
Okay. So here comes Luke Skywalker coming in for 6 resources off that Han action ability for Paul. -3/-3 to Brian's leader. And we see the first Han leader unit defeated here. Brian loses his first. 1 damage off of the Force Throw ability does come into effect here.
And I do see a General's Blade in his hand, so puts that on Gunji over here, and he's got 10 damage he can still swing into base with.
That is quite the Gunji, getting +3/+3 from the General's Blade. He'll have 5 power, I believe 6 remaining HP. Where is Gunji going? Going into base, 18 damage on each base, and as you mentioned, he still has more damage coming through. We've got Hammerhead in the space arena, and now we're going to play Grogu. So Grogu comes out for just one resource because of the on-attack ability from General's Blade. Grogu costing 2 less, another 5 damage to Paul's base, 23 damage on. So one swing from either the Hammerhead, Gunji, or the Blue Leader, and I believe this is game over.
Well, he has Luke, so he can attack for 6 and heal 3. For Paul, if first action, I'm assuming, is what he's going to do here.
Where does Luke go? Where does he want to go? He could take out, I think the only one he takes out and lives is Grogu. He's going to go to base here. Okay. 24 damage on Brian's base. What a first game. This is super tight. It's going to come down to, I believe, one action for either player.
Yeah, so now he has to kill off that Anakin, because that Anakin is threatening lethal. It does look like he has an Obi-Wan in hand, so that could save him.
Very interesting decision for Brian to make, and it looks like that's the line he is opting for. Another copy of Obi-Wan Kenobi. That has Sentinel for the phase. It's a 3/5 Sentinel. Action back over to Paul. Has to first deal with Obi-Wan Kenobi before Anakin would threaten Fatal once again. Paul still has all of his resources available to him. It's 8 total. He's going to play 4 or pay 4 resources for. Now we've got Chirrut Imwe coming out. What a tight game here we've got going.
So now if you're Brian, I mean, you only have a 2-drop in your hand with Addy. I think you have to attack with Hammerhead, threaten lethal, first action. And see if he either answers the Hammerhead now or if he's claiming. And then you get to do some neat little tricks with Grogu here and move some damage around.
There it is. 5 more damage to Paul's base with the Rebellious Hammerhead. So Paul just 3 HP remaining. Anakin is going to swing in, defeating Obi-Wan Kenobi. Action back over to Brian. Now, Paul has the Force here, so that, of course, will make it more difficult to get through Chirrut, because when Chirrut is attacked, you can use the Force to give the attacker -2 power, so...
He does have Grogu standing up, though, so if he does move some damage, 2 damage onto Chirrut, he can threaten it with either of these ground units. And then the last one will survive.
All right, well, there we go. Grogu's action ability, healing 2 damage from Blue Leader, and 2 damage dealt to Chirrut. So now, as you mentioned, that does set up the ability for Brian to attack into Chirrut and defeat it, even if Paul uses the Force.
And it's created a situation where he healed Blue Leader, so the Han leader from Paul can't even kill off Blue Leader.
Paul still has to find a way to answer one threat or heal. He's going to heal here. The Itinerant Warrior, he's using the Force, healing 3 damage from his base, back down to 22 on.
Yeah, that's a really good play, because now it puts the pressure back on Brian because he has to threaten it with 1 action. So this is tough.
It is tough for sure, because with the heal there, Paul is now 6 HP away, right? He has 6 HP remaining on base, and Brian can only deal 5 with both Gunji and Blue Leader. Now, Blue Leader is going to attack and defeat Chirrut. So Chirrut off the board. 1 HP remaining on the Blue Leader. Paul is just going to claim the initiative. And with the initiative, keep in mind, he does have Fatal with, I believe, 2 different cards now, right? He's got 3 different. He's got multiple ways to deal Fatal in 1 action now in the ground arena.
Yeah, because he's at 4 health left, so Anakin, Luke, or the Warrior can threaten one action lethal. So I think Brian, like, yeah, you have to kill off this Chirrut and maybe draw like a Maz off the top, but I mean, I'm guessing he has no pumps for Hammerhead in spaces. That's why he probably didn't claim because he can't threaten it in one action. So
Right.
that Warrior healing 3 just changed the whole game.
A big time play for Paul, being able to restore with Luke Skywalker, then being able to heal another 3 with the Itinerant Warrior, and Paul Heaver taking game 1 here in round 3 over Brian from Team Sekrit. Han 2 versus Han 2. The green force deck versus the blue force deck. Great first game. We'll head to game 2. We'll see if Brian can swing things back in his favor. Now, I do believe in the first game that Paul started with the initiative. So now Brian will be able to work with the initiative going into game 2.
Yeah, and I think that was able to get Paul ahead. As we saw, like he was just playing early pressure, and that early pressure ended up helping him in the long run because he was able to, like, even though he got behind a little bit on board, as we saw, like he was just able to squeak out that last bit of damage.
Definitely. Yeah, he had really good pressure early, and it played a big role in the end, but healing capabilities there from the Itinerant Warrior. Of course, that's something that the Han2 Green doesn't have access to, right? The doesn't have access to things like the Itinerant Warrior, but you get the bigger play with Yoda, right? You have the
Hmm.
big late game play in Yoda where you can heal 5 damage from your base, but we did not see Brian Yoda in game 1.
Yeah, I
But I
guess that's
would
probably the only out Brian could have drawn to. Game 1 is like if he claimed instead of attacking the Chirrut, he draws Yoda off the top, kills off Luke, and then he's able to kind of maneuver some damage around with his units and potentially stop Paul there.
I also love a little bit of a side note here. I love the green Team Sekrit sleeves with the green base, right? He's running the Han 2 green and he's got the green sleeves. I've seen these Team Sekrit sleeves in several colors now. Always love to see it on stream. The best looking sleeves that I've seen so far. Guys did an excellent job for sure on that.
Yeah, I also love the green ones. Like we initially started off with just red and blue to see if we liked them, but when we were messing around with the colors, green were definitely my favorite. But at the time of designing, we were in the Django meta, so like red made the most sense. So
Yeah,
now
for
now
sure.
that the command is back in the meta, we can bring out the green ones.
So Brian and Paul Heaver. Again, both of these players, we talked about Brian, the runner-up finisher at the West Virginia PQ that we streamed just a couple weekends ago. Paul actually made the top 4 in that tournament as well. So both of these players in the top 4 at the PQ just a couple weekends ago. A big showdown here in round 3 as both of these players looking to go 3-0, start their day here in Maryland.
And did we confirm if it's going to be 6 rounds of Swiss or is it 5?
I think it is supposed to be 6. So we
Okay.
will have 6 rounds of Swiss before the cut to top 8. So closing in on the halfway point.
So with like about a little bit over 40, I think uh, 1 or 2 X2s will make it in. I think most of the X1s will probably draw the last round to get into that top cut. So you
Okay.
definitely have some room for error, it looks like, if you do lose this round.
So getting ready for game 2. Want to shout out everyone joining us today for this stream. Big thank you to everyone tuning in. And again, stay tuned for more giveaways. We're going to have one more giveaway for sure in this stream, but we hope to have some more. Getting things going in game 2. We see Gunji on Brian's side. And Ezra once again coming out on turn 1 for Paul.
And I think another thing that we didn't really talk about too much, but kind of came up later a little bit for Brian is Paul is playing, it seems like almost every unit in his deck is Force, whereas Brian has some spaceships, it looks like, for those the space aggro decks, maybe to fight a little bit more in that arena. And you saw once he flipped his Han leader, like he didn't really have any Force units for that Force throw activation or to get that Force token back.
What a development we have seen early in game 2 with the initiative. Gunji into General's Blade. Now, Paul was able to get in for 3 to Brian's base, get the Force with Ezra attacking, and then Gunji running right through Ezra. Ezra defeated, and Brian getting the Force. Now, did not play another unit here. Just getting the one attack ability. You get to pay 2 less for your next unit. When that General's Blade is attached to a Jedi, Gunji is a Jedi, so Brian with the initiative, leading things off, staring down the Itinerant Warrior. He gets 5 damage into Paul's base, still has the Force. And Gunji still has 5 HP remaining. 3 damage on from Ezra Bridger.
And that's the real power behind Gunji, is like that 5 health base is just so big. Like if he was a 2/4, like he'd be threatened right now by this warrior, but that extra health is just such a big factor.
It really is one of the best 2 drops right now. And then when you put the General's Blade and on turn 2, it's so good. And it lines up for something like this. Paul plays Cheer It, and Brian says, I'll play something just a bit bigger. Turn 3, Kelleran Beck, because he gets to pay 2 less from the on-attack ability from General's Blade. He pays 1 less with the Han action ability. Kelleran Beck for 4, and he's going to get Obi-Wan Kenobi as well. What a board on turn 3 for Brian.
Yeah, and that's the power of command, right? Like they have General's Blade, and they're looking for these big swingy turns like Keller and Beck, and now you just see he can threaten that Chirrut now, even if he does use the Force to lower Keller and Beck's attack, like it still gets killed, and it's a problem to deal with right now.
Such a good line for this deck. Gunji, Blade, Kelleran Beck doesn't get much better on your first 3 turns. Absolutely disgusting, no doubt. Now we're going to see Paul with the initiative playing the Entrenched here. So now Chirrut is a real issue in the ground arena. That is a 6/8 Sentinel unit. My goodness.
Yeah, that is a buff Chirrut now. I do see a Hammerhead in Brian's hand, so he can deal with that Sentinel. And he can even lower its cost a little bit if he swings in with Gunji at some point.
There you go. You called the line. Han 2, action ability used. Rebellious Hammerhead played for 5 resources. 3 damage into Chirrut here.
Action. Put the 2 damage on the Hammerhead at some point.
Yes, that is a good point. Not showing the damage on Hammerhead just yet, but there we go. Someone pointing it out. So Hammerhead, essentially a 5/5 after the Han action ability.
And the action is... Sorry. We saw in game 1 that space can be a little bit of a problem for Paul because he had to use an Entrench on that red 5 early, but instead uses it on his Chirrut this game.
I know, it's a great point for sure. Now, Paul is going to use Chirrut to take out Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now Chirrut just with 2 HP remaining with 6 damage on. Action back over to Brian. It looks like he is going to make the trade here.
that entrenched did a lot of work there. Like it got rid of the whole Keller and Beck play right there by
Yeah, it did.
trading into the Obi-Wan and then Keller and still having to swing into it. Um, so I don't think it mattered really which order Brian went into if he attacked first with Kelleran or actually it would have mattered, I think, because if he does attacks Kelleran into Chirrut, and if he used the Force, it would have done 5 damage, so Chirrut attacking to Obi-Wan would have killed it.
Here is the first force throw of game 2. Paul plays the force throw, and look at this. He discards Rebellious Hammerhead, and Gunji is defeated. And just like that, the massive ground arena that Brian had is completely deleted. We see both Hans being deployed, but what a momentum shift with the entrenched and then into the force throw for Paul, really taking back this ground arena.
Yeah, I mean, Chirrut is such a great card. I mean, it just swung this game back into Paul's favor, I think. Um, like it just did so much work right there, getting rid of that whole General's Blade play.
If you're Brian, you have to feel a little deflated after you had the Gunji Blade, Keller and Beck line through the first few turns, and Paul Heaver with the big Chirrut and entrenched coming into play in a big way for Paul here in game 2. Moving on to this next turn, Brian's still a little bit ahead in the race. He's got 8 damage on Paul's base, just 3 damage on Brian's base. And Brian will start with another quick 5 damage with the Hammerhead. So damage total up to 13 on Paul's base.
That Hammerhead is still posing a problem in space. It's just going to keep attacking for 5 until we get some restore down on the ground.
Paul using up some actions here. 3 damage into Brian's base with the Han leader unit. Now we're going to see the Han action ability with another Keller and Beck. Second one of game 2 for Brian. He'll search the top 7 cards of his deck for a unit. He can play it. It costs 3 less. See what he can find this time around. He found Obi-Wan. First time he played Keller and Beck. This time he finds a Grogu. So loading the board back up here.
I did see a Crate Dragon in Brian's hand, so in a couple turns, I'm assuming that's going to just be slammed, and hopefully that pushes him to the finish line here.
Absolutely, and especially if Paul doesn't have maybe a quick fell the dragon or a quick answer. Definitely could help push past the finish line. You're looking at 13 damage on, so Brian just needs to deal 15 damage as it stands. Now Paul is going to play Takedown. That will defeat Keller and Beck because Beck had 2 damage on from the Han action ability, so taking out the big 7 power threat. Brian just claiming the initiative, and Paul plays Yoda once again, so that is going to start giving him a little bit of restore.
I think that was a Fell of the Dragon. So
Does it fell? Okay, yep. You're absolutely right.
So that is huge. So one of them is down. So that makes you feel safer about playing that Crate Dragon in a turn.
Brian with the initiative. Where does he go first? Does he just get that guaranteed 5 in? He will do that once again. First action, 5 damage with the Rebellious Hammerhead, 18 damage on Paul's base.
I see another Keller and Beck in his hand too, so I think we might be seeing another one.
That would be all 3 Keller and Beck for Brian here in game 2.
But he does have to be careful because he did kill a unit, so this is Luke territory.
That is a good point. Yep, the Grogu healing the 2 damage from the Rebellious Hammerhead. to take out the itinerant warrior. And we have not seen Luke Skywalker from Paul here in game 2 yet, so certainly a good chance he's holding on to one in hand. And look at this, we're going to see timely intervention smuggled in, and we're going to play the Dagoyan Master with ambush. He will use the Force, search the top 5 cards for a Force unit. Now we'll just have to see where the attack goes with the Master. He will find a Mace Windu off the top. Certainly some good value there. And the Dagoyan Master ambushing and defeating the Han leader unit. And it's Obi-Wan Kenobi. So not Luke Skywalker just yet. Obi-Wan Kenobi coming out. That is a pretty big Sentinel unit for Paul in the ground arena.
Yeah, Obi-Wan's such a good card. Like, if you're facing any non-vigilance villainy deck, because they can't no glory it. So any of these heroism matchups, like Obi-Wan just does a lot of work, especially since they're playing so many Force units now too.
Absolutely. Now, do note, I saw in Paul's hand another Fell the Dragon. So if we see Crate Dragon coming out for Brian, Paul would have a pretty quick answer, and he would only have to suffer 4 damage coming through. Brian's going to risk it. He says, okay, do you have another Fell the Dragon? Brian playing the Crate Dragon for 8 total resources with the Han action ability used. So the action back over to Paul. And it looks like first action is just going to be a trade here. Yoda attacking into Dagoyan Master, restoring a couple from base. And they both will use the when defeated triggers here. Paul gets to draw a card, and Brian goes digging for another Force unit.
Yeah, that's smart to do, because if his next action is Fell the Dragon, then Grogu can't move any damage off of the Master to put it onto Obi-Wan to potentially clear it.
So now we're going to see another 5 damage from Rebellious Hammerhead. That Hammerhead has been putting in a lot of work through the first 2 games. Brian just came up short in the first game, but now has Paul back up to 19 damage on. There is the Fell the Dragon. Crate Dragon defeated. Now Brian gets to choose 4 damage either to Obi-Wan Kenobi or to base. And it is going to be 4 damage to Paul's base here. 23 damage on now.
And interesting that Brian attacks here, because if you claim, you threaten Hammerhead first action. Oh, okay.
Oh, look at this. He's got another Entrenched. We saw Entrenched come on to a space unit in the first game. Paul put it on Red 5 early. This time he puts it on Rebellious Hammerhead. So now he's kind of locked things up. You've got a Sentinel in the ground arena, and now Rebellious Hammerhead locked down in the space arena with Entrenched.
Yeah, so that's the second Entrenched that we've seen. There's been 2 Fells. Both have been really key parts in Paul's strategy for dealing with space and these large threats from Brian.
Brian is going to take the first action. He is going to smuggle timely intervention into play once again. What is the unit that comes out? It's Mace Windu.
And then that's 5 Overwhelm.
Look at that. It's so good. Yeah, he uses the Force, deals 4 to Obi-Wan, 5 Overwhelm damage. Here we go. Game 3. Brian taking it, and we will go the distance for the first time at the feature table here in Maryland.
Yeah, very good by Brian. I totally forgot that he picked up that Mace Windu from the Master. So he did set up both avenues of having lethal from both arenas. So very good play from him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ECL Wrecker, timely intervention Wrecker has always been good, but now Mace Windu certainly another option, and we just saw it there, being able to deal that damage and then overwhelm right through Mace Windu, a big body, 6'6", with overwhelm, dealing exactly the damage he needed to send it into game 3. And now, as we go into game 3, it looks like we've got about 16 minutes left on the clock. Should be enough time for these players to come to a natural conclusion, but definitely excited to see a game 3 for the first time, as we saw a couple quick 2-0s in round 1 and 2.
Yeah, both games of game 1 and 2 in this matchup has been really close both ways, always coming down to the wire. Even though Brian was able to play 3 Keller and Becks, Paul was still able to make it close.
Indeed, and I tell you, one of the most important cards so far in this match, surprisingly, has been Paul's Entrenched.
Mhm.
That Entrenched did so much work in the first game, locking down Red 5, and then it really helped clean up the ground arena completely with Cheer It followed by Entrenched. So that's definitely one to pay attention to for Paul here in game 3. And so far through the first couple games, the player with the initiative has won the game. So Paul will start with the initiative. We'll see if Brian can break serve for the first time in this match.
Yeah, and just kind of getting a glance at Paul's hand, it looks like he's got a Churret, Yoda. I think I saw a Kiadi Mundi. So very good hand that Paul likes. Brian's mulliganed every game, so definitely risky. But it seems like he's searching for something specific in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. He may be looking for something very specific, and he's going for it here. He's maybe could have had some mediocre hands, but he is aggressively mulliganing throughout this match. Now it all comes down to this. About 14 minutes on the clock. Paul with the first action. And we are going to change it up a little bit this time. Paul playing Yoda on turn 1, but he has started with a 3-cost unit all 3 games on turn 1. Brian will do the same. A slightly larger Obi-Wan Kenobi on turn 1. So Paul reclaims the initiative, but not a bad play to follow up the Yoda with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, and Paul picking up a Mace Windu and Luke off the top is just really good to get through that mid-range, the mid-game into those late turns. And he also looks like he has a Force Throw in hand as well.
First action for Paul, going to use the Han action ability, and he will play Cheer It right away here. So Cheer It coming out as a 3/3 with the 2 damage on from Han's action ability. And now Grogu coming out. Grogu, another Force unit, so Obi-Wan Kenobi gets Sentinel once again. When you play a Force unit, Obi-Wan Kenobi gets Sentinel for the phase. Either player has the Force at the moment, and Paul is just going to claim the initiative here.
Yeah, it provides a very awkward situation for Paul because he wants to get that Force active. But then he would just be trading off his Yoda, and right now Chirrut can't reduce the cost of this Obi-Wan if Obi-Wan attacks into it. So very stalemate in the ground arena right now.
Yeah, for sure. Brian just passed, did not attack with Obi-Wan Kenobi. And moving on here in this next round, Paul once again will have the initiative.
And it looks like from Brian's hand, he's got home 1. I think that middle card is maybe either a Yoda or a Mace Windu prestige version, and then a Kelleran Beck. So Force Throw could be very good for Paul right now if he does decide to play it this turn.
We have yet to see any Force Throws here in game 3. We saw a flurry of them in game 1, both players drawing 2. Last game, we only saw it, I believe, 1 time. We're going to see a trade right away. So Chirrut attacking into Obi-Wan Kenobi. Both units defeated. Paul has the Force. Now Grogu getting into Paul's base for one. Brian now has the force, so both players having the force here, certainly turning on things like Kiadi-Mundi, which we do not see currently in Brian's hand.
Yeah, and we also saw no Kiadi's last game either, so game
Yeah, that
one
is a
and
good
two are
point.
very, very different, but we see our first one here.
Yeah, Paul's got the great value engine in Kiadi-Mundi using the force, drawing 2 cards, and we'll see Brian. He's going to get some value as well. He doesn't have Kiadi-Mundi, but he does have Dagoyan Master with the Han action ability coming out as a 5/3 using the force. He'll go and search for a force unit. We'll see what he finds. He does find a Mace Windu here.
But you have to think with Kiadi being played for 3 and he has 1 resource up, I imagine the force throw might be being played here.
That is an excellent point. He did use the Han action ability for Kiadi, so he's just going to claim the initiative. No force throw for Paul. Now, I'm wondering, was that just to bluff the force throw? Like, is there a good advantage to putting the 2 damage on Kiadi there, not playing a force throw?
I think if the force throw misses by like not providing enough damage to kill off the master, he can just first action Kiadi into the master, so he doesn't get that second search, and he forces Grogu to attack and not use that ability to. I think was
There
the
you go.
thinking from
I
Paul.
absolutely think you're spot on there. Kiadi making that trade. Brian off the force here, so Brian does have to use Grogu to attack into Paul's base to regain the force.
And it looks like a Crate Dragon has just appeared in Brian's hand, so both late games are in each player's hands. We know Paul's got a Luke and a Mace Windu, and Brian's got every command and aggression late game card in his hand.
We do see Yoda getting into Grogu for 2, so Paul restoring the 2 damage. Both bases back down to 0 damage on. Neither player has spent any resources here. But now really Brian will have to make the first move. He will deploy Han first. And it looks like Paul's going to make a big play. He uses the Han action ability, using the force to take out Grogu with Mace Windu's when played ability. Oh, and look at this. Brian fires back with his own Mace Windu, using the force, taking out Paul's Mace. Paul deploying his Han. Brian will take out Yoda. Does give Paul an extra card. Paul has some pretty good hand here. I believe holding on to 6 cards, several options. Still has Han ready.
Yeah, that's tough for Paul because he knew that master pulled that Mace Windu into Brian's hand. So I wonder if he really felt forced into that play, or if there was another route he could have gone.
So Paul will pass up attacking with Han, just claiming the initiative here. And it definitely feels good if you're Brian to be able to respond to Mace with Mace, because now you have the board advantage in your favor.
Yeah, you're threatening that Han leader without even giving up your Mace Windu too. So like Mace will live through this fight.
Yeah, no, it really does feel like Mace is in a great spot right now for Brian. Paul's certainly going to have to keep that in mind, because if he doesn't answer Mace right away, if he needs the Han action ability, he'll definitely have to use it, because Brian could take out Han in one action. And it looks like he is going to use the Han action ability, playing Luke Skywalker. And I would assume the -3/-3 probably goes to Mace here, just keeping him from taking out the Han right away.
Yeah, that never really feels good as a blue heroism player. Like, having to proactively play a Luke. You would always rather, like, if you have the board state, if you have board control, and you can get that -6/-6 with Luke, it just feels a lot better. So this feels a little bit desperate from Paul. I wonder if he doesn't have the top end that he really wants to go into this. I did see a Fell the Dragon in his hand, so it does seem like he's prepared for the first Crate Dragon that Brian slams down.
Brian is appearing to be quite serious about getting Luke off the board. He put 3 damage into Luke with Mace Windu. See Han Solo on Paul's side getting into Brian's base for the first time this game. 3 damage on. And now we're going to see Keller and Beck coming out, finding Maz Kanata. So going wide in the ground arena. And now Han Solo will take out Luke Skywalker after Paul claims the initiative. So once again, you're in a spot as we move on to the next turn. Brian definitely has the board advantage. You have Keller and Beck now. 5 HP remaining.
Yeah, and still no Force token for Paul, so this makes a little bit awkward for, like, because we know he has a Mace Windu in hand. I think he has a Warrior in hand as well. We can't even Kiadi and draw 2 right now, so this is a very awkward spot for Paul.
You did mention Fell the Dragon in hand, and he's going to fire it out right away with the first action. Fell the Dragon defeating Keller and Beck, cleaning up this board on Brian's side. Paul continuing to do a good job of answering these big threats on Brian's side of the table.
Oof.
But here comes another big threat. It's the first time we've seen Home 1 in this match. Home 1 coming out for 7 resources off of Han's action ability. Obi-Wan Kenobi back into play in the ground arena. He'll have Sentinel for the face.
Yeah, and that's huge because we've seen from the first 2 games that Paul doesn't really have good answers for the space arena. Like, he's been using those entrenched for it. I did see another Fell the Dragon in his hand, so if he uses it on that Home 1, that's 2 Fell the Dragons down, and we know Brian has a Crate Dragon in hand, so that can provide a lot of problems for Paul.
Absolutely. Now, Paul does play the Itinerant Warrior, getting a Force unit in the ground arena. Does have a couple damage, but does have the shield token. All just claiming the initiative. 3 damage on each base, but Brian certainly holding on to the scarier presence on the board. You've got the Home 1 in the space arena. You talked about entrenched really being the good answer for these space units. We'll see if Paul is able to do that once again on Home 1, or if he has another answer. Of course, Fell the Dragon does it as well, but you have to be careful, right? Because Fell the Dragon is very important against the Crate Dragon. And if Brian was able to get that down and it stick for any period of time, game could go quite the wrong way for you if you're Paul.
Yeah, we might have to see a force throw on yourself if you're Paul to get rid of this Home 1, because now he slammed the Crate Dragon, so he knows to use the Fell in the crate now.
Yeah, there you go. So Crate Dragon coming out a turn early. Now we did see Paul get the Force as the Itinerant Warrior attacked and defeated Maz Kanata, just losing the shield token. Paul has the next action. We've got to answer that Crate Dragon. It looks like deciding whether he may want to attack with Han first. Paul's got plenty of cards in hand, but it just feels like he's been on the back foot for the last several turns.
Yeah, we kind of saw that first Luke, and that's kind of been it. Like, his Mace Windu got answered right away. We haven't seen a Crate Dragon from Paul any of these games. It really definitely feels like he feels like he's lacking in the late game compared to Brian, where he's got plenty of threats.
Well, there it is. So we see Home 1 getting in with the first big attack, 7 damage to base, and now Fell the Dragon defeating the Crate Dragon. So he did have Fell. 4 more damage to base off of the crate trigger. Obi-Wan Kenobi getting in for another 3. Just like that, Paul is at 17 damage on base. What a turn here. Now, Paul does have force throw. So he plays force throw, and he is hoping, or is he force throwing himself here?
I think he's deciding. I think he has
Okay.
to choose himself.
Okay, yep, there it is. You called it. That is a good line to take out the home one. So force throw discarding his own Mace Windu. Home one defeated. And after taking out Crate Dragon, now you've dealt with both big threats. He plays Yoda. So now Paul has kind of shifted the momentum back into his favor a little bit. He has control of the board. Brian is ahead in the race. You have to feel a little bit more comfortable if you're Paul closing out that turn.
Yeah, it is a little worrisome though that you've had to use 2 fells already. Like now you assume Brian's just going to start slamming big threats after big threats. But he does have a Kiadi in hand, so maybe he can find some more removal to this late game that Brian's going to have here.
So here we go. Brian is going to play Timely Intervention. He is smuggling it into play. Let's see what unit is being ambushed in. It's going to be Kiadi. He'll use the Force, draw 2 cards. Now Kiadi-Mundi will ambush and defeat Yoda. That's going to shut off the restore capabilities for Paul here on this turn. He does get to draw an extra card. A good solid value play, answering Yoda, getting a couple extra cards. And of course, getting the Force right back when Kiadi ambushes.
Yeah, you feel really good if you're Paul with that play because he spent most of his turn just killing off your Yoda, and he didn't really do too much to like really threaten your base. So it feels a lot safer to play this Obi-Wan and kind of just start to try to get momentum back in your favor.
Now we are getting word, I believe that's Sonny letting us know that these 2 players do have a time extension, so
But this
around 4
Obi-Wan
minutes
having
is...
Sentinel is huge.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, definitely gumming up the ground arena. The Itinerant Warrior now dealing 4 damage to Obi-Wan Kenobi, who did have Sentinel for the phase after Kiadi came out. Brian just playing the blue leader over in the space arena to try and put some more pressure on here. Now we're going to see Paul play his own Kiadi-Mundi using the Force, drawing a couple cards.
And I did catch a glimpse of that 3rd copy of Fell of the Dragon in Paul's hand.
So Han Solo attacking and defeating Obi-Wan Kenobi. We move to the next turn. Still 17 damage on Paul's base, 4 damage on Brian's base. And of course, time starting to be a factor here.
Yeah, and Paul's got the Obi-Wan in the ground arena, so Brian's probably thinking he has to finish this in the space arena, potentially, but it looks like he's got a nice timely play lined up here.
Yeah, we're going to see back-to-back turns with timely intervention smuggled into play. This time around, we are smuggling Yoda in. Here comes Yoda. It's the first time we've seen Brian play Yoda this game, or this match, excuse me. He uses the Force, heals all the damage off of his base, and it looks like he is going to defeat Obi-Wan Kenobi with the when he uses the Force off of Yoda's triggered ability there, and then ambushes and defeats Kiadi-Mundi. So big play for Brian, cleaning up Paul's ground arena.
Yeah, and he gets to choose the order of all those triggers, so now Paul doesn't even get to draw a card off of placing those 2 experience points on a Jedi.
Such a good line there for Brian. Excellent play. Great spot for that timely into Yoda. We hadn't seen him yet in this match, but he comes in. The vengeance here in game 3. Han cleaning up the board a little bit. Another 3 damage to Paul's base with the blue leader. And there is Luke Skywalker coming in, -6 to Yoda. Yoda defeated. We're going to see Paul once again with another Sentinel unit in the ground arena as well as he plays Chirrut. And once again, we finish the turn, and Paul is able to shift the momentum as we close things up.
Yeah, what's not really been talked about is his Han leader has just been living all these turns and just been getting a lot of value, just being able to allow Paul play multiple units in a turn.
First action, Brian has it. He'll deal 3 with the blue leader in the space arena. That 3 damage will come right off as Paul is able to get in for 6 with Luke Skywalker. Now we're going to see Ki-Adi-Mundi once again. Force being used. Brian will draw a couple extra cards, but Paul really getting close to stabilizing things here.
Yeah, he's going to be able to catch up in the space race a lot by just having this Luke Skywalker, basically making a 9-point health swing every time because he attacks for 6 and restores 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Both Ki-Adi-Mundis off the board. What another close game. This match has been great between these two players going the distance and very close to time being called in the round. Another Obi-Wan Kenobi for Brian. And here comes a big play for Paul. That's important to take out the space unit. Anakin Skywalker, his win plate ability, giving blue leader -3/-3. And now Brian will play force throw with Obi-Wan on the board. Bogdo discarded, 3 damage, and Chirrut is defeated, but Paul follows up with another Chirrut.
A healthier Chirrut, too.
Absolutely. And Brian will play another force throw, discarding his own Mace Windu to defeat the second Chirrut. What a wild turn, using the Han action ability, paying 2 for red 5. So now he has a couple different threats here.
I was a little surprised to see that he took out the Chirrut and not the Luke Skywalker, because that Luke is going to get a lot more value by swinging in for 6 and healing 3. So I wonder if he has like maybe another timely play lined up or what he's got going on.
There it is, Luke Skywalker once again attacking and defeating Obi-Wan Kenobi, restoring 3. Now Luke does get defeated with the on-attack ability from red 5. But now Anakin getting in for 5 here, and just like that, this damage race really tightening up. You've got Brian into double digits now, 11 damage on Brian's base, 20 damage on Paul's base. Here's another big play for Brian, playing Kelleran Beck with quite a few resources left.
Yeah,
so Kelleran Beck can scale here. Yeah, there it is. And he's got home 1. He found it. Oh, what a play. So home 1 will just cost a total of 5, and then he'll be able to get back Obi-Wan Kenobi from the discard pile for free off of home 1's win plate ability. What a chain there off of Kelleran Beck.
Yeah, that's huge. His board state just went from being a red 5 to I have a home 1, Kelleran Beck, and Obi-Wan now. So this is very scary.
Kelleran Beck gets so good as the game goes later, being able to play a big unit like that home 1. Now we do see Ki-Adi-Mundi coming out, Paul getting some value there, Fell the Dragon defeating home 1, and now force throw will force Brian to discard. It looked like Ki-Adi-Mundi, and I believe the handshake, I believe we were at time. So I think this is going to end in a draw here.
Okay. I wasn't sure if Paul conceded or not,
okay.
so it might be time.
Yep.
Okay.
And we are getting official word. It is a draw, My goodness, you hate to see it end in a draw because that was a fantastic match. Great action on from both players throughout those 3 games. You love to see it go the distance, and both of these players will go to 2-0-1. What a match. Now, that was time in the round, so we're not going to have a big break, but we're going to step away for a short break before we get the next round started. We will do another giveaway, hopefully, at the end of next round, so stay tuned for that. Ryan, it has been a pleasure having you here with me, doing some commentary with you, but I believe you're going to be heading off, and we'll have Ian coming in after this round. So, Ryan, it's been so good to do some commentary with you.
Yeah, always a pleasure having fun on a Sunday, watching some Star Wars.
Absolutely. Well, again, thank you to all the viewers for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for some more coverage from the 1.5K at Tournament City Games in Maryland. Stay tuned.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here at the Tournament City Games 1.5K in Frederick, Maryland, the first big streamed event of the new Set 5 meta. I'm Josh Snyder. We've got a new guest joining me in the booth for this round. We've got Ian Klein from the Bothan Network. Ian, so good to have you here. How you doing, man?
Hey Josh, lovely to be here. Excited for some set 5 action. Catch me up, man. What did I miss? How are the games so far?
Oh, they've been great. We've seen a lot of different force decks. We've seen some Towson green. We of course saw both variations of Han 2, the blue and green. We saw a spicy Kylo yellow back in round 1, and we've seen Emperor Palpatine, Colossus doing some work on stream in round 2 against an interesting Revan deck. So we've seen a lot of cool stuff, and right now we are looking to have some more spicy matchups for you here in round 4. Looks like we're going to have Kylo versus Gar Saxon.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know the new Kylo people are pretty hyped for with ECL, which it looks like is what Josh is playing. And Gar Saxon is an oldie but a goodie. Definitely got some more toys. There's a lot more shielded units. I mean, every set I feel like we get that, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gar, of course, has kind of been there, right? He's been in the meta for a little bit. Gar Yellow's been hanging around, and as you mentioned, just gets a little bit better, a little bit at a time. But this Kylo ECL deck, how viable do you think this deck is? I mean, obviously Kira was so popular last meta, right? Kira Data Vault was huge, kind of phased out ECL a little bit, but now we see Kylo coming into play with ECL, and I think a big part of that ECL is probably because of the new Darth Vader, but how viable do you think this is, Ian?
Yeah, so I'm more of a fan of the Kira decks than the Kylo decks, trying to do a similar thing, but having like a different type of leader flip that can impact the game in a different way. The other card that they like to ECL a lot is the new Anakin unit, because the Kylo deck can discard upgrades of out of aspect upgrades, like the heirloom lightsaber from set 5. That's a heroic card in order to turn on that Anakin unit. So you can get some pretty impactful plays when you ECL that Anakin in, do 5 damage on the ground, and you can -3 in 2 different places, even the thing that you're ECLing into. So there's some really cool high impact plays outside of the new Vader ECL as well. I do worry about the Kylo ECL deck into aggro decks, like a Vader 4 or Sabine Green don't seem like great matchups, just because you're at such a low health total. You don't have a leader that comes out until it's probably too late in those matchups. So Kira has a much better job, especially running Data Vault with the 33 HP. Much better job at handling the aggressive decks. But I think this deck, the Kylo ECL deck, is probably really good into shielded decks, like we see the Gar Saxon deck, right? Because the Vader gets to kill something with a shield when it attacks. So it'll be interesting to see how impactful that is. I think the Gar Yellow deck's going to have to really push the pressure in space and try to leverage the space lane against the Kylo deck.
Yeah, well, here we go. Game 1 is underway, and right out of the gate, a quick Kylo action ability used. Discarding Craving Power, draws a card.
Love that card. Oh, top target as well. So he definitely understands that aggro is not the best matchup, and you got to do everything you can, including some healing upgrades, which is kind of cool because in the Kylo deck, you're playing against a control deck, you can just discard it to Kylo and draw a new card, and don't feel as bad when you draw these like silver bullet aggro cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So with Director Krennic in play, James has the initiative. James on your right, piloting Gar Saxon. We've got Josh Everly on the left from Team Sekrit, piloting the Kylo ECL. So he's able to pay 1 for the Inferno 4. And now we're going to see some early ramp. We've got Super Laser Technician coming in for Josh, and Surprise Strike onto the Director Krennic. 6 damage to base here.
Yeah, and then he gets to heal off the Uncle Owen. That card's been sneaky good for me, just in a deck that wants to find force units. And like we said, the pinnacle cards for this Kylo deck is Vader and Anakin. So early game, you get to just heal some damage, and then you get to find your bombs in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, on this turn, Josh Everly using the action ability on Kylo, discarding Electro Staff to draw an extra card. So a lot of early card advantage. He's used that Kylo action ability a couple times already. Of course, you talked about it, Owen. Of course, Owen can get some more advantage off of that when defeated ability. So first action for James, we're going to deal, it looks like 3 damage with Krennic. And then the Super Laser Technician just going to pop the shield token, and Josh gets an extra resource off of Technician up to 5 total. We're just going to trade some actions with attacks here. Inferno 4 gets in for 2, and then Owen deletes that 2 with the restore.
These players are playing at lightning speed. I appreciate it. But at the same time, Josh, you have your work cut in for you.
Absolutely. Looks like Shin Hati coming out for James. And then Power of the Dark Side for Josh. It's Inferno 4 that will be defeated here.
I'm not sure I like the defeat on the Inferno 4. I get wanting to dig, but the Space Lane is where the weakness is for this Kylo deck, so I would kind of want to just keep chipping damage away there.
Right. You know, that's a very fair point. But once again, James with the initiative, going to play that shuttle ST-149, getting a shield token here.
Yeah, choosing not to move any shields with the on attack ability. And then here looks like we're getting the ECL play that we've been talking about. So ECL putting a second shield onto the Shin Hati and then ambushing into the Director Krennic, taking off Darth Vader's own shield, and then healing a bunch of damage. He's back to 0 damage on base.
Crazy. Yeah, he got to heal 6 damage because a top target was on a unique unit. So when you claim that bounty, if it is on a unique unit, you get to heal 6. So he healed back down to 1. He attacks with Owen, restores the other 2, and all that work that James had put in, now he's got to start all over again. Now he does have a Shuttle ST in the space arena, and he'll start out with a second surprise strike. That's going to be 7 damage back onto ECL. But Vader's going to get in for 5. And like you talked about, that Vader is so good in this matchup because it just takes out the shielded units.
Yeah, it's super interesting. And it looks like here we're just going to have a Kylo flip that deals with Gar Saxon. The Craving Power gets to just deal 7 to the Gar Saxon, and then he can Legal Authority the Krennic ship.
That is so good. My goodness. So the ship captured, Gar defeated, and now he's going to swing for 7 with Kylo. What a turn for Josh here, wiping the board.
Actually, I think the Kylo got no good to me dead. And then he attacked with the Owen just to heal some more damage.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
see, the Kylo didn't untap there. But I mean, he's still in such a favorable position here. This is the type of thing where it's like, in this matchup, the guard deck has to really fight hard, really fast in space, and hope that the Vader doesn't have everything on curve. Or sorry, the Kylo deck doesn't have everything on curve. But with all of the rummaging that you get to do through your deck by discarding the upgrades and drawing new cards, the deck is pretty consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems that way thus far in this match. Now, we do see 5 damage to base with Darth Vader, bringing the damage total up to 14 on James' base. And it looks like James is just going to claim the initiative. Owen getting in, just restoring a couple damage on attack. And then look at this, another big threat. Reinforcement Walker. Oh my goodness, he discards the top card, which was a Pershing, heals another 3 damage. My goodness, all the work that James has done has just been deleted multiple times now. And that is a massive board in the ground arena. He is showing, I believe, what is that? 6, 11, 18 damage right now in the ground arena.
Yeah, that's silly. I mean, I would have scooped probably already at this point, because there's no way a deck like Gar Saxon can kind of get back in this. I guess this is one way that he can try, which is Shin Flurry with his own Darth Vader. So he can... I mean, he kind of has to put the shield on Kylo, because he would have to ambush into the Kylo, and doing 5 to that Kylo doesn't do much. But this is a tough pickle, because this Darth Vader is only killing 1 unit.
Yeah, no, you're
you usually want
right.
it to kill 2 for it to be like that really insane play, like his opponent did to him.
Yeah, because Vader only has 5 power. Everything on Josh's side of the board has 6 HP or more.
Well,
we're
and the
gonna
Kylo
see.
has Sentinel, so he has to attack that.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. So we are going to see the shield token put on James's Vader and Reinforcement Walker. Vader attacking into Kylo for 6 here. It was 1 extra, so the Sentinel
Because of
actually
the
plays
guard,
a
yeah.
role. Exactly. Plays an important role. Reinforcement Walker defeated off of that on attack ability. But now we see a lot of damage coming through as Kylo is able to get in now as he was freed up after that no good to me dead.
Yeah, super interesting. Where is he putting the shield? He used the Lone Pike, to put a shield on his own Lone Pike. Okay, so he put it on Vader. 1 damage. Is that supposed to be a shield? I think that's supposed to be a shield. I would have put it on the Owen personally, but
Yeah, that's a fair point. So
there we go.
yeah, there is the shield token. Now we're going
Oh
to
no, is
see,
this
this
a
could be a
timely
big
Anakin
play.
maybe?
Timely intervention being smuggled in for Josh. What does he have? Does he have the Anakin? Oh, he has Rey
Oh,
here.
Rey. Yep. This is another heroic card that the Kylo deck gets to play, because Rey says that if your leader is Kylo, you can ignore the heroic aspect penalty on her.
That is a great point. So 4 damage to
Oh
Lone
my
Pike.
gosh. So he ambushed in the Rey, used Rey's ability to give his opponent's Vader a shield, and then attacked with his own Vader to base, killing the shielded Vader on his opponent's side using the Vader's on attack ability. That's awesome.
So good. What a terrific line for Josh. Now
Yeah,
you see.
it seems like he's played this deck a lot, because he's very quick with these lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Very quick. James up to 26 damage on his base. I don't know if there's a way back into this. Just 4 HP remaining. So both Vader and Rey right now threatening lethal here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game was over when the Kylo flipped, but he's giving it a good college try right now. All right, they're finally scooping it up.
There you go. So James does scoop it up here. Josh with a big game 1 victory with Kylo ECL and really showing some of the power that this deck holds. There was so many interesting interactions there. It was pretty brutal at certain points in that game for James.
Yeah, it's interesting because like the Gar Saxon deck is an aggro deck, which the Kylo deck should be weak to, but I don't think it's as aggressive as it needs to be against Kylo. And like I said, he really needs to take care of this, or take advantage of the space arena, because that's where Kylo is weak. If you notice, Kylo never played a single space unit. I mean, maybe he has some like sideboard space sentinels, like the new one from set 5, the 3/3 sentinel in space. Like that could be a good card for him to bring in. The guard deck really just needs to kind of go lights out in space. Like if they slam a lurking TIE Phantom and put like an Iden pilot onto it, which makes it I mean, that's like attacking for like 9 damage every turn at that point, right? Or what it would be, 8 damage, because it would have 6 attack plus the raid 2. Like that's kind of what you want to be doing as Gar against the Kylo deck.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely could be the strategy here moving forward for James. I did see a couple space units, but it would be great to put some more pressure on in the space arena, because once
It's
you
another
get
way
that,
to also turn off his opponent's Vader, because the Vader has to attack in order to kill a shielded unit. So if you don't put anything in this ground arena for him to ambush into, he would just have to play the Vader, and then maybe you can no good it the following turn to like save your space unit.
yeah, that is a good point. We'll give him the ambush option, but we'll see if James can find the space threats in game 2. Both of these players sitting at 3-0 right now. This is table number 1. Now
I'm surprised that this Gar deck is 3-0. I'm a huge Gar hater though. I've never liked that deck, so probably because I play a lot of yellow decks, and yellow decks against Gar are pretty good when you can, exhaust or bounce all the things that they're doing.
Absolutely. So quick mulligan for James. Looks like Josh is going to keep his hand. So an important 6 cards coming up for James. He will start with the initiative.
Looks like he has that lurking tie phantom, but he's got no turn 1 play.
Yeah, no turn 1.
This is
would
rough.
Be brutal. Yeah, he doesn't
he
have
just
it.
claims.
That is...
Oh, and then a Pershing from Kylo to just really get some consistency, get some draws, find what he needs.
Yeah, turn 1 Kylo so good in these blue-green villainy decks. Get that draw advantage early. We do see the lurking tie phantom coming out. Pershing will draw a card for Josh. And it looks like it's just going to be a resupply for Josh. So he's going to ramp up on turn 2 to 4 resources here. So now he can essentially match Gar Saxon, right? He will be able to deploy same turn that Gar deploys. First action. Oh, look at this. Iden is going to pilot. Yeah, Iden piloting the lurking tie phantom.
Yeah,
Solid
honestly,
play.
him not having a turn 1 ground play might actually be in his favor right now.
Yeah, no, you could make a really strong case there. So Iden giving the tie phantom +3/+3. So it swings for 7.
And then +1 from the Gar ability.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. So the additional static +1. That's a monstrous lurking tie phantom right now. But you called it. Space is the place to be. Yeah. We do see Ray coming out for Josh, so it's been all ground, of course, once again for Josh here in game 2. And look at this. It's going to be a huge strike. This is going to be 11 damage. James playing surprise strike, lurking tie phantom. The huge swing into energy conversion lab. Fantastic. You called it, Space. He's got to do it. That's what he's done here in game 2. Mulliganed aggressively for it, and it could pay off. 19 damage on energy conversion lab.
He has to claim, unless he has an answer to the lurking tie. But I mean, with a shield on it, there's not many answers. Like, he can't play Vader and then try to attack next turn because it's already check.
Yeah. What a start for James here in game 2, trying to send this feature match to the distance.
I hope if this goes to a game 3 that the Gar player has a turn 1 play, but he has the Phantom and the Iden, just chooses not to play it. He just chooses not to play it. Don't give the ECL target. Oh no, what is he doing? Why did he play that card? He's about to get blown out. Oh wait, no. Vader can't defeat the lurking tie. I'm so silly. Never mind. Lurking tie is busted.
Yeah, lurking tie phantom, it's immune to being defeated by enemy card abilities.
Yeah, I'm silly. I was overreacting for nothing.
Shin-Hati coming out for James in the ground arena, hidden this phase, but it looks like Josh has seen enough, scooping it up. We're going to game 3 here in round 4.
I think the only out he had was he had to activate Kylo, put a heroic card into the discard, and then play Anakin for -6. But I don't think he had a villainy card in the discard either, so I don't know how he would get both at that stage because he just resupplied and played a Pershing and a Ray. So there was no cards that went to his discard. He didn't discard any cards with his Kylo ability.
What a game!
I mean, sometimes you just have to activate Kylo to discard a card, I think, and just not get the draw ability. You don't have to discard an upgrade.
Yeah, no, that is a great point.
Maybe he didn't have the Anakin though. Who knows?
Going to game 3. That may be the quickest game we've seen on stream all day. That was a...
Yeah, we got 37 minutes left in the round. It's crazy.
That was now we've seen another fast round that was kind of surprising. We go all the way back to round 2. The Emperor Palpatine Colossus deck stomped the Darth Revan deck pretty quickly, but that particular game right there, that was lightning fast. Now,
I feel a little bit like Nostradamus calling out the lurking tie with Iden, because that is really the only avenue Gar has to win. Like, it's a good avenue, but you got to draw it. Oh, we see the Iden. No lurking tie, though.
Yeah, I don't think he drew the lurking tie this time around. Josh will start with the initiative in this final game, and it looks like Josh is the one taking the mulligan this time around. James is satisfied with that opening hand. We didn't see the tie phantom, but did have
He has
Iden.
an
It looks like
Inferno
he had.
4.
Yeah, he did have the turn 1 space play this time around.
Yeah. I think that's the move. Like, he has a Greedo and some other stuff, but I think you just play the space unit, pilot it with Iden, and just try to get him down through space.
Yeah. And hey, look, at the end of the day, you could potentially dig into that lurking tie phantom with the Inferno 4.
Exactly. All
We're
right,
gonna
so
see.
villainy card in the discard.
Yep, there it is. We saw this in the first game. Quick action ability from Josh, discarding the Craving Power, drawing a card. We see Inferno 4 coming out. And there it is, Lurking TIE Phantom for
Wow.
James. He's found it again.
The real question, though, is does he just play the Lurking Tie this turn, or does he play the Iden Pilot? I think playing the Lurking Tie is better because you get to play around Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah, that is a great point. Definitely shuts power down right away. We're going to see Super Laser Technician come out for Josh. So once again, he's got some potential ramp here, but no ground units out currently for James. There is the Lurking TIE Phantom, back-to-back games. He's found the space unit that he really needs, and this time he was able to find Inferno 4 into Lurking TIE Phantom. So brilliant start for James here in Game 3.
And this is the downside to playing Kylo compared to something like Kira, where Kira can activate and destroy their own super laser tech in order to ramp on time. But if Gar just doesn't play a ground unit, it's just turning it off, you know?
Yeah. So first action on Josh's side of the table. See what he finds here. We've got to find a way to deal with that space arena. The space arena looking quite challenging already. And he's going to resupply.
I don't know if that's going to be
5.
good enough.
That
Yeah,
is
it's also funny enough. I'm pretty sure it can't be captured either, which is another way that Kylo could try to.
Here it
try to
is,
get rid of it,
Inferno getting in for 2. Iden piloting Lurking TIE Phantom once again. What a play. He'll play Greedo as well. Now, that does give an option for that the technician to ramp Josh up to 7.
Yeah, I feel like you just don't
turn.
need the Greedo, but maybe he just wants Josh to waste an action by attacking into it. I mean, the Craving Power can kill just like Craving Power onto Kylo flip can just kill the Inferno 4. It can't do anything about the Lurking Tie.
Yeah, that's right. And Lurking TIE is swinging for 8 per turn, 12 damage on Energy Conversion Lab right now. Josh has the first action once again. That is
so I guess maybe if he gets like
point.
a top target for the Inferno 4, he can try to heal that way with the Kylo flip while also gumming up the ground with his leader as being a Sentinel. And you're just trying to like hope that the heal's enough. But I mean, James can get Josh's base to what, 20 damage in the meantime, and then even if he heals 6, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, 8 damage a turn with TIE Phantom right now is just massive to say
it's
the
so
least.
Good.
Yeah, it really is. Josh just thinking through this first action.
There's a lot of upgrades that the Kylo deck could play, and you get to cycle it in matchups where it's not that good. So I don't know if he's playing things like Perilous Position or Entrenched, but those are the ones that jump out to me as cards that could potentially deal with this Lurking Tie, at least for a turn, with the Perilous Position. But Entrenched just shuts it off entirely.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Doesn't look like he has it in hand. He's got this Vader that still can't kill the Lurking Tie. Now that I remember
the Lurking
how
TIE
card
Phantom is
abilities work.
It's just protecting, right? Protecting from things like Vader and these different abilities. Lurking TIE Phantom so good against these more control style decks with removal abilities or defeat abilities.
Yeah, I mean, this guard deck is trying to fight on an axis that this Kylo deck really can't attack on or defend against, I guess, really. And same thing with the red blue hero decks. Like, they have a decent time, or they have a hard time trying to deal with that in an efficient way outside of like a Luke being turned on and -6ing, because that's really the only way you're gonna deal with it, is giving -X effects to the Lurking Tie when it's suited up with Knight and Pilot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tough spot, right? I mean, he's thinking through if he has any outs here, if there are any lines, but Josh is taking quite some time on this first action because, again, there's no answer showing right now for that Phantom. So we are going to trade Technician for Greedo, and there it is, Surprise Strike. Oh, on Inferno 4, and that's going to mean that the next swing with the Lurking TIE Phantom would be game. Josh has no way to stop the TIE Phantom with the next action. James, after getting stomped in Game 1, returns the favor in Games 2 and 3. He remains undefeated in Maryland.
Wow. Exciting.
Wow.
Very awesome.
What a match. And it was very interesting because it went the distance, right? This match went 3 games, but every single game was very one-sided, right? Like Josh,
yes.
Controlled Game 1 completely, dominated Game 1, and then James finding the TIE Phantom, finding Iden to pilot it, dominated in Games 2 and 3. Crazy match. And look at this. Gar Saxon Yellow undefeated right now as we will get ready for round 5. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, that was super awesome.
All right, so I talked about it a little bit at the end of last round. We are going to go ahead and do another giveaway. So we've got one more giveaway for sure. So we're going to do this giveaway right now. And I don't know if Ryan or Sonny can confirm, but where we're at on the subscriber count. But the stretch goals, the stretch giveaways here, if you will, if we can get the secret YouTube channel up to 625 subscribers, we'll have another giveaway of a Spark of Rebellion booster box. And then if we can go all the way to 750 subscribers during this stream, Team Secret will be giving away a Jump to Light Speed Carbonite booster box. So definitely help us get that subscriber count up so we can give those extra giveaways later on in the stream. But we will do one giveaway now, and that is going to be a regional Ahsoka Plo Koon soft crate box and the regional Piet sleeve. So we got the soft crate and the Piet sleeves for the winner of this giveaway. So I will ask you guys a question, and the first person to put the correct answer in chat will be the winner. So here we go. Here's the next giveaway question. How old was Padme Amidala when she was elected Queen of Naboo? How old was Padme when she was elected Queen of Naboo? First person to put the correct answer in chat will take away the soft crate box and the Piet sleeve. So fire away your answers. And Ian, what are you thinking so far about this tournament?
I mean, this is really exciting, man. I love that you guys put this together to have a tournament before the the big galactic championship that we have in a week or two. I forget now. Days are blending together. What is it? 11 days from now? That's crazy. So yeah, it's cool to see a little peek at what the meta might be with all these great players. We got the secret team out here repping a bunch of different decks, which is really cool. Yeah, I'm just excited to see what people come up with, man. I mean, I love brewing in this game and building different decks, and just excited to see what happens and what ends up finishing on top.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the giveaway, we do have a winner. The correct answer was 14, and we do have several people that put that in chat. But the first person to put 14 in chat, and I hope I am pronouncing the screen name correctly, Chame or Chame, I'm not sure. Chameh, that screen name, Chame, that is the winner of the giveaway here. So if you are not a part of the Team Secret Discord, check out the link in the description of this stream. Make sure to join the Team Secret Discord, and you will go there and reach out to Secret Sunny reach out to Sonny and he will get you hooked up with the soft crate and the Piet sleeves. Congrats to that, and thank you for everyone for participating in the giveaway. So again, it looks like we've got an update. I believe Mark posted the subscriber count. We're at 592. So we need to get to 625. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Let's get to 625, and we will have a Spark of Rebellion booster box giveaway coming up later in the stream. Well, I do believe we are going to take a little bit of a break. I've got to get me some food in me before we go any further.
Go
Ian,
eat, buddy.
Ian, is there anything that you kind of want to share or talk about a little bit before we go on break? Anything you want to call out here?
No, I mean, people who don't know, part of the Bothan network, hit us up. We have a public Discord server. I can put the link in the chat, and always excited to play some games with people and meet new people. So
yeah,
join us.
No doubt about it. Yeah, definitely. Bothan network, fantastic group of people and players, as well as Team Sekrit. So definitely join both of those Discords. If you're not already, subscribe to the Sekrit YouTube channel. Let's get it. Looks like we got 600 subs now. We're closing in on the next stretch giveaway. But again, thank you to each and every one of you tuning in. We've got round 5 action from this 1.5K coming soon. Stay tuned.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Don't know the power of the dark side. Where is Padma? Is she safe? Is she all right? Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
intend to rule with respect.
All right, everyone. Thanks for waiting. We are live with round 5 of this awesome Set 5 tournament hosted by Tournament City Games in Maryland. And I am joined by a new host or commentator, none other than everybody's favorite trophy husband, Alex the Greatest Blandon. Alex, how are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Interested to see what people have cooked up that isn't Han 2. So that's gonna or Red Force deck. So that's exciting, and I think we actually picked a pretty good match for that.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have Mother Talzin Green versus Avar Chris Red.
We got the formula half right there, but at least Avar Chris isn't something we've seen yet before. So this is gonna be kind of an interesting one. Um, I do actually kind of like Avar Chris's front side. I've done some playing with exactly Avar Chris Red, and man, that front side ability is it's so good, especially when you play against those decks that are just trying to keep you off the force and there's no way to do it. I mean, she's got an awesome front side.
Yeah, no, I mean getting the force whenever you want on command is pretty awesome. It's just so hard to get her to flip earlier than turn or resource turn 8 for me.
Yeah, and that was kind of always my biggest problem is like you're trying to string together these hands that are going to let you flip early, but the hands that let you do that are typically not very like they're hard to keep, they're clunky. You have often have like weak turns because you're playing these awkward, clunky, low mana cards, trying to get your flip out early, and then you kind of end up falling behind. And it's also rough because everybody's playing force throw right now, so when your hand just gets pinched so early, it's hard to hold all these pieces in your hand to try to get this early aggressive flip. But one thing she does do well is keep getting the force and abusing these force effects that everyone loves to see these formats, or this format, like Mace Windu, Kiadi, even some of the nice green ones too.
Yeah. I'm surprised the Avar Chris player isn't pairing it with blue to try to take advantage of some of the more like frequent activations or use of the force token. Like I found Cheer being one of the ones that could potentially be a way that you get a bunch of activations at once. It's like that and the daughter are like the only ones that you can really chain together in a turn without much other work besides playing the card. But obviously you get force throw if you're playing red, so can't hate on it. Also,
Yeah,
it looks like this guy's playing with like the showcase and full like prestige 2 variant cards. Like everything's hyperfoil or prestige in this guy's deck.
Oh man, you need sunglasses to look at this deck. I mean, that's rich. I'm not pocket watching, but man, that's rich.
Amazing. How do you
And
feel
we're
about
gonna
Talzin Green? I feel like I haven't seen that type of variation on it. Like, is there a benefit to going with the force stuff with a blue green deck than the normal soft control stuff we see?
I mean, I don't think you're ever going to beat the value of the red force package right now. And I typically see at least the same 12 cards in every deck. It's going to be 3 Adigalia, 3 Kiadi Mundi, 3 Force Throw, 3 Mace Windu. And maybe like some people play like one less Adigalia, but like I've seen that 11 to 12 card package in pretty much every red force deck to date. So there's probably a few more that I'm forgetting, but it's a deck that so easily kind of just builds itself when you include red in there, and you get all the best cards. I mean, Kiadi Mundi and Force Throw are two of the best cards right now.
Yeah.
I don't see a reason, like, I think you're kind of playing on hard mode if you're opting to play a Force deck and not playing the color red right now.
Well, what about in villain though? Like you get force throw for sure, but you don't get Kiadi Mundi on curve with Talzin, right? So is there any benefit to going green over red? Like you get Vader unit as like a 7-drop that's good.
Oh, in
You get
Talzin,
ramp.
I mean, yeah, I mean, in Talzin, honestly, I haven't played Talzin Green, so I don't really know what the benefits of green is. So one thing that I think is kind of contradictory when I was looking at the green list this morning was that you have 6 pieces of ramp, but then Talzin's best units are all the 4-drops. So like these things kind of contradict one another because you're skipping turn 4 a lot of the time, which it's
Right.
still fine because on 5, if you have a force throw, okay, you can do force throw and one of your really powerful 4s. But Talzin seems like the last deck that I'd want to be skipping turn 4 with. And if we're doing this like kind of late game blue green villainous stuff, well, I think Kylo and Kira just do that a lot better right now.
Hmm.
So I don't. This seems like a deck that really wants the red stuff, that has a lot of great damage cards, force throw, of course, a lot of cards that pair very well with its ability. I'm just not. I don't know. It just,
Convinced. I get it. I get it. It's okay.
yeah,
You're too Han two
I'm not
pilled.
sold. Yeah, I'm not sold on Talzin. I like Talzin red. I mean, hell, I even like Talzin yellow. Talzin green playing 6 ramp seems like you're just kind of like a watered down Kira deck to me. So, and maybe I'm wrong, but
How do you feel about these prestige foil Kiadi from the Avar deck?
say that one more time. Sorry.
It's the prestige foil Kiadi just really rubbing it in your opponent's face that
I'm
you
gonna
have
be
the best
honest
card
with
in the game on your side.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is gonna throw me off pretty badly because I don't know what any of the prestige arts look like. So I'm kind of just like squinting my eyes trying to figure out what cards these are.
All right, I'll do the play-by-play then. I got you.
I can tell that's Kiadi. I can see the big cone head. That's a dead
Yeah, we got a
giveaway.
cone
But
head over here.
yeah, I can see the cone head. But some of these are gonna throw me through a loop. So bear with me here, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting to say Avar deck was playing that like 2/2 brawler guy since you can activate Avar to get the force on turn 1 and make a 4/4. But I have not found that guy is very good.
Yeah, I think that card's actually pretty okay, but like I'm not like this is the real one. This is the card I love I love about Avar, always having the force for Ethkoth. I think this guy is stellar.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
That card is
Yeah,
it's very nice that they finally gave Hero a super laser tech type card. And
yes.
here's the force throw. Are we going from hand? Are we going to see a Crate Dragon kill a Talzin? We are. Who would have thought in this meta that we would see a force throw Crate Dragon killing a Mother Talzin? Not me.
Yeah, I mean, throwing a dragon like kind of epitomizes everything that I dislike about force throw as a card because I feel like that's like one of the most common plays right now. It's like, oh, I'm gonna flip my Cad Bane leader, I'm gonna flip my 7 HP Quinlan or Talzin leader, and they're just gonna force throw a Crate Dragon at you because the 2 cards they drew off Kiadi. Like Kiadi Mundi has effectively become a 4 mana kill any creep unit you want if you have force throw and Crate Dragon in your hand. I guess 5 mana. 5 mana kill anything. Like just like I don't know. It seems like a common play that we're going to see a lot in this meta, and it's one of the things that I think is holding back some of the higher HP later flip leaders right now. Is just the fact that they flip and can be immediately killed for 1 mana.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing.
Now, big brain here, Avar Chris. Guess what? She can't be killed by a 4-throw Crate Dragon.
Oh, she does have a 10 booty. That's
Yes.
a big, thick booty.
Now, if he was playing Devastator, however, he could throw.
Did we
could-
just
if
see
you
him
were-
pass after
if
the
you were-
activation of the force from Avar? I think that's what they just skipped
What?
the 6 resource turn.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure that benefits the
The Avar deck,
Talzin.
right?
No, the Talzin deck. He's got like Avengers and like Devastators,
Does he?
right? Like,
I mean, I would hope he does, but I don't know. Maybe it's all the 4 drops that are good with the force.
I feel like if you're playing Ramp, you're playing Avengers, you're playing Devastators. Like, I don't see a reason you wouldn't be playing the Kira.
Well, he's playing
Blue
green.
villain
We
top.
don't know if he's playing ramp. We haven't seen a ramp card.
I looked at the one earlier, and maybe this is a different one, but I'm willing to bet there's Ramp in here. Yes, okay, and there's this Eighth Brother.
I have not been a huge fan of this card. Not getting the extra dude with Darth Vader for 1 less resource, significantly worse of a card.
Someone said the best card in the game is the credit card.
Another
good.
foil prestige. I think this is the Mace Windu. Yeah, dealing
the
4
Mace
damage. The 6 cost mace that uses the force to deal 4.
Okay, yep. I mean, this is a reason why Avar is great. Like, you don't have to when you're playing against these blue-green villainous decks, whose objective is to just kind of try to keep you off the force forever. They can't do it. And out comes Mother 10, packing a punch, always having the force, just punching for a billion right here.
Yeah, we need a
Oh, but
super
we're-
laser blast.
I was about to say we're a super laser blast away from greatness right now.
Yeah, I don't know what else would be able to stabilize here.
Looks like he's got a Rival's Fall in hand, so at the very least that'll get the Avar cleaned up if he needs to. I think that
I think
that's
there's
a
a
Rival's
power
Fall in
as
hand.
well.
Yeah, so I mean he's only on 8, so he can't do them both. He could double power if he had it here. Okay, yep, and there's the Rival's Fall. We're gonna clean that up.
He's just gonna play a 2-drop probably after this.
Bring it whack for 6. I mean, this Tolson's under a lot of pressure right now. And the thing is, these Avar decks are going to be really hard to grind out.
Great dragon.
All right, well, I've seen enough.
Man, it's nice drawing 2 crate dragons when you can force for the first one and then play the other one on curve.
The and the thing about these Talson or these Avar decks is that they're so hard to grind out because they can, even if they want to, they can play do or do not. So they have another cheap way to draw. They have Kiadi Mundis, just like a bunch of ways to just keep drawing cards forever, and just like keep that advantage up. It's going to be hard for a blue-green villainous deck to kind of grind them out of cards. So they kind of just have to like stick an Avenger and hope it rides. And that is a fundamental flaw of this color pairing, is that if you get a big unit and you can't force throw a Crate Dragon, that unit's going to ride. It's very hard for this deck to kill something like an Avenger, a Devastator, because it doesn't have Fell the Dragon, it doesn't have Rival's Fall, it doesn't have Shatterpoint, all that
Yeah.
blue removal suite.
And it looks like Mother Talzin scooping it up. Can't deal with the dragon.
Wow, that was fast. How that must have been, that felt like what, 10 minutes? Jeez, that was a quick win.
Wait, this Avar deck is sideboarding in Force Lightnings.
What? Interesting.
I would maybe see if you're playing like the Anakin unit that wants villainy cards in your discard, but he's playing red green.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe Force Lightning is just like good enough. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he said that he didn't have any like hard removal because he's playing red green, so he's just like, all right, I'll put some Force Lightnings in my sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's honestly, I don't hate it because like I said, if your opponent sticks like a Devastator and Avenger, you are gonna fold. So like it is, they're gonna use their whole turn, you're gonna use your whole turn, but like it's better than losing the game, so why not, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
What do we got from what is the Towson player siding in here though?
Super Laser Blast.
Super Laser Blast, yeah, that would make sense to me.
I mean, if you're not playing it main, I don't know what this deck is supposed to be doing because it feels like it's 2 decks put into one. But maybe Decreasy is just trying to get everybody to think he's playing this deck at Worlds, and he's just gonna switch to something completely different.
I feel like Super Laser Blast feels like kind of, it's a card that would be hard for me not to play if I was in blue villain. In any blue villain deck, it'd be very hard for me not to have Super Laser Blast somewhere in the 60, because there's always going to be some matchup where it's good, and an 8-10 leader flip is probably one of those matchups.
Yeah, I would imagine one that most likely comes out on the 8 resource turn.
Yeah, that's another big thing, is it is coming out. It's lining up real well with the Super Laser Blast. But I actually think for that, it's for the same reason Avar is very good about playing around Super Laser Blast, because if you can make a board and force them to blast you, you're just like, okay, on top of having my whole turn, I'm also going to flip this 8-10 leader and just make a whole new huge board again. So you better have the second one as well.
Yeah, exactly. It is, though, risky playing it before you see the Crate Dragon, because then it's just like, all right, well, you better have the Power of the Dark Side to follow up when you know that they're going to try to play a Crate on 9. How do you feel about the card Sorcerer's Blast? I feel like it's a necessary evil for this Avar deck, but I've not been impressed with that card.
It's like fine. The problem with Sorcerer's Blast is Sorcerer's Blast last set would have been incredible. Sorcerer's Blast this set is every single turn one play has 4 health, so it does like pretty much nothing. Like it was kind of an interesting design choice to give all the 2 mana plays for turn 1 4 health, and then the 1 mana removal dealing 3 damage. So, but I think it still has its upsides. Like if you're playing against Sabine, for example, it's still a very good card there. All of Sabine's units, for the most part, still only have 3 HP or less. So it is going to give you some upside in that matchup if you happen to bump into her. It does enable you to do the Avar flip turn, but like I said earlier, the Avar flip early is just like you need a clunky hand. Like you have to play like set up a hand when people are constantly force throwing you and discarded cards from your hand. It seems weird to me. It is a 1 cost, so it's a great discard for force throw. It's a great fizzler. But I don't know. It's right now, given what the meta is, it's not personally my cup of tea. I think it's an alright card though, in principle. Like it has a good line of text on it. It just doesn't line up well here. Will Kylo's set to appear tonight?
Interesting to see what this Avar deck's going to try to do to start getting back on the board, because there's like just a random space unit that's not going to help you fight against the Talls and Ground stuff. Luckily, Avar can just turn on the Force herself, but...
What do we got? We got a Crate Dragon. It looks like we got a Force Throws. We're going to see this Talzin explode again if we can get a Force unit down here. Oh,
there's a Mundi.
There's the Conehead.
Does get deleted by the Tarth Tyrannus, though.
Oh. So he's going to need another Force unit here if he wants to pull off throw another dragon at this Talzin here. And that's going to be hard to do with the Dooku. Now, what if he have... I guess if he plays the Duck, if he's playing the Duck's got 5 health, so he can find himself a window.
Wait, is the Duck Dagoyan Master?
Yeah, the Duck is a Duck, right?
I will now call him the Duck, but I didn't know that's what we were calling him.
He looks like a duck.
I mean, if it looks like a duck, it's probably a duck.
The Duck is great in this deck too, because it's like that's probably the number 1 card to be abused by Avar, because it has 2 Force activations on it, and Avar can just always have the Force. So like that's another card when I was talking about Avar just can endlessly generate advantage. That's another one. That's another effective draw too. So if you're playing this Do or Do Not Kiadi Mundi, you have 9 cards that say draw 2 effectively.
Yeah.
And that's just, as long as they can maintain board presence, that's an absolute nightmare for you villainous.
There's another
deck.
Conehead. That's
another
also
cone.
another foil prestige Conehead.
What is this minus on the blue leader here? Is this a plus or a minus?
It's minus from Talzin leader.
Okay, did he? It was on there last turn. He did it again this turn.
Yeah,
okay.
I think he's just using it as a soft pass.
Okay, and here's our Force Throw. I don't think we're gonna get. Oh, and there's the Duck. He is the Duck.
I guess the Talzin.
And the Duck will explode the Dooku. Let's see if was it a bait? Does he have another one? Was this a trick? He's actually got another one to throw the Crate Dragon at him. I know he's tapped out. Is he tapped out? I can't tell.
No, he has. Ryan has all his resources. He's just
No.
The Avar. The Avar is it played Kiadi and Force Throw on 5.
I couldn't. Yeah. Do we have another Force Throw in that hand? I want to know.
I think there's a couple Sorcerer's Blasts.
Yeah, I can't tell. These red 1-cost spells all look the same.
This was just a really slow start from the Avar player. Like having to play a blue leader in space, not even ambushing anything on the 3 resource turn is not what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world here, but we might need like a. Is there maybe timelies in this deck that can get us back here? I see as a Poe in hand, so a timely Poe would be just what the doctor ordered here. We could get rid of that. We could definitely get rid of this Talzin, and we could even take a card from his hand. Oh, that is a timely. Okay, wait. Oh, and there it is. That's the timely. Are we going to see the Poe?
Yeah, is that all 3 crates in his hands?
I think he's got 2. So yeah, and this is where leveraging your card advantage is so big, because now this Talzin player or this Avar player can easily discard 1 just to make the Talzin player discard. I see no reason not to. Don't throw the crate. Don't do that. No. Throw that 2/2 in your hand. Oh, I don't know. I might have kept that. I think so. It
He's
looks
got
like
multiple crates in hand, dude. I think he has all 3.
nope, all 3. Keep them all. Just Crate Dragon. Oh, you power the Dark Side Crate Dragon. Oh, you power the Dark Side Crate Dragon. Have all 3. No, but I think what he actually is going for here is he's saving his 2/2 there to use the Force. He's going to try to push for an early Avar flip here. I think that's why he's pitching the Crate Dragon, and he might have all 3. That's another reason potentially.
Mhm.
So the
I mean,
Avar
this
player
Karis
really
is going to be
push.
able to clean up the Poe, right? With the on death -2.
The problem is it's going to leave him without the Force right now. So if he has a Dooku or a Talzin's Assassin in hand, he's not going to be able to follow up well with that.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 2 cards in hand. I think one of them's a Vader. Yeah.
And there's the Vader. He's just gonna 5/6 shielded for 6 ain't too shabby though. Effect or not, that's a pretty solid line.
I mean, it's a desperation Vader. Let's call it what it is. This is I need a Force unit, and I need a unit in general.
I already got my one criticism of the day. I didn't like the Crate Dragon discard, but we'll see here. I think we're gonna push. I think we're gonna push for the flip here. If I had to guess, that's why he saved that 2 cost there. Yep, and we can see it right there. So you're gonna push for the flip. Maybe it looks like is that
Maybe
Eth
Mace
Koth,
to
maybe?
take off the shield.
Is that Eth Koth or Mace at the end of his hand? I'm trying to figure it out. Let's
I think
see.
it's Mace, but it looks like we're gonna get the Brawler.
So are we pushing for the flip here? Oh, and the Talzin player is just taking the aggro. No, that
He
is
definitely has an Eth Koth in hand.
so. So he's got the E. Okay.
Activation plus Sorcerer's Blast would let him flip. He doesn't have it.
Doesn't look like. I think he resourced one of the Sorcerer's Blasts.
No,
And
he
is
just
that
drew
the
another
Force
one.
Lightning? Is that Force Lightning or Sorcerer's
He just drew
Blast?
Sorcerer's Blast. I don't know what the card under it is.
Okay, that's like
Card
I
under
said.
it, maybe Bendu.
All red 1-cost cards look the same to me.
Fair enough.
They all have the same art. There's some evil villain guy doing something. And it's going to be rough here. So the Talzin flip should be online here. He's going to have to whack the turret. Use the Force. He'll regain the Force. He'll have to whack the turret again. And he also can't get this Eth Koth off the board, so he's not going to be able to get this early flip. Unless he has another Force card in hand.
I mean, he has the Sorcerer's Blast for sure. Unless he did he resource it?
Is that a Force throw at the end there?
Let's see what he's
And
got. It's a
yeah,
Mace.
we're
Yeah, I think it's Mace. Yeah,
we got the Mace. That'll get us our early flip here.
and kill the. Oh, he's taking the shield off. Interesting.
Taking the shield off. Yeah, because Avar is going to have to play cleanup crew here, so he's going to kill the turret with the 4/4, and then have Avar run over the Vader.
I don't know if that's going to be good enough though. He's 5 damage away from lethal.
This actually, I think if he does it the other way around, he gets more spillover damage because that 4/4 still dies hitting turret because it loses the coin. So I think he would have got more spillover damage the other way. Oops.
Ooh, that force throw is not good enough. I think that's GG.
I think he was supposed to force throw himself there and just toss that
I
last
agree, just so you don't lose.
Now he's just clocked.
Yeah, the
Really
Talzin
dead at
player
all.
can claim. And yeah, he just scoops. I think he realized immediately that he should have. I think it was because it's the last card in hand, dude. It's so juicy when you get the last card, but you can't rely on your opponent having like a 5 cost in hand.
Yeah, I think, and you're going to see this. I do it sometimes myself in playtesting, maybe not in a situation like this, but I think you'll see this a lot in Galactics, where people are going to tank and go, do I take this greedy force throw where I can have my cake and eat it too, I can get the card out of their hand, and I can kill their guy, or do I just take the safe route and toss my Crate Dragon or Yoda or Luke Skywalker or whatever they have going on and just make sure I get the guy off the board? And I think
Feels so riskless from the Avar player there, though, right? Because like you had at least one other card in hand, and your opponent only had 4 resources up, so they're not playing a 5+ card this turn. But you get to clear their board, and you'll have like 3 or 4 units. Like, just take that.
I agree here. This was a.
Was that a constructed lightsaber and a Yoda's lightsaber?
Decision.
Yeah, this guy's heavy on the upgrades too. It'll be interesting to see if he just gets powered out of the game. Well, it looks like he's shipping this, but
I actually like Yoda's lightsaber in this deck because it's another one of those cheap cards that just lets you, again, talking about stringing together all these like Sorcerer's Blast, the 2/2 that becomes a 4/4, the Yoda's lightsaber. You just like string all these cards together in one turn, and all of a sudden you have a 6 resource flip Avar. But again, I think that's a bit of a pipe dream, especially when you're playing against a force throw deck that's going to try to pinch your hand a lot more. But maybe against a deck like this where they don't have force throw, it's a little bit more realistic.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Avar player, I think, crisscrossed his deck when he shuffled because he had to flip all his cards.
And we have a Georgie not there.
There's also the Brawler for turn 1. Just get started with a 4/4. Just gets answered by this. This is the only problem with Avar activating on turn 1 is that you'll never have initiative, and like playing this 4/4 into a Karis just feels like such a loss immediately.
I don't see like I think I said at the start of this match, the Talzin player just wants the game to go longer, right? But the more I've seen of this, I'm starting to wonder maybe the Avar player wants the game to go longer because there's just so much draw on this deck.
This is crazy that he didn't just hit into the Brawler, but I don't know. Yeah, he didn't trade.
Neither of these players want to trade? Oh my god. This looks like a Force aggro deck now.
I think there's a constructed lightsaber in hand too.
So that's where Sorcerer's Blast would have been good. Sorcerer's Blast would have been clutch here. Yeah, because we could have blown that Kylo up. Yeah, that would have been pretty good. Surprised this deck plays Kylo.
I think that you just need that many force units on turn 1 to just, when you're on the play, guarantee that you get an attack off. It's hard when your leader requires you to use the force, right? Okay, minusing the 4/4 so that Karis can't die.
This is interesting. Is he going to just keep going for this aggro strategy?
I think the Avar player should at this point.
Just committed to the bit.
I mean, he has a Sorcerer Blast now to kill the Kylo if he wants.
We're gonna make the trade here.
Nope, going to base.
Nope, we are committed to the bit. He decided the only way to win this was right to the dome. Now the Kylo's just going to take a value trade here.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to get value traded out. So it seems like the Avar player has decided that he's the beatdown, but I'm not sure that's the case here. Well, I mean, in for a penny, right? You got to keep going face.
Yeah, I mean at this point, but maybe that's a sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there, Ian. I think this is a little. I think this is a
Well,
little.
The force is online for the ETH cost, so can't really. I mean, you can power this. It just feels bad. Yeah. It's like you kind of have to play, but also I don't want to ramp you play. But I have
Both is
to.
actually the #1 setup card for Avar because, like, if you have it on 5R or even 6R, you're just like, okay, I'll get the extra resource and the force activation. So you're effectively getting a double force activation with one unit. And because it's a card that you've already paid mana for or resources for, you're not actually spending anything. So it's like one of the best cards to actually get Avar out early. And so I actually don't think it was the worst line here to actually take this off the board, because if you leave it on the board, yes, he has one less resource next turn, but he effectively gets 2 force activations, and it might even put him in line to actually flip this Avar on his turn right here.
You think on 6?
Yeah, because he could. So if he's able to trade, he can trade your 2/4 for free, and then you're forced to not activate to kill it. So you either leave the body on the board or you activate and kill it. You get to 6. That's 1 activation of the force. Now he's got 5 resources, and he only has to activate the force twice more.
Yeah,
So
but you don't have a unit that can attack to get it back. How are you going to do it?
I guess that's true. Actually, yeah, you can't because you don't have because you would have to use Avar. No, I guess that's true. You don't actually have a way. You don't have a way to actually get it again. So yeah, maybe that's true. There's not really a way to keep it online. Although I guess you could just first action. You already have the force. You just first action use the force. Then you attack with the ETH Koth. He gains the force back. He activates it, and then you play whatever your second card is there.
Right. But in this scenario,
Oh, I mean, he removed
the
it.
ETH cost was already dead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's why I agree with his decision, though, is that
Yeah.
I think it's a
You can't
liability.
You can't let him attack and gain the force with the ETH cost another time or something like that. Yeah. I mean, the Avar player has got a lot of cards in hand, but the board has gone away from him, and not sure if he's going to be able to come back to this.
Mm. We're
Doing
gaining
the
the
Avar thing.
force. Yep, doing the Avar thing. We're on 7, so I'd like to imagine we have some plan to get this Avar out.
I don't know
going this
how.
turn.
He's just going to draw more cards? This seems terrible. You need to get units out to attack to get the force and use the force multiple times.
This is a weird game plan switch here. We went from full aggro to draw cards. I'm not sure I quite follow, but
I think he just he knew that no matter what he did, like the experience on those brawlers fall off every time you deal damage. So he wouldn't have been able to trade effectively anyways. But the problem is you just let your opponent do so much extra value trading by not. Oh, okay. He's got the resupply, so now he can flip Avar.
So I mean,
I stand corrected. He knew to draw to get that resupply.
We're just 2 force throws away from greatness. I mean, talk about the meta in a nutshell. All we need to do is force throw our opponent twice, and we'll win here. And out comes Miss 10 herself. Oh my god. Avar player is going to need a super laser blast of his own here.
Yeah, I don't think that's happened. debating using the Force to save 2 extra health. He does, so he will take 3 back. Oh no, 1 back instead of 3. I mean, the Avar is definitely a problem that needs to be dealt with, but you have enough things on the board to just kind of whittle away at her, I think. Oh,
I
there's a
see
Yoda.
Yeah, I see a Yoda.
Oh,
That's a card that actually gets us back in here, because what we can actually do is we can play that Yoda, we can kill something, and if the Talzin player can't immediately remove Yoda, he can then activate the Jedi Consular. He can attack with Avar, gain the Force back, and then use the Jedi Consular and use the Force again and just start cleaning up.
yeah. I mean, I would imagine that after this Yoda comes out, that the Talzin player will immediately kill the Consular. Or something. Or kill something. Try to kill something. I mean, if not the Yoda itself. I'm sure there's like a no glory.
The Talzin gets it in one crack because it'll shrink it and then it'll hit it for 3. So the Talzin can just run it over if he really needs to. I mean, Decreasy's got all the time in the world here. He's got all these units on board. He's got so much damage leverage right now. He's up 4. Yep, and we're not even gonna get to that point. He's just gonna say, you know what, I'm not gonna let you summon whatever massive unit you've got in hand.
Some Eldritch Horror.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you still slam the Yoda, right? You just kill one of the 2 drops.
And,
don't attack first.
No, I think killing the Talzin here is fine. It's unlikely you're going to lose
that. Now you lose to power.
No, but none of these guys have any HP. The Yoda's going to kill them anyways. He only needs 1 unit for the Yoda now.
I guess.
Might as well. True. I actually agree with killing this Talzin here. I think that's fine because he did it right, because if he had played the Yoda, then he would have been forced to sacrifice either Yoda or Talzin, whereas here you can just take the trade. And this Talzin player is going to have to start coming up with some Avengers or some Devastators or maybe a Vader Timely, because this Yoda is going to get out of hand here.
That's definitely true.
He's fortunate his opponent doesn't have the Force right now, so he can't first action take out another unit with the Force activation. But, man, this is like the single best card that Avar can have on their board at this point in the game.
People in chat figuring out how the Force base works.
And let's see what the Avar players got cooking here.
There's a Poe, another Jedi Counselor, a Yoda, a Timely, I think. No, it's not a Timely. Some green card, and then I think 2 red events.
Is this maybe Yoda, a Force throw? Is this Yoda attacking right now? Is that what's going on? Or are we thinking about
I don't think he's untapped. Yeah, I don't think he untapped his resources yet.
Thinking about resources. And we've got he's got initiative, so his first action here, I imagine, is just, I don't know, if I have this Yoda, my first action might be to just clean up the board as much as possible. This is going to be the Poe. The Poe's going to clean up both of these units if he so desires. He's going to have to lose 2 cards in hand to do that, but I don't think that's actually all that big of a trade-off when you've just been drawing cards the entire game. Looks like we dropped a card. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. This is from Row. And are we going to pitch the 2 here? Oh, we're going to pitch all 3. Oh,
man.
Hoo-wee. This man just discarded half of his hand. How many cards does he have left after that? I'm curious.
I think 1. No, 2 somehow.
2. Yeah, I mean, he was drawing cards this game a lot. So, I mean, it's not... Oh, and we got a Timely from the other side. That's the Vader. That's going to clean up both if so. Yeah, you hate to see it.
Rough.
That is going to be something pretty hard to come back. But the Avar player still has a Yoda in his hand, so oh, and we're gonna draw
some more cards. I think he just said, "I fucking love this card," and waved the card at his opponent.
I actually, that was the card when I was in my short stint with Avar Red. That was a card I played. I thought that card was great. That, the duck.
I think in Avar specifically, it makes sense, but I would rather just play a Kiadi Mundi every time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you can't beat Conehead, but doesn't seem like that's an option. So let's see what we've got. Can we get a Timely Yoda, maybe? Timely Yoda will actually get us through this turret here.
I mean, he discarded a Timely, but he might have one in a row.
He discarded a Timely from his hand?
From the Poe attack.
Whoa, okay. Oh, and there's the draw.
This guy's gonna deck.
And you better hope your
He's
opponent doesn't have Vigilant.
He's drawn like 10 cards. I would like to cast Ancestral Recall multiple times on myself.
I don't know what is going on here.
People are
Avar players drawing
arguing,
cards.
and people are arguing in chat about how the Force Base works with Avar. If Avar gets her buff when she attacks, if you have the Force Base, the answer is yes. You get the buff.
Yes, it's a continuous ability.
Well, some people were saying that you needed to resolve the attack in order to get the Force from the base, which is not true. It's on attack.
Yeah, the game does distinguish between those two things. Some cards say when an attack is completed. Some cards say when this card attacks. And the Force Base is not when an attack is completed. It is just when a Force unit attack. So that timing is fulfilled before
Correct.
combat actually occurs.
All right, what is Talzin going to do here? There's a lot of stuff on the board on his side. Probably wants to preserve this Vader and cheer it as much as possible.
And so we're threatening lethal right now. And this Avar deck's only real, we're going to get in the Force here. The Avar deck's only real form of removal is for big things is like Yoda. So we're going to have to run another Yoda out here and hope it sticks.
Yeah, at 26 right now, this the Sage is lethal. So we're going to need a Yoda or something. And it does look like a Yoda. So we'll heal 5, probably do 2 damage to take off the shield. Nope, just going to do 2 to Vader.
I think we have to.
So that Yoda can clean it next turn. Yeah.
And do we have a power? Nope, we have a.
He can't play that. Yeah. Oh, he meant to play the power. All my ability cards, so they're all the same.
I think that's the third power too here. So.
Yep.
It's looking rough for the Avar player here. So we are.
Vader is now lethal.
Yep, Vader. We are a Vader attack away from death. And can we do it? So Blue Leader will keep us alive. What else keeps us alive? A
Timely anything,
Yoda,
pretty much.
Timely anything. A third Yoda will keep us alive. An open fire would keep us alive.
Looks like there's a crate in hand, but that is.
Timely crate. Timely crate. Are we about to see it?
Oh my god, Timely crate would be hilarious. There is exactly 11 resources.
But we know the other.
He's fishing for the Timely. He's fishing. He's trying to find the Timely. Yeah, we know he has the No Glory, but it's still a funny play. I think he does not have the Timely.
Well, he discarded. I was surprised to see him discard 3. I think 2 is the right number. He had to just ignore his opponent's hand there, I think, and just say, you know what? I need to keep this Timely to be able to come back and take the board back. What is that?
The daughter. But he doesn't have the Force.
Though. Maybe he's trying to psych Decreasy out. That's pretty funny. He's acting right now. He's like, bro, you don't have the Force. Nice try.
He would die anyways, even if he had the Force, because of how the daughter works. Is
right,
it heals you after the attack resolves?
It heals after. Yeah, that is true.
Oh, that was fun. Did he just show the Force? 3 force throws in the bottom of his deck or something? Is that what it was?
I guess. No, that's a Sorcerer's Blast. The one to the right looks like a Sorcerer's Blast, right?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, if he had 3 force throws, if he had 2 force throws in his hand, he was alive because he could have force thrown the daughter and kill the Vader. So
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there.
yeah, that was weird.
All right. Well, it looks like Decreasy on the Talls and Green has done it. What a fun match to commentate. What are the big takeaways here, Alex? Anything exciting here, or are you still hooked on Hantu? Like it's hooked on him?
My biggest takeaway is make sure to trade with your 4/4s. Nothing lasts forever, especially not the +1 coins in those 4/4s. I still don't know that card's name, so I apologize.
I'm pretty sure it's like something Brawler. I feel like Brawler's in the name.
Infused Brawler, that's it. It takes me 3 to 6 business months to learn card names for SWU, so.
All right, Alex, for the stream, explain what a business month is.
It's like a business day, but instead it's a business. You cut out all the weekends. So it's
okay.
It's like a business day, but instead it's a month.
Whatever works, buddy.
I could have said 30 or 30 to 60 business days, I guess. That just sounds
totally
that's too
could have.
much.
Hey, Frank in chat. What's up, Frank? We just finished a fun little game here. Avar Chris red versus Talzin green, both using the force base. Talzin ended up taking it down.
What is that prestige on the Avar players board right now? The top one.
That's the Obi-Wan.
That's
the
Obi-Wan.
3/5. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, I was hoping we could see those constructed lightsabers do some work. Maybe I could profit off of the millions that I have opened.
I think Chrono opened 10 mythosaurs in his case.
Ooh, rough.
Yeah, I believe it was, or in 2 cases maybe. Yeah, 10 mythosaurs. So that was
couldn't be me.
Really great pulls on his part. Everybody, shout out our boy Chrono for all of his mythosaurs.
I'm gonna shout out this Avar player for having the nicest looking deck that I've seen. They were very shiny.
Yeah, hyperfaded aren't cheap in this game, man. Like it's
the prestige
expensive.
foil twos too on like before release day when a bunch of them plummeted. They were like really expensive. So he had to have really got his TCG player orders in right away. Or maybe he shopped at Tournament City Games in Frederick, Maryland.
And that's going to be that. How much time do we have left in the round? Oh, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes left in the round.
Yep, we got 10 minutes left in the round. Trying to see who's still undefeated here. We got 4 matches still ongoing.
Leaders are currently undefeated or X1.
So we had a Cad Bane and Gar Saxon draw, which they were both 4-0, so they drew. I think everybody else was X1 or worse. So we just saw that Mother Talzin green win. Paul Heaver won with Hantu blue. Looks like Matthew Bolzovich won with a Vader 4 against the Sabine CL. The Anakin blue force base is currently still battling an Emperor Palpatine Colossus. Brian McDonald won with Hantu green force against a Mother Talzin red force. And then a Kylo 5 Data Vault beat an Anakin blue force. And then there was a Hantu blue mirror that was won by none other than Hantu blue.
What was the draw at table 1?
Cad Bane Tarkentown from Michael, the secret Michael, and then Gar Saxon yellow.
Yeah, and let's just do we have the deck lists at all here?
I don't think we're allowed to show deck lists until top 8, because then they aren't public right now.
That's fair. Well, can we maybe just show Michael Conrow's. I'm just out of curiosity. Wonder what he's playing here today. Not for any particular reason.
Yeah, I would imagine there's some hot shot blasters and some underworld cards.
Wow, really makes you think, doesn't it? Hot Shot Blaster, huh? That's a cool tech card. Don't think I've seen too many people run that before.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it lets you hit for 2 and attack at the same time. It's pretty good.
Okay, so we've got
looks like the Emperor Palpatine Colossus beat the Anakin Red Blue or Anakin Blue Force.
Playing Colossus in a meta where everybody's playing discard cards that's you got a lot of cojones to do something like that.
But Alex, you don't understand. My leader can sack a unit to let me draw a card.
Ooh, you're not going to have any units when I open double force throw and take all of your units and all of your hand.
But Alex, you don't understand. My leader, his ability lets me draw cards. Surely that must be good.
He said, subscribe to Woo's Patreon if you want to see it, Alex. Is it Woo's list? That would be pretty funny. Tweet SOR box giveaway at 650 subscribers. Make sure you all subscribe. Yeah, guys, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Especially comment if you have Michael Conrow's deck list. In fact, you can throw that in the comment section.
This is why we don't give Alex access to these type of things.
This is actually the first time I've ever commentated in SWU.
Well, I'm glad I could do it by your side, buddy. This is fun.
Yes, yeah, this was a good time. Normally they don't let me out of my cage except for events, so.
Here, you got to go top 8 this event. You're allowed to leave the house.
This would be about the time where I would start scooping. Actually, we're getting around 6 usually.
Yeah, this is scoop o'clock. You're right.
Yeah, this is about the time where I would say, nah, I'm not feeling it anymore. So let's see. So we got one more round here. I think is Josh going to be coming back?
Yeah. I think Josh is going to take my place, and you can do a round with him if you still want to.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, I'm down.
Cool.
We got how much time left? How much time do we have left in the round right now?
That is a good question. I know that there's 2 matches still ongoing. So not many time left, not much time left. Words. There's a Gar Saxon yellow versus a Palpatine Colossus. Apparently, there's multiple Palpatine Colossus at this event. And then a Yoda red versus a Kylo ECL. That's still ongoing as well.
I must have missed something there. I don't understand how I could have
Palp Colossus.
Yeah, Palp Colossus. But if you can
those
give me some
Palpatine
insight...
players. Dude, they don't care, man. They like literally, it's just Sabine was amazing all the time, and they would still play Palpatine. So why does Force Throw change that? Didn't you hear the death of Sabine has been not exaggerated this time?
Yeah, rumors of Sabine's demise have been not so greatly exaggerated.
So maybe he's just trying to be like, all right, well, there's no Sabine. I should be fine.
Alex, are you still playing Han 1? Tell us. No. Han 1 is dead, guys. You put a card down, you flip your Han 1, they throw a Crate Dragon at him, you just went equal. That was a lot of fun. No, thank you. You cannot play Han 1 in Force Throw, the meta. It is dead. I've given up. Like, you will not see me. If you see me at Galactics playing Han 1 of any sort, please come stop me, because something is like, that's not me. That's an imposter in my body. There's zero chance I will play Han 1 at Galactics. You have my word. That deck is dead. Put it down, guys. It's time to give it up.
Oh, Alex, I have a question for you. Have you figured out the CAD matchup versus Sabine yet?
Have I? I ask every day, and nobody can give me a good answer.
Well,
I asked the
I'm sure Michael Conrow, who's playing CAD, has it under wraps.
if only I had his deck list, I would be able to tell you. Let's make a trend, guys. Hashtag post Michael Conrow's deck list. Let's see. What else are people saying? Pal players are built different. Yes, they are.
Not in the good way.
Yeah, that's all I'll say about that. Can they help the CAD matchup versus the he asks CAD board every day this question. No, I am not playing Han 1.
Someone said I just picked up CAD Sarkatown. How do we fare against the CPU green? This is one of my favorite memes. It's so good.
The first time it happened was great because there were so many, like, this was like probably like a month and a half ago. There were so many legitimate responses from people who are really like trying to give an answer.
Man.
I will do a free giveaway for some coaching. Probably not. I'm all booked up with coaching for the end of the year.
Did someone ask that? I don't even see that.
Yeah, Ralph Edwards, do a free giveaway for some Alex coaching. Hashtag free coaching.
Is my chat slow? What's going on?
It's up. It already got posted a while ago.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I was reading back. How about hashtag post Michael Conrow's deck list? And round 6 just paired.
Okay, round 6 has just paired. That probably means I'm gonna step off and let Josh come back.
Till the end of the year, I mean till Galactics, like the end of the Star Wars year, the fiscal Star Wars year, the SWU year is what I mean. Sorry, I'm booked up through Galactics. Let me rephrase. Not till January. Yeah, that was poor wording on my part.
All right, Alex, I'm gonna leave you in the good hands of Josh Snyder from Next Gen Gaming. See you later, bud.
All right, awesome. Catch you later, bud.
All right, here we go. Alex, good to have you here. And yeah, looking forward to the final round of Swiss so we can get our top cut all ironed out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we got cooking up. Hopefully we can get something other than a forced throw deck, but I think the odds are stacked against us there.
That is a fair point.
I'm kind of interested to see what these Colossus Palp decks have cooking up. It's 2 of them in contention from the sounds of it, so that would be interesting to get on here.
It looks like, taking a look at the standings, looks like we've got 3 undefeated decks, all at 401. You've got the Gar Saxon, the Cad Tarkentown, and Han 2 Blue. And then you've got, it looks like 3 players sitting at 4-1. One of those Emperor Palpatine Colossus decks you were talking about. We've got the Decreasy on the Mother Talzin green that we just saw on stream. We've seen him a couple times today on stream. And then you've got, looks like we do have a Darth Vader Victor Squadron leader, so in contention as well. First Darth Vader. I didn't even think there was a Lightspeed Vader in the field, but it looks like we do have one in contention right now at 4-1. And then yeah, you go down to Brian. Oh, so we actually have another undefeated player. So 7th, Brian McDonald. He is 3-0-2. He's yet to lose yet. He's got a couple draws. So then we actually have a Sabine ECL. Yeah, we've got Sabine ECL sitting in 8th right now, fighting as well at 3-2. So it looks like the matchup we'll have for this round, table 6.
Whoa, am I reading this right? Is that Chancellor Palpatine, as in like set 3 Palpatine?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep, Sonny's saying we're going to have table 6. It's going to be Eric versus Rodney. Eric is on Anakin Skywalker, What It Takes to Win. You got Anakin blue, and yeah, it looks like Chancellor Palpatine blue. Both of them playing the new blue common force base, so this should be rather interesting.
Yet to see a Chancellor actually play. Now, this was a deck we had done a little bit of dabbling with early on in the set's release, and it did get some buffs, mainly in the form of that new Anakin 6 drop. That's a huge buff for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another one to point out, and I'm not sure if, let's see, it was Eric. No, excuse me, Rodney is on the left. So we've got Rodney on the left on Chancellor Palpatine, and then Eric on the right on Anakin. Another card I think that is pretty good for Chancellor Palpatine is the new 2-cost heroism. I think it's the Loth Wolf, I think it is, the 3/3 Sentinel. It can't attack, but that seems pretty good for Palpatine as well, as a good, nice early Sentinel play.
Yeah, that's definitely a solid one. And if I'm the Anakin player here, I think first and foremost, my objective is actually going to be to try to not actually kill anything, to kind of mess up this Chancellor's kind of their flip tempo here, where they just try to keep flipping every turn. So I have found one of the best things to do in this matchup is actually just don't attack anything. Unfortunately, cards like the Wolf that you just mentioned make that a little bit difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. So excited to see how this plays out, right? You've got Chancellor Palpatine, a deck that, as you mentioned, we really haven't seen a lot in the meta. I know when it first came out, we were seeing some spicy Chancellor Palpatine Tarkin Town decks, and that was when, Django was kind of taking form, and we saw the Chancellor Palpatine Tarkin Town making the top cut here and there. And but ever since then, this has been a deck that's kind of fallen by the wayside, but it's a very unique leader and definitely a spicy one, if you will, and look forward to seeing what we've got cooked up here from Rodney.
Yep. So, like I said, Anakin's looked to not kill things. Honestly, the biggest turn to wait till is 4, because what they're gonna aim to do here is they're going to want to try to play Child Sin on curve for full value. And they're going to do pretty much everything in their power to make that happen. And that's even going to include kind of messing with their own curve in hand. So what happens a lot of the time is when you don't kill anything leading up to that Childson curve, because they have to keep all their blue units in hand and they have to keep all their villain things or hero things, it's going to mess with their curve a lot. They're going to have a hard time curving on that 4 because they held Childson and they expected to be on the villain side by then. So he's opted to actually keep him off the force and take the trade here. So let's see how this works out for him.
Yeah, that Secretive Sage with the Anakin action ability, attacking with an additional 2 power, taking out Anakin on the other side of the board. And it looks like Rodney actually playing the new young Padawan, which I believe young Padawan has the when played, just get the force, correct? So should have the force right back. Yeah, so able to get the force even with Anakin taken out.
And this is why this effort is kind of futile on the Anakin player's part. He killed it to keep it off the force, but in doing so, he still ended up getting the force. He got the flip off, and now this is kind of where the tempo of just endlessly flipping. If there's a power of the dark side here, it's going to be a big blowout. It's going to be a huge swing, and he's got the Dooku. That's still pretty good.
So Secretive Sage making the trade with the young Padawan. You see Earth Tyrannus coming out, and then 3 damage to Rodney's base with red 5. On attack value here, but we are going to use the force with the Kiadi Mundi. So Eric gets some early value here, draw a couple cards, and Rodney just claims.
We're going to see a snap value trade right off the bat, if I had to guess. That's why he didn't Just going to take that snap value trade. That's why we didn't see the flip out of him either. I don't think he had the action economy to do so. Or maybe he just, no, he did actually. He probably just wants to play another villain card this turn. So let's see what that is.
So Darth Tyrannus with that shield token, being able to take out Kia D, stay on the board. Red 5 gets in for another 3, so 6 damage on Rodney's base. Action back over to Rodney. We're going to see Bazine Natal coming out. See what Eric has here. He's got a handful of cards after that Kia D trigger. Rodney's going to be able to pick one here. What do you think, Alex?
This is a hard one. I'm actually, his hand's kind of junk, to be honest. Yeah, Luke Skywalker is the pick. His hand doesn't look all that great, to be honest. It's a lot of chaff units we see in there. It looks like another red 5, Yaddle, Adigalia. Maybe there's argument for Fell the Dragon, but I think Luke is the pick here.
Here comes Adigalia. 2/4 force unit for Eric in the ground arena. We are going to see the flip back over to Palpatine. So 2 damage to Eric's base and a clone trooper token created for Rodney. And it's another force unit in the ground arena for Eric. He plays Ezra Bridger. We're definitely looking to get the force back. We'll have Rodney still holding on to the initiative going into this next turn.
This is interesting. So now he's got his whole engine going, and this is where the game can really fall apart for the non-chancellor players here, is because these tokens just give him a way to keep having a hero die every single time he gets to this side, and it's going to be very hard. A lot of the times you have to focus actually on killing these clone tokens the turn of the flip, so they can't actually kill anything on the following turn. So it's going to be an uphill battle, I think, actually, we're going to see for this Anakin now.
I do agree with you. Rodney does have the engine turned on right now. Rodney taking Darth Tyrannus, attacking into Ezra Bridger. So Ezra has 1 HP remaining. Tyrannus was defeated. Now we see Ezra getting in for 3, and there is the clone trooper trading with Ezra. So now the heroism unit has been defeated. So Palpatine, action ability turned on here. Could flip back over to Sidious. Play back over to Eric. He's got a couple ready units, so he's got some actions to take.
So the one nice thing that the Anakin player has going for him right now is that both of these units have 4 HP, which is, even though the Anakin is set up and ready to go, the Anakin can't actually kill both of them, which is going to be really big for Eric here, because he needs to maintain his pressure now. That's kind of his way out of this, is just keep the pressure on. Just say, you know what, I don't care. You can have your flip forever. I'm just going to keep building a board, keep pressuring you, keep whittling away at your resources on board, and try to just push the tempo that he's been given.
Well, speaking of Anakin Skywalker coming out for Rodney, that is going to be a total of -6 to Adigalia there. Leia defeated. As you mentioned, that Anakin is just so good in this Chancellor Palpatine deck, because very easy for this deck to get both win plate abilities, get a heroism and a villainy card in the discard pile, which gives you that full benefit of -6 total. Look at this.
Ooh.
Eric's going to play his own Anakin Skywalker.
We're going to see a big trade here from the looks of it. We're going to see this Anakin flip and probably run over Anakin. Some Anakin on Anakin action for you.
All kinds of Anakin action so far in game 1. Zine getting in for 1, and I think Eric is getting ready to deploy his leader, Anakin.
I feel like I'm in that Spider-Man meme with all of them pointing at each other.
Yeah, you've got exactly what's happening here. So leader Anakin, +1 power, because he had 7 damage on Eric's base. So with the -3 should be enough to take out the Anakin in Rodney's ground arena I believe do 1 damage of overwhelm to base. Rodney has claimed the initiative, and pretty strong board right now for Eric. Like you said, hey, you've got your engine going, but let's just keep the pressure on. And right now, showing quite a bit of damage. He's got, I believe, 13 damage on board at the moment. So Rodney's going to have to start finding some answers quickly.
And I see a frozen and carbonite there. So we're gonna see, yep, frozen and carbonite's gonna lock up that Anakin. Now, if I'm Rodney right now, I'm really looking for super laser blast if I have it, because we're getting to about that time of the day where we need to clean up this board, and it's going to be hard to maintain too with that red 5 just firing down from space at any units that you might have that are able to survive the Anakin leader swinging at it. I do think it's going to be rough here without a super laser blast.
So Anakin leader unit taking out Bazine. 2 overwhelm damage to base, and we see another Bazine Natal. Got some options here. Eric holding on to 5 little cards.
If I have super laser blast, I'm taking the mace here because I just don't want there to be a follow-up. He's opted for the pillage. That's interesting because you already have a lot of cards in your hand, and your leader's just drawing a bunch anyways. I would be more scared of a unit coming down and following up, but maybe if super laser blast isn't the plan, I could see why you might opt for pillage.
Red 5 getting into base for 3, putting Rodney up to 18 damage on his base, just 10 HP remaining. And Eric, he still has some resources to work with here. Rodney has already claimed the initiative, but as you mentioned, certainly have to be careful. Don't want to overextend this board just to walk right into super laser blast.
Scouring his resources for Cassian.
Yeah, hey, well, at least that's another quick 3 damage here. Cassian smuggled in. He will ready. Does he have a way to buff up Cassian any? Does he just get in for 3? No, it's like he is going to play the lightsaber here. I believe was that the heirloom lightsaber? Yeah. So heirloom lightsaber.
The danger zone. Yeah,
absolutely.
This Palp needs to come up with it has to be a blast, actually, I think, because that Anakin's a 5 by itself. So is the Cassian. I mean, there was a lot of slow playing from the Palp player, and by slow playing, I don't mean playing slow, but like kind of taking some slower actions like Bazine, which don't really help populate the board here. And yep.
There he goes. So he did have Super Laser Blaster. If he didn't have it, he drew into it. So here we go. Board reset. Eric will have to start back from square one, but as you mentioned, only 5 more damage. That's what Eric needs to find to take this game 1 down. Let's see how he follows up. Of course, now the Sidious flip is turned on. We're going to see Pillage coming out here.
I stand corrected. I apologize. I said that I didn't think Pillage was the right choice, but he went and drew another Pillage, and now I'm saying to myself, okay, well, thank God he took the other one, because if not, he'd actually be staring down a pretty small hand right here if his opponent did decide to, in fact, double Pillage.
We do see Sidious flipping back over to Palpatine, so a couple extra damage to Eric's base, getting that Clone Trooper token. And as we go into the next turn, the Super Laser Blast was really important because Eric not putting any more threats on the table last turn. And we're going to see, I believe that's Mace Windu coming in. Force used, Yoda defeated. Look at this. It's a big response with Luke Skywalker. And since one of his units just defeated, that was the Clone Trooper token defeated, he's going to come in, give Mace -6/-6. Eric, he's got to find a way to get one of these units to stick at this point.
We've seen this Palp deck go from kind of getting its engine going to treading water to now we're kind of starting to see the ship rise here, and it's It's only going to get harder for this Anakin deck. Oh my god, third Bazine.
All the Bazines here in game one, following up the Fell the Dragon that was able to defeat Luke Skywalker.
I might actually take this Internet Warrior here. If I have a removal for Luke, I actually don't mind Luke coming in and... Whoa, he's going to take the Force Throw. Okay, that's interesting. So he's been protecting his hand this whole game. He took a Pillage. He took a Force Throw. He's really invested in keeping his hand size as big as he can.
You're absolutely right. We're going to see another Cassian smuggled into play, but it's an immediate response with Power of the Dark Side, defeating Cassian, saving at least 3 damage. And now we will see the Sidious flip back over to Palpatine. We're getting more value. Clone Trooper token, 2 damage to Eric's base. And we are really going to stuff the ground arena at this point. We've got Yaddle as well. So, Rodney, as you said, things are starting to turn around. Tides are rising. He is really close to being in a good spot here. Now, you still have 21 damage on the base, just 7 HP remaining, but complete control of the board and several cards in hand, and I would suspect he's got some more removal options.
And this is the thing about Chancellor is you need to thread the needle very carefully with when you keep when you resource villain guys, when you resource hero guys, because everything has to line up for you to be able to play all of your guys at the correct time, because anything can go wrong. Maybe they don't kill a hero guy. Maybe you just get stuck on one side and now all your villainy cards are turned off. You really have to plan ahead with this deck. This is a 200 IQ deck, in my opinion.
So now we see Eric playing Luke Skywalker, feeding the Bazine. Yaddle is going to get in for 2, and we get that restore train going. Yaddle has the restore 1, so back down to 20 damage on base. And now Perilous Position will be played, defeating the token, but once again, we've got the flip engine going here with Palpatine having that option to go back to Sidious. And look at this, using the Force, Shatterpoint is going to defeat Luke Skywalker. Yoda is played. We're flipping back over to Sidious. It's Value Town right now for Rodney. He's back down to 18 damage on his base. And he's showing 3 restore in the ground arena, and Eric still has yet to be able to get a unit to stick since that Super Laser Blast.
And this is where if I'm the Anakin player, I'm really looking for something like maybe a Crate Dragon to stick, maybe something big in space, like even a Redemption just to kind of get me back on my feet, like just anything whatsoever. These little chaff units are not going to work anymore. There's too much clog in the ground arena. These are going to be easily traded or removed with removal. It's going to be a real hard fight unless this Anakin player can get some bombs soon.
Yeah, starting out with Ezra Bridger, not the bomb that we're looking for. Yaddle once again getting in for 2, restoring 1. And we do see the Itinerant Warrior coming out. And I don't believe Eric had the Force, so it's just going to be a 4/4 shielded unit here. Action back over to Rodney.
We're going to look to maybe see this Yoda trade here so we can keep our flip train running. Nope, he's going to just keep hitting face. All right, he's going to keep on keeping on.
I think Rodney feels like he's in a pretty good spot right now. He's actually turned the race around. He's ahead 17 damage on Eric's base, just 14 on Rodney's base. We're going to see a Yaddle on Eric's side of the table now. We do have the Force Rodney. And here comes Darth Tyrannus with the Force. He'll have Ambush. And with the shield, we'll take out Yaddle.
We're going to get that shield
on the
second.
board. Okay,
Yeah,
so he ordered it a little differently. There you go.
Yeah, so you can actually order it here so that you can complete the ambush attack and then receive the shield. And that's part of what makes this Darth Tyrannus so good, is that he can clean up these units that have 2 or less attack so with such ease and keep the shield token.
And that Dark Tyrant is such a good 4-drop indeed. Now we do see the lip once again. Another 2 damage. That's 19 damage on Eric's base. Quite the ground arena has been built up for Rodney. Eric has the initiative, but right now he's in trouble. He's staring down, I believe, 10 damage in that ground arena. Does have the Itinerant Warrior, so he's showing at least an answer to one of those Force Heroism units. And look at this, we're going to play Anakin Skywalker to defeat Darth Tyrannus, giving him -3/-3, getting around the shield token. Solid play for Eric here.
And this is one of the bombs we needed here. The board is at least looking a little bit in Eric's favor now, but I mean, Rodney's still got a full grip. I mean, he's still staring down a long battle ahead. Both sides kind of not really throwing in the towel just yet, but I still think I'm favoring the Chancellor here.
I still feel like Rodney is definitely in control. He's continued to restore. He was over 20 damage on his base. Back down to 12. The Itinerant Warrior taking out Yaddle. We see a couple damage being dealt to the Anakin on Eric's side.
Are we setting up a takedown here, maybe? Trying to think why he put 2 into this Anakin.
It looks like Eric is just going to play Kia D, and I don't believe he had the Force, did he? Or did he use the Force? Did I miss him drawing cards there and using the Force?
I noticed. Is this the next? This must be the next turn, because I saw Rodney untap all his resources there when it looked like he was out, but I didn't see the other player do the same, so I think I missed that. And there's a power. So he wanted to. Okay, so he's setting up the Luke here.
Yeah, so Luke took out the Anakin, then Power of the Dark Side defeating Kia D. So Eric just still down to 1 remaining. You've got the Itinerant Warrior in play, and you've got the big Luke Skywalker for Rodney. So Fatal is being shown, but Eric does have the Itinerant Warrior that can take out Yoda, and he does have an answer for Luke Skywalker with Fell the Dragon. So Yoda getting in for another 2, just chipping away with these cheap heroism units and continuing to restore. Yoda will finally be defeated by the Warrior, but not after Yoda alongside of Yaddle restored a ton of damage. You see Rodney back in single digits on his base. He's going to just answer that single threat once again. No glory, only results, taking out the Itinerant Warrior. Eric must restart once again, but he still has a handful of resources available.
And while we're back to parity board-wise, the life total shows a completely different story here. Eric
No
taking
doubt
a different
about it.
approach, trying to go space, it looks like. We're gonna get eaten out. We're gonna get killed. I think this Chancellor here has done more damage than his actual units have.
Yeah, absolutely. The flipping of the Sidious ability just keeps chipping away as well. So, gonna see space unit on Rodney's side as well. So Rodney's just kind of loading the board back up here. Now Eric does have the initiative, but yet Eric just 6 HP remaining on that base. Red Squadron X-Wing coming out in space for Rodney, getting him that extra card. Here comes Luke Skywalker once again for Eric, defeating the Red Squadron X-Wing.
And neither of them wants to give it up. They're both fighting tooth and nail just to try to swing this game in their own favor. I mean, it's crazy to see here. Oh, and we've got the double Anakin. Wow.
Yeah, there's the value we wanted to see out of Anakin. -3/-3 to the Itinerant Warrior and the A-Wing over in the Space Arena. Both units defeated. Now Eric, once again, he's holding on to a Fell the Dragon to defeat Anakin. You've got the flip once again, drawing a card, healing some more damage from Rodney's base.
Oof, and
And
another
it looks like,
removal, man.
oh yeah, then
Yeah.
Eric's just going to scoop it up. Eric taking a grindy game one. What a game one we had here in round 6.
I mean, and honestly, I think that game shifted right from the beginning, and it might not have seemed obvious to everyone watching, but from the moment he got to flip that Chancellor right on turn 2, that's a whole different ball game. When you get that off right away and all your villainy guys get to get turned on, you start get to making these clones, you get to start drawing cards, healing life. It doesn't look like a lot because we saw that Anakin had that huge board until Super Laser Blast hit, but it really is because all that draw, all that tempo, all the life gain they're getting from that is what's going to let them kind of start setting up for that Super Laser Blast turn, and then just turn the corner as immediately after that's done.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and that's exactly the game plan that Rodney had, is he was able to execute it, and it really did. I mean, even though the game drug out for quite some time after the Super Laser Blast, but once that Super Laser Blast hit for Rodney, I mean, Eric had a tough time really ever getting anything to stick at that point. And Rodney just felt in control. He was targeting the hand hate that Eric was running with the Bazines there later in the game. He was able to hold on to multiple cards in his hand at all times. He had options. And even though, again, the game went longer, he just felt in control from the Super Laser Blast on.
And I think, maybe not I think, but I wonder if we're going to see a game plan adjustment from Eric here. Is he going to go back and say, you know what, okay, this keep him off the force plan that I was trying, that's not going to work. Let's just ignore his units and see if we can try to either make him make the trades. Maybe we can lane dodge. He does play A-wing, so maybe if we see Rodney go ground, Eric says, okay, I'm going to go space, and just try to hold out as long as possible. Try to keep him from flipping and starting that value engine as long as I possibly can.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's certainly possible. If you have the ability to keep Rodney off the early flip, I think that would be very important. And, the question is, does he have more space threats? We didn't see a lot of space in that game. You mentioned Green Squadron A-Wing, but I'd be very curious. Can he pivot a little bit here? Can he go more into the space arena, pressure a little bit more in that lane, and make a run here, see if we can have a game 3. Now, one thing to keep in mind, though, if we are talking about a game 3, that first game was about 24 minutes long. So we're now under 30 minutes on the clock. So if we see a game 3, we're definitely going to have to see these players, play at a pretty quick pace to try to, get this match completed, unless we have a really fast game 2.
I think a lot of Anakin's wins are going to be pretty decisive and fast. But I think when the Chancellor is going to end up going all the way, kind of just like we said, it's going to be like a grindy slugfest where all Palpa's doing is just trying to keep the board at parity and just like slowly chipping damage over time, slowly drawing cards and just producing little clones, and kind of just yeah, like a grind fest.
Yeah. So here we go, game 2. Round 6, both of these players looking to lock a spot in the top 8 of this 1.5K in Frederick, Maryland at Tournament City Games. We've got the Padawan coming out, Secretive Sage on Eric's side of the table. So Rodney getting the force early with the Padawan.
And this is the same start as before. Will history repeat itself? He's not going to take the trade, so he's learned from his mistake of last game. He did not take the trade. Last game, we had this same board state, and he opted for the trade last time. This time, he said, you know what? I think I don't want to just give you this flip on your turn 2, so I'm going to hold back for a little bit.
Yeah, you asked that question, and Eric has answered. He's changing up that game plan a little bit, getting that 2 damage into base, and Rodney just forced to trade some damage there. He takes the shield token off of Sage, 2 damage back onto the Padawan, and then we see Ezra coming out for Eric, and then a play that Rodney maybe not, the most optimal play here. He goes into space with the N1 Starfighter, so the 2 cost 3/2 in space. Now we do see the 2 damage onto Ezra. Padawan defeated. Now we get the engine going. We draw one card and we heal a couple damage.
Interesting. 2 on the Ezra. Oh, and we've got Big Conehead. That's Kiadi Mundi, for those of you who didn't know. This is honestly, so what I actually think is going to be the biggest upset here, and you said it a little bit earlier, but I think the biggest thing in Eric's favor here is that his opponent had to play in space on turn 2 and is not able to assist any of the ground warfare that's going on right now.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. So good value. Kiadi Mundi, one of the best value plays right now. Drawing a couple cards for Eric. Of course, Darth Tyrannus doing his thing, right? Getting the value trade there, taking Kiadi off the board. Tyrannus stays in play. Eric is able to hold on to the initiative. 5 damage on Rodney's base, 3 on Eric's base. Up to 5 resources now for both players here on turn 4. Sage just going to get in for 2 once again, and now we see the trade. Darth Tyrannus taking out Ezra. Both units defeated. Both players holding the force right now.
And so we've gotten a little bit back to parity here. The Chancellor deck has kind of done a good job of keeping up using that Dooku, or the Darth Tyrannus, forgive me, for to keep up the board here. And we're going to see our first force throw of the match, I think. I don't think we saw one of those. And that is going to clean up the space there, so he's going to keep some pressure off of himself. He's going to get a card. Whoa, oh my God. Talk about overkill.
Yeah, that is a big-time removal event played on the Sage. No glory, only results. Rodney using up his 5 resources to take out Secretive Sage. And it looks like, now that is tough. It looks like Eric doesn't have a follow-up play. No threats being played after the no glory only results. I believe he just claimed the initiative. And Rodney, of course, getting the engine going. He played a villainy card. Sidious back over to Palpatine. Couple damage to Eric's base. We've got the Clone Trooper in play now as well. Definitely don't like to see that for Eric. You would have loved to be able to follow up with a threat.
And that's going to be the swing turn we're going to look at for Eric here. I mean, hey, remember this, guys. I'm telling you right now, that's the turn that's going to end up costing Eric this game. The loss of pressure here allows the Pout player to actually turn the corner without the assistance of Super Laser Blast, at least from what it looks like right now. So we're going to see, I think that's going to be majorly impactful on this game.
Eric's going to start us out on this turn with his Anakin Skywalker taking out the Clone Trooper, but of course, that means that Chancellor Palpatine can flip back over to Sidious, getting the card, healing some more damage. Of course, Eric at this point, he used up his resources, so really only play here is now we go to Anakin. Anakin comes out, he's +1 power with 5 damage on base. And Rodney has his own Anakin Skywalker. And that's going to be, I believe, yeah, he's getting both of the triggers here. So that's a -6, -6 to Anakin. So Eric's not able to deal any damage on this turn.
And once again, we're looking at the Spider-Man meme. We've got all the Anakins pointing at each other. Quite the board state here.
Yeah, back-to-back games. We've got 3 Anakins in play at one time. First action for Eric here. showing 10 damage in the ground arena between both of his Anakin Skywalkers.
Got a pretty full hand from both players here, so there's no signs of slowing card advantage wise. It what's really going to be instrumental, like I said, the last turn is, can the Palp player make it through the turn without having these without needing the assistance of Super Laser Blast? And why that's so huge is it gives him another reset. So if later in the game he does end up starting to lose the board, he has another big reset. He doesn't have to play that on his 8 resource turn. He can save that for, say, his 11, 12, 13 resource turn. And it's a card that Anakin has a very hard time playing around because they don't have a lot of bomb units, so they can't just do the 1 unit a turn thing and hope to win. They usually have to play 2, sometimes even 3 units a turn to hope to be able to pressure the Palp deck.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it's an excellent point. Now, on this last turn, you saw a couple removal events being played. Fell the Dragon, taking out Rodney's Anakin. No Glory only results, taking out Eric's non-leader Anakin. 5 damage from the leader Anakin Skywalker, putting Rodney's base up to 10 damage on. And then we see a couple ground units being played. Ezra on Eric's side, Yaddle for Rodney. And then, of course, you've got the engine back on as he was able to flip over to Palpatine. We've got the clone trooper there once again. Looks like Eric is just going to continue to be aggressive with Anakin. Make Rodney take out his heroism unit. That is what he does here. 5 damage to base with leader Anakin. And now the clone trooper is just going to go 2 damage to Anakin Skywalker. He is defeated. Ezra for 3. We're getting to this point where Eric's getting closer, right? He's getting close to that 20 damage mark. He was there in the first game. Of course, that's where Rodney was able to stabilize. Yaddle trades some damage with Ezra, getting to restore 1. And again, it's tough here because you overextend, you could walk right into that super laser blast. Jarrett coming out, and now it's Luke Skywalker for Rodney to defeat the leader unit. Both Anakin Skywalkers have been defeated at this stage.
I think now that for the Anakin, it's going to be a lot of kind of just hoping his opponent doesn't draw well. He did a good job pushing damage early, so he has this like kind of fleeting window where he needs to just keep up the damage on base. He's at 15. He's not too far away from the goalpost, but just like we saw last game, if he stumbles any more, he's just going to find that gap get larger and larger every single turn as this Chancellor keeps slipping.
Here comes a pretty big play. Fell the Dragon took out Luke Skywalker. Eric just opens right up with Crate Dragon, but here it is. There's the super laser blast going to wipe the board. That is going to be 8 damage onto Rodney's base, but he still has 5 HP remaining. And with the board being reset here, you know, it's about at that same point we saw last time. Right now, can Eric get anything to stick from this point forward?
And this is where I'm seeing this is the Doctor Strange is looking at Iron Man right now and holding his finger up, telling him to grab the gauntlet. This is Eric's moment. He needs another Crate Dragon slam right here, right now, to close up the game. Or any bomb to just go uncontested, but mainly another Crate Dragon. He has his moment. I think he might be able to steal it, even if his opponent has, say, a Power of the Dark Side or a Fell the Dragon to kill it. He's just going to be just a sliver away from that victory.
There it is. You called it. He's got it. Back-to-back Crate Dragons. Eric, let's go. What do you have, Rodney? Do you have a way to answer and stay alive and keep it going?
He's grabbed the gauntlet from Thanos. All he has to do is snap, and that's it. He's
Looking through the resources.
He's checking them once, checking them twice. Oh boy, is this it?
Do we have a game 3? He's going to claim
Oh,
the
he's claiming?
initiative. Got to find it.
He got a shatter point. Looks like he did in fact draw a shatter point, and he does have the force, but that's going to leave him at 1 away.
Wow.
He got very lucky there. He drew another super laser blast and a shatter point, but that's also going to give Eric a full turn here. Now, the only problem with that is that he also drew a super laser blast. So if Eric decides to get wide here in a hopes to beat him, he could just claim and play the super laser blast.
So there we go. Shatter point with the force being used. Feeding Crate Dragon.
Oh my God. This is insane because the Audi will ping him to death.
That's right.
He
He's at 27. He's at 27. He has 1 HP remaining.
If he snaps the claim right here, does he? No, I guess because he can flip and get the 2 back still.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, he did take out the Clone Trooper, so he can heal at least 2 here. We see red 5 for Eric. What a great game these 2 players are giving us here. We've got the flip. He draws the card. He's back to 25 on. Now 3 HP remaining. Red 5 showing fatal here.
And if I'm Anakin, I snap the claim. I just say, because I know even if he can kill one of these guys, the other one actually kills him. Because if he can kill Audi, that Audi will ping him for 1, and the red 5 will kill him. Or if he can kill if he kills red 5, the Audi pings and then swings for Exaxes. So in either scenario, unless he thinks he has 2 removals here, I would say he was good to just take a claim.
Yeah, but it looks like we are going to see pillage here. Super laser blast being discarded. It looks like he was thinking about Yoda. Yoda is the other call. So Yoda and super laser blast discarded off of pillage. Rodney still has at least, I believe, 6 resources. Oh, he's got Vigilance. Vigilance is going to heal 5. He will take the 1 damage from the Adi trigger, but healing 5, he's 21 damage on. What a find there, Vigilance. Healing 5 in a great spot. This really is.
We went from double crate to top deck the shatter point to the Adi Gallia, so you can't remove. I mean, this is tight.
So Eric with the initiative, just going to get in with red 5 right away. 24 damage on Rodney, and now we're going to see. Look at this, double Luke Skywalker in Eric's hand off of that Bothan. Got Chirrut and Sage as well. My goodness, this has been a fantastic game. One of the Lukes discarded.
That was a mistake. I think he's messed up here. I would have counted his resources and seen if I could stop him from double spelling instead here, because I don't think that second Luke's going to matter unless he's just planning the super laser blast here, and that might be his game plan. He might just be looking to have him slam the first Luke, slam super laser blast, get them back to parity, but I don't know. This is a Cassian from Row? Oh, whoa.
All right. Here comes Tech being smuggled in. That certainly changes things a little bit. Eric will need to find a quick answer for that, because that gives Eric all kinds of options. Every one of his resources gain the smuggle keyword, but look at this. Rodney does have the answer. Anakin Skywalker giving Tech -6/-6. Tech is instantly defeated.
Now, if I'm Eric, I'm not trying to claim. I'm trying to make my opponent claim here because he's played a villain card here. I don't want him to flip that palp and keep drawing cards and keep doing his thing. I want to do something that elicits my opponent to make the claim here. Ooh, okay.
We're going to smuggle yet another unit into play this round. Cassian smuggled in. That's 3 damage being shown right away as Cassian readies. That's interesting because that would put him 1 HP left once again. So double Bothan here. That's going to strip the other Luke Skywalker.
So we had a plan, it seems. Now, I might have taken that opportunity to actually flip the Chancellor here, unless he needs to stay on the villain side for the Super Laser Blast, and that very well may be his plan. He may just be looking to slam the blast, blow up the board, and just hope there's not another Cassian or some other form of fast damage down there.
Yeah,
Do we have another
that very
Cassian?
well could be the play. I can't quite tell. Rodney will have the initiative. Either one of these units showing fatal because Rodney has just 1 HP remaining on his base. Has to deal with both of these units in one action, or we go to a game 3 in the final round of Swiss. Let's see what the play is. Oh, look at this. It's Anakin, but I don't think it
shrinks them both.
It just shrinks him. It doesn't take him out. It just shrinks him. 1 HP remaining on both, but they're not going to do any damage here because they both have -3, -3.
And this is interesting too because it actually still threatens the other Cassian from Row. So if he tries to play another Cassian here, the Anakin will just mop it up.
That is an excellent point. That Anakin with
really
5 power. The game.
Oh, it's clearing the way for the Cassian, maybe? Is that what we're doing right now?
Shatterpoint being used to take out Rodney's Anakin. What a game this has been. Another grindy one. Another game right around that 20-minute mark. Closing in on 10 minutes left to go in the round. It looks like Rodney's just going to claim the initiative again. Again, you have to have an answer for these units. You just have the 1 HP remaining. Does Eric have a way to deal that damage? Does he have another Cassian? He doesn't have another Cassian, but he has a tech. At this point, I believe it's what, Super Laser Blast or Bust. I mean, I guess he could heal first action, right? He could do something like Vigilance and buy some actions.
Super Laser Blast is interesting because and he's just going to pick up. Is that what's happening? Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So look at that, Rodney scooping it up, and we are all tied up going to game 3 with Chancellor Palpatine and Anakin. What a match this has been. Both players desperately trying to get that win. They came into this round at 3-2. Really need a win here to have any shot. Maybe be one of the X2s to get in the top 8. But what a grindy set of games this has been.
And if I'm the Chancellor player, I know it's kind of, the cards are kind of out for me now. I mean, I know I can't win in 9 minutes. It's not possible. And if I'm the Anakin player, I'm just trying to go full aggro. I know this is my game to win. I know my opponent cannot possibly kill me in 9 minutes. So I just have to go pedal to the metal. I have to disregard every out because I know there's no punishment. I know my opponent cannot deal 28 damage to me in 9 minutes. I don't think it's like feasible unless I just pass the first 3 turns. So all I'm going to try to do here is just face, disregard everything. I'm not going to think about playing around things because I don't have that luxury. I don't have the time to think. I'm just going to attack and hope everything kind of falls into place because otherwise this is going to a draw for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we mentioned, really needing a win here. I don't think a draw would be good enough to get either one of them in. So I think you're absolutely right. Eric just has to go all in, try to get it as quick as possible and secure those points and have a shot at the top 8. So Rodney with the initiative, starting out with Yato. We see Adi Galea coming out for Eric. First action, second turn, Rodney with the initiative. Gonna trade a couple damage here. Yato into Adi. Does give Rodney the force. Body getting in for 2. Now we see the Red Squadron X-Wing, so Rodney will get to draw a card, and another turn to Ezra for Eric. Both players playing quickly here, trying their best to get this game to a natural conclusion and avoid the draw.
And again, I mean, in a game where time wasn't a factor, I think the Anakin player is looking real good. He kind of a similar start to last game where he said, "Okay, I don't want to take the trades. I just want to hit fate," and that's probably a product of it, just the lack of time right now. But if this were a game without time, I think I think we might even see the Anakin player being favored right now because of the fact that the Pout player is kind of playing in space right now and not contesting the ground as necessary.
Yeah, no, it is a good point because right now those space units, Eric is probably fine just leaving them over there. Don't allow Palpatine to get the flip on, so he plays A-Wing, and the A-Wing's going to get taken out by the Red Squadron X-Wing right away. And then we see Yaddle coming out, so it was a couple 2-cost units for Eric on that turn. And now we're flipped over to Sidious. He's able to heal 2, he gets an extra card. First action now, Eric has it. Yaddle gets in for 2 first, bringing the damage total back up to 4.
And we've got a looks like a whole like scripture over there in Rodney's hand. He's got quite the hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Does have a handful of cards playing double Red Squadron early here in game 2. Here comes that Darth Tyrannus ambushing and defeating Yaddle, having the Force, getting the shield token. Now he's a 4-1 shielded unit with that 2 damage on. And Eric's going to use his own Force payoff with Ki-Adi-Mundi, drawing a couple cards. Both players going to trade 3 damage here.
And I don't think this round is coming to a natural conclusion between the heel of the Chancellor deck and the kind of its ability to just keep the boards clear. I would actually almost say if someone's going to win this now, I actually think it's the Chancellor deck because he has, even though he's not contesting the ground, he has so much pressure in space, and with the heel, he might actually be able to get this Anakin in a position where it starts sweating a little bit.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I mean, he got 6 damage coming through each turn in that space arena. So Eric, as you mentioned, we're just going all to base. I mean, really, that's all he can do here. 4 with Ki-Adi, getting the Force back.
He's actually representing 12 damage this turn. That would leave his opponent at a total of 19 at the end of this turn. He'd be representing lethal next turn if Eric is just going to allow his entire board to come through and go unchecked.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good point, right? I mean, Rodney has done pretty well at loading this board here in the final game. Uncontested in space.
Just an
Ezra
absolute
does get in
shootout
for
now
3.
too. Yeah, they're slugging it out. They're saying, you know what, we're not going to trade. We're just going to pound for pound, punch for punch. Let's see who hits 28 first.
We do keep in mind that this is the turn that Anakin can deploy. And with all of this damage coming through in this game, very different. Anakin's going to come out and be an absolute monster. So question will be, does Rodney have the quick answer? Eric's going to smuggle Cassian into play. That's showing another 3. We've got 13 damage on each base. Action back over to Rodney. Still has Darth Tyrannus and the Clone Trooper token ready in the ground arena. lot to
This
think
is
about
this a
here.
hard decision because he has to decide: does he want to heal 2 or does he want to deal 2? That's the debate
Right.
here. And then does he need to get back to the villainous side this turn to have a real turn? Does he need to play something like, say, a Childson, which we haven't seen all match? Maybe just a removal like a Power of the Dark Side, just to swing the race in his favor a little bit for next turn.
We do see the flip over to Sidious, heals a couple damage after Cassian got in for 3. So 14 damage now in Rodney's base. Now the question is, did Eric pass there? Is he not deploying? Because I thought the action was back over to Eric after the flip.
I believe Eric claimed here. Yeah, that's weird. Did he forget he could flip?
I mean, that's huge. That's a huge amount of damage here. There it is. Okay, so maybe maybe he did just pass. Not sure.
It's weird to see, maybe because of the flip he had opted to take the trade there, but I thought that was an interesting choice from him to make the... Ooh, I actually think I would kill the Cassian here because the 3 damage... You're not dying to this. How much is that? 14. So this guy's hitting for 6, putting you to 20 to 23. So if you kill the Cassian, you actually prevent the same amount of damage, and because the Anakin swing, you're able to stop one of them. It's interesting. So we got...
Yeah, so
they both claimed?
yeah, so it looks like after Talzin's assassin came out, I believe Eric just claimed there. Did not
That's...
attack with Anakin, so he just claimed. It looks like he's going to go right in with the full 6, because Anakin is +2 right now. 13 damage on base. Anakin Skywalker, the leader unit, gets +1 power for every 5 damage on your base. So that is going to bring Rodney up to 20 damage, and we are getting very close on time.
I think this game might... If these players want it to, if these players just decide it's a shootout, this game is going to come to an actual natural conclusion here, because it seems the Chancellor player has decided that he doesn't want it to come to a conclusion. It looks like he might be deciding that he'd rather just take the tie than win here. I'm surprised to see him taking all these trades, considering how much pressure he actually had here.
He did. He had so much pressure the start of that last turn. So Tyrannus just trading with Cassian. Ezra getting in for 3. Now just 5 HP remaining on Rodney's base. So now once again, you have to ask that question. Eric is asking, do you have an answer for Anakin? Anakin is showing fatal.
They have 2 minutes left, I'm being informed, because of the stream setup.
Okay.
So they're not quite to time yet.
Very good. So a couple minutes extension here. Cassian played as well. He gets in for another 3? Adi Galea, I think Rodney had just claimed.
He has to.
So
He's got to play the Super Laser Blast.
Yeah. So Eric was wide open there. 26 damage on the base. Here comes, it looks like, the Super Laser Blast. He has to do
Push the
this to
button.
survive.
He's got to take 1 to do that too. So,
Oh my goodness, and a
here's the
Cassian in a row!
Oh.
Eric has the Cassian to smuggle in after the Super Laser Blast. What a performance! What a match! Eric takes it in Game 3. A buzzer beater with Cassian Andor. He moves to 4-2. We'll see how things shake up in the standings. What a match to finish off in Swiss.
And that's, I mean, like I said, this right from the beginning, this was the Anakin's game to win. I did feel the Pout player had a moment there, but I think all those space units ended up catching up with him, because he just had to exhaust so much energy just playing in space and not fighting for the ground, and that's where he ended up losing in the end, was on that ground arena.
Yeah, absolutely. What What a match. That was exciting. Exciting stuff. Love to see the Chancellor Palpatine deck. Hadn't seen one of those in a bit. Love to see it with the new Anakin Skywalker. So good with this Chancellor Palpatine deck. But Eric takes it, moves on to 4-2. Now we will see how the standings shake up. Now, last update from Sunny, we are just 8 subscribers away from giving away a Spark of Rebellion booster box. So we're at 617. We need to get to 625 subscribers. Help us get there so we can do the Spark of Rebellion booster box giveaway. We would do that the next round as we get into the top cut. So it looks like Sonny's saying we're at 623. So we are so close. We just need 2 more now. 2 more subscribers and we can do the next giveaway. So that is huge because I believe at the start of the day, we had 550 subscribers. So 2 more, and we are giving away a Spark of Rebellion booster box. So that's a huge day, right? Almost 75 subscribers now in the day. Big shout out to Sonny and all the Secret guys for putting together the stream. Big thank you again to Tournament City Games for hosting this great tournament. Fantastic competitive event before the Galactic Championship. And it looks like we're getting word someone that we just did it. So are we good now, Sonny? Are we at the 625? You got confirmation? We can do that giveaway. There it is. Yep, Sonny confirming. Oh yeah, there's no doubt. Team Sekrit killing it with the giveaways. A couple weekends ago at the Planetary Qualifier, Sekrit was paired up with 4 Horsemen Comics and Gaming, and now this weekend, Team Sekrit following it up with some more great giveaways. So yeah, we're over 625 now. So thank you everyone for tuning in and shooting up that number. Great stuff, guys. Love to see it. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and do it. We're going to go ahead and do it before we take a quick break before we get into the top 8. So here's how the giveaway works. I am going to ask you guys a question, and the first person to type the correct answer in chat, you will win a Spark of Rebellion booster box. So that's all you got to do. You don't have to enter. That's it. You're going to put the correct answer. First person to do it will get it. So here we go. I'm going to ask you a Star Wars question. All right, here we go. What does Han Solo say after Princess Leia tells him she loves him in The Empire Strikes Back? And I want specific. I want the specific what exactly he says to Princess Leia in Empire Strikes Back when she tells him she loves him. What does Han Solo say in response to Leia? And there we go. Josh Fulmer. Josh Fulmer. I know. That's right. And it's pouring in. Everybody's pouring in. I knows. Everybody's got it. But Josh Fulmer was the first one that popped up in chat. So big shout out and congrats to Josh Fulmer. My friend, you have just secured a Spark of Rebellion booster box. Now, to get that booster box, make sure you are a part of the Team Sekrit Discord server. The link is down in the description below. So if you're not already there, make sure to join their Discord server. And once you are there, just reach out to Secret Sunny. Reach out to Secret Sunny, and he is going to hook you up with that booster box. Again, thank you, Sunny and Team Sekrit, for doing those awesome giveaways. So I think we are going to take a short break. Alex, you have anything you want to do or shout out here before we take a quick break for the top cut?
No, I mean, this was good. I had a blast, so no, nothing I need to shout out. So we'll see you guys back in Top Cut.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, thank you everyone for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We've got Top Cut action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here on the secret YouTube channel of this 1.5K hosted by Tournament City Games in Frederick, Maryland. And the top 8 players have decided to split the prize pool, but we do have the top 2 seeds. They are going to play it out for all the bragging rights. I don't know if there's anything extra on the line here in this particular game outside of the bragging rights, but they are going to play it out. We've got Paul Heaver on the right playing Hantu Blue versus James Mooney on the left playing Gar Saxon Yellow. I'm Josh Snyder. Ian Klein's back with me in the booth. Good to have you back, Ian, and it's been a very interesting day of some Set 5 action.
Yeah, man, it's really awesome. This tournament has been a blast to commentate and hang out and watch all the games. Some really fun stuff. Who would have thought Gar Saxon Yellow in the finals here?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, looks like Tata asking about the top 8. And I'm sure that Sonny will be posting this somewhere, but the top 8 decks, you had, it looks like, we only had one Han Solo, or one Han 2. You had the Gar Saxon here. We had one Cad Bane Tarkin Town. You had one Emperor Palpatine Colossus, the Darth Vader Victor Squadron Leader, so set 4 Vader Yellow. We had Mother Talzin Green, Mother Talzin Blue, and then we had Sabine ECL and Anakin Skywalker from Twilight. Anakin Blue, which we saw last round. So that was your top 8, and I'm sure Sonny will get that posted up somewhere, but that was our top 8. So we saw Eric on Anakin Skywalker with the win and in match. He needed that win, and he just squeaked by at 4-2. So that is your top 8. We're ready to go with this match, James versus Paul, and really cool here because we ended up having 3 undefeated players, but we did have some draws at the end here. So the 3 undefeated players were 4-0-2, and that was Paul, James, and you also had Michael Conrow on Cad Tarkin Town. So interesting little set there of your top 3 decks.
Yeah, no, for sure. Really excited to see how this last match that we get plays out. I think there's going to be a lot of Han 2 Blue at Worlds, so this is a nice preview. And who knows, maybe there's a lot of Gar Saxon Yellow as well.
Yeah, I mean, hey, James has put on a show with it today. We saw it on stream earlier against Kylo ECL, and it took that match in 3 games. So yes, again, if you're just tuning in, top 8 did split the 1.5K prize pool, and we've got the top 2 seeds playing it out here for the final match of the day. Looks like we're just waiting to get started. Both players are ready to go, and we are good to start.
We are
Paul
off to the
will start with the
races.
initiative. Yeah, here we go. Let's do it. This has been Paul's line today. He has been
Turn 1 Yoda.
consistently turn 1 Yoda, turn 1 Ezra. Those are the 2 that we've seen Paul play multiple times on stream, but constantly playing those 3-cost units on turn 1, and nice follow-up for James.
Looks like he's got a couple Kiadi Mundis in hand. I think that card's pretty good.
Yeah, Kiadi Mundi, so good.
I think he's
Paul
just gonna
does
hit
have the initiative.
Get the Force, probably play out a Kiadi Mundi for a 1 resource less.
Yeah, certainly
3 cost, get a
here.
4/2, and draw 2 cards. Pretty good.
No doubt about it. We're going to see that shuttle ST-149 coming out turn early as well. So James, with Director Krennic in play, you pay 1 less for your first unit with a when defeated ability. So Krennic
got to start that space
here.
pressure. I think that's going to be his avenue of victory here. A lot of these Force decks, almost all of their units are on the ground, so.
There it is, Paul getting the value. Han action ability, Kiadi coming out, Force used.
Wow, and he's just going to
cards.
base with the Krennic, not even trying to take one of these favorable trades.
Very interesting. So
James may be telling us that's his game plan here, just going to be super aggressive. Now, something to keep in mind, though, is Yoda can start to erase that damage that Krennic is doing. Yoda does have the
Yeah,
restore too, so that is something to keep in mind.
that's definitely the thing that I would be looking out for, is trying to stop the restore game on the ground. A lot of times these blue-red hero decks will try to accrue a large card advantage and then have a lot of these little dorks out that are force users that restore, like Yaddle and Yoda. Sometimes Uncle Owen, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So right out of the gate, Paul swinging with Yoda, getting in for 2, restoring 2. So just trading some damage here. Both bases holding 4 damage. Action back over to Paul, and so far we're just ignoring each other's units. We're going to base, so another 4 damage into James's base with the Kiadi Mundi. And now 4 damage coming through with Shuttle ST-149. Of course, Gar Saxon giving these shielded units that additional +1 power. That static ability on the leader.
Ooh, the Itinerant Warrior, or as I like to call it and my teammates like to call it, Internet Warrior. That's your classic keyboard anonymous poster right there. The Internet
There it
Warrior.
is. I tell you one thing for sure, both players just going to base, but Paul has the healing here, right? He's got the Yoda, he's restoring the Itinerant Warrior, also getting in heal. He's able to use the Force, healing another 3 damage. Now we do see the lurking TIE Phantom, but here comes the first Force throw of the match.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that some
James.
people, one of the reasons some people like James might be interested in playing this Gar Saxon deck is that you're kind of insulated from that first force throw because all your units have shields, or at least most of them.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. So force throw, forcing James to discard a card. He discards Shin Hati, and that is going to take the shield token off of Director Krennic. And now we're going to see another value play off of Krennic here. Inferno 4 played for 1. James getting to look at the top 2 cards of his deck and keep them on top or put them on the bottom in any order. Quite the space arena for James. There's no doubt about that.
Drawing 2 off Kaido Money, we're going to see a lot of that in set 5, Josh.
Hey, is that Frank? Do I hear Frank here? You threw me off, but it's Frank Myers on stream, everybody.
I came in here and hijacked the stream from Ian. Just wanted to say hey to my good friend Josh. You guys do such a great job. The stream's been great today. I've been enjoying watching it, and what an exciting... I wish they'd played the top 8 out, of course, but this is fun to see this last
absolutely.
match.
Oh, yeah,
Anyway,
thanks for stopping by. Yeah.
Yep, just want to say hello, and I'm going to give it back to Ian. Here.
Quite the curveball from Frank Myers, everybody, from Bothan Network. Here we go. Paul gets some more damage in. 2 damage to James's base. We're at 10 damage on now, restoring a couple more damage.
All right, I'm back. Sorry,
Ian is back.
There was a hijacker just stealing my headset away from me.
Hijacked the stream. Now look at this play. Snapshot reflexes onto the lurking TIE Phantom. So that's going to be
5,
essentially
right?
+2 power with the ability from Gar Saxon. And then +2. So I believe that's 6, right? 6 total coming through with the Raid 2.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's 6. Yep. I can't.
Yeah, so no, it's okay. Hey, I've done it today too. Got to remember the Gar Saxon static ability. So 9 damage on Paul's base.
I mean, I think James has to get rid of that Yoda from Paul. Like he's gonna be able to race him still, because he's gonna get the Han leader out. He's gonna push another 7 damage. And what would that put him to? 21? Like it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, so far, we're just racing. Now there it is. Krennic finally going to take out Yoda on Paul's side. There's Paul getting that when defeated trigger, drawing an extra card.
I think I saw the Anakin unit, the 6-cost Anakin unit. He could play that using Han's ability to maybe take out something, or at least give like a minus effect for the turn just to delay some of the damage.
Yeah. James playing Lom Pike after Paul deploys Han. Action back over to Paul. Right now, 18 damage on James's base.
11 damage on Paul's base. And I mean, Paul's just been aggressive, right? I mean, he's been in a spot. He was restoring 2 with Yoda. He's had multiple 4-power units out throughout the game. Kia D and then the Itinerant Warrior. We're getting some damage into base. 21 now. 9 HP remaining for James. He is going to get in for 4 damage with the shuttle, bringing Paul's total up to 15. But there is that Anakin off of the Han action ability. That is big, taking out the lurking TIE Phantom. 3 total HP. With that -3/-3, it dodges lurking TIE Phantom's effect of not being able to be defeated by abilities because it is defeated simply due to not having any HP remaining. So strong play for Paul.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful play. And now this Anakin still has 5 health, so the Lone Pike can't trade into it. So he's going to be able to get another 5 to base, which then puts him and Paul in check to either of these 4-cost or 4-power units. Because he's at 21. He just needs to deal 9. So there's got to be something here from base or from his hand or there we go in the resource row, the Hotshot Blaster. Was he going base still?
It looks like that's what he was signaling. So that's a 6-power, 7-power with Gar's ability. So it looks like he is deciding maybe where to go, or we're going to get a shield. No, he did go to base. So we get the shield on the Itinerant Warrior, and it's just to base here. So that's 22 damage on Paul's base. Does James have a way? Maybe he's got something in his hand.
I think there's an entrenched here and a Luke. And a Force Lightning. But Force Lightning doesn't do anything because there's shields.
Yeah, Paul certainly has plays, right? He has plenty of cards in hand. 22 damage on Paul's base. So he has 6 HP remaining. James has 9 HP.
I think he's worried about Gar Saxon flipping and then another Hotshot Blaster. Because if that happens, that's 7 more damage.
Now, so here's my question. So James has 9 HP remaining. All can win in 2 actions, right? Anakin plus Itinerant Warrior is game. So
yeah.
unless James has a 1-action,
he would have needed the surprise strike
here.
There.
Yeah, and I don't think he has it. He just swings for 4. So that should leave Paul open with the Itinerant Warrior to finish out this game. That is going to do it. Paul Heaver with Han 2 Blue taking game 1 in our finals here at the 1.5K.
Yeah, wow. Super interesting game. I'm not sure how I like the Gar Saxon players' thought process on how to navigate that one. Only because what this Blue-Red Hero deck likes to do is play a lot of restore units, things that will heal your base naturally, like the Itinerant Warrior. And then a lot of its units in the late game is just units that kill other units. So if you're just playing units and attacking base, but the other player is playing units that kill your units,
right?
The guy who's playing units that's killing other units is going to be able to, swing the tempo advantage to their favor, all while still pushing a similar amount of damage, right? So...
I really believed that James had the surprise strike there because,
with that attack to base is so weird without it.
Right, exactly. With him going to base with Lon Pike, I thought surely he is setting up a 1-action win condition for his next action, and he did not have it. So Paul was able to win over the next 2 actions, and it looks like Sonny is putting up the standings now. Now, maybe a little small. I don't know if Chad, if you can confirm if you can see it. I can quite
see it.
There we go.
So we got Han 2 Blue from Paul Heaver, the Force base. From James Mooney, we have Gar Saxon, yellow, 30 HP. From Michael Conrow, Cad Tarkentown, Ian Smith, Emperor Palpatine from set 1 on Colossus. Matthew Bolzovich, Darth Vader, yellow. Ryan DeCreasy, Mother Talzin, Jedi Temple, which is the green Force base. Austin Cox on Sabine ECL, and Eric Kitchen on the Anakin Blue Force base.
There you go.
Pretty diverse top 8, not going to lie. That's 8 different leaders, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you love to see it. First streamed event of set 5, a super diverse 8-leader top 8. And, and keep in mind that Han
On 2, that's the leader that everybody's been talking about. People strongly believe, a lot of people in the community strongly believe that is going to be the most represented leader here in this meta going into the Galactic Championship. And it was the most represented leader today, but only one making the top 8. So maybe, just maybe that things are a little bit more open than we think.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. I'm not a believer. I think there's going to be a lot of red blue hero force stuff going on. But I mean, it's always cool to see, these different leaders and decks represented. So it's definitely awesome for viewers. I think that this is obviously, a 42-person tournament. Maybe some people are holding back some of their decks that they might end up playing at Galactics. Who knows? All I know is that I need Michael Conrow's Catalyst. We still don't have it.
Here we go. All right, game 2. James will have the initiative. He is starting with Inferno 4, keeping one of the cards on top of his decks, shipping the other one to the bottom. And Paul is going to throw out that 3-cost unit on turn 1. This time it's Cassian Andor, essentially a 3/3.
Yeah, I mean, Cassian's such a good
Turn 1.
unit in general. It's so versatile, being able to be smuggled out, readied for 5. In Han 2, you get to play it as a 3/3 on turn 1. It's just such a good unit. It does kind of stink that it doesn't have the Force trait, so you're not getting the Force online yet. But as long as you follow it up with a Force unit, you'll be able to get the Force token by the time you Kiadi on 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all space right now.
Oh, wow. And he chooses to just play the Kiadi as a 4/2 just to apply pressure on that ground arena. Super interesting.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an interesting call here. But it's space versus ground right now.
Yep.
And Paul is ahead in the race, right? I mean, Paul
Yeah.
is showing more damage in the ground arena. We know he has ways to heal. We know he has ways to restore. So he is showing 1 extra damage over there in the ground arena.
The
James
other thing
will
too
have
is
the
that
initiative here.
these space units don't actually have any upgrades yet, which is like the whole point of playing Gar Saxon, right? So
yeah,
maybe he's
definitely
got
want
some
some
Iden
upgrades.
pilots or some snapshots, but
Yeah, that was the play that we saw James make earlier. The Iden piloting Lurking TIE Phantom absolutely stormed to victory over Kylo ECL. So 2 damage to Paul's base. Paul fires back with 4 damage of his own with Kiadi. And there it is. Iden will pilot the Lurking TIE Phantom. Definitely change the numbers a little bit in the race because Iden giving Lurking TIE Phantom +3/+3. But of course, Gar now giving an additional power to the TIE Phantom. See another 3 damage coming through on Paul's side. 10 damage on James's base. That Lurking TIE Phantom is going to swing for 10 now, which is quite the swing. Excuse me, 8. I'm sorry, 8, not 10, just 8.
it's functionally a billion. It's just
still
so
a lot.
much. It's
not
so
quite
much.
double digits.
Yeah, this Han player needs to find the that entrench that I think I saw in his hand last game. That's like a great answer. You just throw it down, forget about it.
Absolutely. We saw it earlier today. Paul is running main deck entrenched because we saw it in game 1 earlier in the day against Han 2 Green. So that would be a great answer for sure. But we're just going to load up the ground arena. We're keeping the trend. Ground versus space. The Itinerant Warrior coming out. Plus, is that Owen?
Yeah, Uncle
He also
Owen
played-
just as
there it is.
a
Okay.
free restore unit that he didn't have to spend any
Yeah,
resources
absolutely.
for.
Yeah, gets to
Can
get it
also
out
try to
for free
find
here.
an Anakin or a Luke to try to finish out that Lurking TIE, because it's the only way you can deal with it outside the entrenched.
Here comes a snapshot. Reflexes on the Inferno 4. +1/+1. Gets to attack, but +2 power with Gar's ability. 13 damage on Paul's base. But Paul has all kind of damage coming through in the ground arena. Kiadi getting in for 4. Getting the Force. But here comes the big play. Surprise strike onto Phantom. He's going to swing for 11. 14 damage on Paul's base. What a play. Now one more swing from TIE
From
Phantom.
either of these.
Closes it up.
From
Yeah, that's a
either of
good
these
point.
space units.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, wait, is he at
But
22 or is he
two
at
with
24?
Owen.
Oh, right.
He
sure.
restored 2. So I
That
guess he
makes sense.
does have to get the Phantom, right? He's got to get the Phantom to finish it off.
But I mean, 21 for the 24 on his opponent's base too. So
It's so
this
close.
is
We're
just
just
all aggro.
all gas, no brakes, both players. And
And
I
he
don't
doesn't have an
think-
answer.
Yeah, Paul doesn't have an answer to Lurking Time Phantom.
Wow.
James will send it to game 3. Hey, we saw James do this earlier. He got stomped in game 1 versus Kylo ECL earlier in the day, and then he came back with Lurking Time Phantom, Iden Versio, piloting that Phantom, led him to victory. It's done. He's done the same thing here in the finals in game 2. We're going to have a deciding game 3 in our finals in Maryland. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is fantastic.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, 2 ships passing in the night there, right? Like, it's just aggro in space versus aggro on the ground. Crazy.
Absolutely. Now, Sonny or Ryan, could someone give us an update on what our subscriber count is? Because there was one last stretch goal, one last stretch giveaway that we could do on the stream if we get these numbers. This was the deal. If we get to 625, we gave away the Spark of Rebellion booster box. If we get to 750 subscribers during this stream, Team Sekrit will be giving away a Jump to Lightspeed Carbonite box. So
Wow.
it looks like we're at 652 right now. So we need 98. Okay, so if we can do it, I'm not sure how many viewers we have right now, but if we can get up to 750, we will
Hey,
have
there's
one more
300
giveaway.
people watching right now.
Hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Share it. Let's get some subscribers.
All right,
Like
I'm gonna
the video.
unsubscribe and resubscribe. try to hit that number, make it look
So,
good.
Yeah, it would be great to see, but nevertheless, it's been a fantastic day. 100 subscribers today, right? I believe Team Sekrit started right around 550. We're over 650 now. It's been a fantastic day. It was a great stream put on by Team Sekrit. Really appreciate all those guys. And now we've got one more game. Here we go. Paul Heaver will start with the initiative. Han2 blue, Gar Saxon yellow. This is the real question for me. Is Gar Saxon going to play a serious role in this meta moving forward, or is this just a one-night stand here for James? We'll see moving forward in the meta, but
I mean,
know.
look, if you can consistently get Lurking Tie into Iden Pilot against these force decks, it is a very good play. It is hard to interact with, and it will push a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
That being said, if people start playing a bunch of Entrenched, you might be in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that is a good point. If Paul finds the Entrenched, that would certainly make a difference, and I believe he is running the full suite. He has 3 Entrenched in this deck, so certainly an option. Game 3 underway, deciding game 3. Ezra Bridger, Paul Heaver on turn 1, James Mooney playing the Secretive Sage.
Yeah, he's just gonna have to go in to base here, get the force online. Now the question is Gar going base or is he taking out the Ezra? And of course he's going base. He hasn't done anything else this game.
Right.
Love it.
We're just racing. That's all we're doing in the finals. It's all gas for these guys. Secretive Sage hitting for 3 because of Gar's static ability, giving him +1. Here comes that Lurking Tie Phantom. That has to be scary, but I think Paul may have found an entrenched there. I think he found it this time.
I wonder if he kind of waits and hopes that the Iden Pilot comes out and he lets the Lurking Tie attack, or if he just first actions the Entrenched.
Here we go. Does he put the Entrenched out right away? James has made his resource. He's ready to go. What does Paul do here?
But Josh, what is he going to do? The Entrenched gives the Lurking Tie +1 because it's an upgrade. Oh,
he's got
Lightning.
He's got another plan here. Force Lightning for 3. It blanks Lurking Tie Phantom. He's got no more powers here.
So
he loses
it's
all abilities.
It's Force Lightning for 1 because this is out of aspect.
Right.
So he has to pay 3 to just play the card, and then he can pay 1 to do 2. But that's just enough to get the Lurking Tie out. And now, if he can get a Heroic in his discard, he can play that Anakin unit for -6/-6.
What a setup, Paul Heaver. bringing out the out of aspect Force Lightning, using up the 4 resources to take out Lurking TIE Phantom. James is going to pressure in space once again with Shuttle ST-149.
And I'm not sure about this just hit base only thing when you got a bunch of these restore units out. I think it's going to bite him in the butt a little bit.
Well, we saw it in the first game. The restore plus the heal from Itinerant Warrior played a big role in that game for Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And he does have the Yaddle in play now. Of course, Yaddle has Restore 1, has the ability to give the other Jedi units Restore 1.
He's just surprise striking. Go face
So there we
or
go.
go home.
Yeah, that's it. He's going all in here. So that's 6 damage to base with the Secretive Sage.
I think we're going to see this Entrench come out just to delay some damage. Oh no, he's gotten Anakin, but I think he's only got the villainy event because the Gar player hasn't attacked his units.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I don't think he has any heroism cards over in the
he
discard
could hit his
pile.
own Ezra into the Secretive Sage to
Right,
get it
sacrifice
online.
it to turn it on. Yep, absolutely, certainly an option.
Maybe he attacks base with the Yaddle first so that he can get the restore going as well. Yeah, that's what it looks like. He's okay with taking some damage. Ooh,
Oh, and look at this.
now
Iden
the
comes out, and
entrenched.
Paul's got it. Yeah, Paul says,
That
I'm
was
no
the
longer
fastest
waiting.
entrench I've ever seen.
No delay. Iden wasn't even fully slid under ST-149, and Paul throwing that entrench down says, no, thank you. Going to shut that down right away. James has claimed Han is deployed, and now it is 17 damage. I believe it should be 18. Yeah, it takes 3 from Han. Excuse me, 16 total damage after taking 3 from Han. So 16 damage on James's base. Paul has 8 damage. And Paul now in control. He's got the ground arena locked up right now. He still has restore with Yaddle. And currently that shuttle ST-149 will not be attacking with entrench. Can't attack bases. Question is, does James have any kind of upgrade removal to potentially open things back up over there in space? First action, no good to me. Dead is going to exhaust Yaddle, so that will at least turn off the restore on this turn for Paul.
I think there's a Luke in hand. You can just play the Luke and kill the Sage. Yeah, that's
there
what
it
we're
is.
gonna see.
Now James has nothing he can attack with. Luke Skywalker taking out Sage. James does quickly deploy Gar here. He still has 4 ready resources.
Yeah, he's probably gonna hotshot blaster that Gar to base for 7 damage. Nothing you can really do about that, but I think you probably want to put some amount of damage on the Gar so that the Luke could maybe clear it out next turn while healing.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Does Paul believe he can just race here, or does he need to answer Gar? He is going to go 3 to base with Han, so that's going to bring the total up to 19 damage on James Mooney's base. Now the action back over to James, looking at the resources. I think you're right. We're probably going to see that Hotshot Blaster. Here it is, Hotshot Blaster. That's going to be 7 total power coming through for Gar Saxon. 7 damage to base, bringing Paul up to 15.
I think it's just a little bit too little too late. He's only going to be able to put him to 22 next turn, and that's still 6 away from lethal. Even with the surprise strike, he's 3 away, and there's just too much pressure on the ground from the Han player.
And if Paul chooses to swing with Ezra here, that would bring James's damage total up to 22 on his base. So 2 actions next round, and Paul could finish the game with Luke plus 1 other unit. We are going to see Ezra get in, so that is 22 damage on base. James claims the initiative. I just don't know. He could deal 10 with Surprise Strike, but then he doesn't really have another way, unless he has another way to bring something in ready, but I don't think this deck has that.
I mean, he's got a Darth Vader in hand. No Chien Flurry, though.
Okay, so No Good to Be Dead is going to stop Luke here. So once again, no restore for Paul on this turn because Yaddle still exhausted from the No Good to Be Dead last turn. Now Luke Skywalker exhausted by No Good to Be Dead this turn.
This might actually be enough unless Paul has something in hand to stop the Gar from hitting him one of these 2 times.
It is an excellent point. I mean, this is not over now. Here comes Anakin. That is going to
Wow,
be just
okay.
-3, correct? I don't think he
It
has
is. It
Okay,
is just -3.
-3 to Gar.
But
So that's saving 3 damage is important though.
exactly, because now the Gar doesn't kill him in 2 hits. So 4 to base here puts him to 19. So 7 from Gar next turn is still too short.
Yeah. Now keep
Now
in mind
he could
though,
try
the
to kill the
surprise
Gar.
strike, right?
Yeah, he could try to kill the Gar with his units now though, because that's a Gar that's a instead of a 7/7, it's a 4/4. So he could attack both of his units into it, or he could just go both to base and have 1 action check. It just depends if he thinks his opponent has that surprise strike or another hotshot blaster. And it does
I
look
think
like he's taking the more conservative route of just dealing with the Gar.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to definitely scary to give James the opportunity to win off a surprise strike. Director Krennic coming into play for James.
He does
but
get the hotshot blaster back from the Gar ability. I think that's one that people forget about sometimes, that when an upgraded unit is defeated, you get to return the upgrades to your hand if Gar Saxon is out.
yeah, that is a really good point. Yeah, hotshot blaster now an option
That's
once
still
again for
not
James.
enough though. Even with that Krennic, the hotshot blaster is only 5 damage, so it would only put the Han 2 player to what, 24? Yeah, it's still 4 short.
That's right. Yep, 24 damage would be the total there. And Paul can finish the game in 2 actions now. We're going to see breaking in. That's going to be +2. So we are swinging for 5. 24 damage, but Yaddle gets in for 2, restoring 1. All back down to 23 damage on 24 damage for James. Now here comes
Darth
Vader, but
too little,
doesn't
too late
do
again.
anything. Yeah,
Yep.
he's not ambushed in, so Paul will be able to swing
He gives him
with the other
gimme. Swing him in.
units. Oh my, what a tournament. Paul Heaver taking it down in the end with Han 2 Blue over James Mooney with a spicy Gar Saxon Yellow. You love to see it. Epic tournament. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was great. That entrenched play was stunning. I mean, that's definitely the answer to these piloted spaceships when you need them. Yep. And then it looks like James was showing. He's like, "Oh, if only I had that Chien Flurry with my Vader, I could have gotten all your units." But was not the case, and the Han 2 player was able to sneak it out with some of that. That restore was so important. I think he restored maybe 6 health or 8 health that game. So congrats to Paul Heaver on a terrific performance.
Was important, absolutely. Paul Heaver, of course, making the top 4 at the Planetary Qualifier just a couple weekends ago. Now making it into the top 8 of this 1.5K, and he will take away the bragging rights as we are now just a couple weekends away from the Galactic Championship. If you're Paul Heaver, some great momentum heading into the Galactic Championship, as Paul will have to compete on day 1, doesn't have that bye. So good luck to Paul and the rest of you guys. I mean, hey, speaking of Planetary Qualifiers and Galactic Championship, you know, I had a few guys today with me here in the booth. Ian, you were here with me. We had Ryan Conrow earlier. We had Alex Blandon. All 3 of you guys, Planetary Qualifier winners. So all of you will enjoy that day 1 bye. I know that's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah. Feels great. Did it 4 times over at this point. So, I wish I could have gotten something else too, but, it's fine. Maybe next season, maybe there'll be something for us multi-PQ winners. But, no, either way, I'm excited, man. Like, me and the rest of the Bothan network is going to be out in Vegas for a whole week. We're going to do like a week of in-person testing, really nail down those last 2 sideboard cards and whatever totally not force throw deck we're playing, and really try to prepare as best as we can. And I'm just excited for the celebration of what Galactus is going to be. You know, I've been playing this game for a year and a half now, and it's kind of taken over my life, and in the best way possible. You know, like I get so much joy from competing, and then also meeting everybody, and like yourself, Josh. It's been great to get to know you over the year, and it's really going to be an awesome celebration of the game, and excited to see everybody show up and have a blast, get some shiny cardboard, and duke it out to see who is the world champion.
Yeah, no, I am super excited. I know everyone in the Star Wars Unlimited community is so excited for the Galactic Championship. Best of luck to you and everyone else competing in the Galactic Championship. Well, guys, thank you so much for a super successful stream. Every one of you for tuning in. We had quite a bit of viewers today. We really shot up the subscriber count for Secret. We got an extra giveaway, the Spark of Rebellion booster box. We did several giveaways. Big thank you to Team Secret for the awesome giveaways today, for providing this stream for us. And again, shout out to Tournament City Games in Frederick, Maryland. If you're ever in the area, be sure to check them out. That is going to wrap things up for our stream. Again, best of luck to everyone at the Galactic Championship. Until next time, may the Force be with you. Take care.
I am a Jedi, like my father